I do. It is Benedict. We go for the first battle in our top 32. It's Churba in the yellow BMW. It's Mickey Moo in the green 180SX. As Churba throws it in. Lovely initiation. Absolutely smoking Mickey Moo out of it. Unfortunately, Mickey Moo not having the pace for Benedictus Churba. That Eurofighter is just on a different level, and today he seems to be getting faster and faster as we see him nailing the perfect qualifying line. Look at this for Churba. Very unfortunate for Mickey Moo now. He's just getting lost a small bit, dropping back in the smoke there. The absolute tire smoke coming off that Eurofighter is insane. But yeah, Mickey Moo just getting a small bit wrong as we see him now putting a few tyres off, just coming through that last section and getting blinded by the smoke as Churba brings it over the line. I think I've already said it once in the start of this live stream. I don't know if anyone has the pace to match Benedictus Churba. He is on another level and he seems to be just getting faster and faster. So it's going to be interesting to see what way he will go this afternoon, because we all know he wants to be that champion. He is doing a lot. He's doing everything right. He's doing all the right moves to try and make himself champion. So it's going to be an exciting one. But yeah, just very unfortunate there for Mick Kelly, just getting lost in the smoke. You know, there's a lot of smoke coming off the back of that BMW, so it'll be interesting to see what's going to happen when we switch them around. You know, it's all good. Churba been fast, but now he has to my apologies. Now he has to chase Mick Kelly. So yeah, very, very interesting. Maybe dropping 1-2 wheels there in that last corner. Very hard to tell. There's that much of the smoke from Churba's car. So we have two cars on the line. It's the second half. It's Mick Kelly's lead. It is Benedictus Churba to chase. Listen to the screams of that 180SX that comes down. Churba's just sitting back a little bit too cautiously, but he doesn't want to be too cautious. He needs to get right there and stick with Mick Kelly. Mick Kelly is on a lovely lead line now, as we see Churba just playing there with the throttle, sticking with him. Mick Kelly cutting the track a small bit to gain proximity, which washes out wide. 2, maybe 3 wheels off there now, as we see Churba now starting to reel in as they come through. Clip 6, Churba right on the door. That 180SX as they transition for the last time. Mick Kelly on a very shallow line. He's going to have to pray for a miracle this last corner, as we see Mick Kelly now smoking Churba out of it. But Benedictus Churba, years of experience, and he's sitting there right with him, not one bit phased. So yeah, we just watching the replay there. Just making 1-2 little mistakes there as he's coming through. The most technical part of this track, as our judges keep calling it in the divers briefing. And yeah, Mick just very shallow there, not entertaining zone 5 at all, which did give Churba loads of opportunity to get right back up on the door. As we say, and clipping points are there for a reason. The judges want you in them. You're expected to be in them, so Churba doing a good job not to make contact, which is very unfortunate for Mick Kelly. We see both guys out of the car showing appreciation. They're pitting beside each other, but there you have it. Your winner is Benedictus Churba. He will move on to the top 16. I think Churba is going to be a tough guy to beat this weekend. Okay, we move it back to the line for our second battle, and it is Dennis Miguel versus Hussein Mislami. Two guys actually qualified right beside each other. Dennis in 16, Hussein in 17. So very, very similar qualifying runs, not much separating them. And it's going to be interesting to see what way this goes down. So both guys in E46. It is Dennis in the lead. It's Hussein in the chase. So as we just wait to get the signal from our tower, and there it is, thumbs up from both drivers, and the traffic light goes green and away we go. Miguel the lead, Hussein the chase for the second battle in our top 32, as we see Dennis Miguel throwing it in there, but Hussein Mislami is right there with him. We see Dennis now on a nice first zone, absolutely ticking the boxes perfectly, but look at this, Hussein just dropping back ever so slightly. Cuts the track just a little bit, but not too much, trying to get that proximity back. He knows that Dennis is fast, so he's going to have to do a lot to try and stay with him for the second half of this run, as we see them now coming through clip 6 as the transition for the second last time. Hussein making a huge dive there on the quarter panel of that BMW E46, but Dennis Miguel looking so comfortable in the lead position. You know, maybe dropping one or two wheels there at the end, but nothing too major. Not really putting a foot wrong. See the replay here now, maybe just one wheel there in the initiation, he might have dropped off, and I think Hussein did the same just as they're coming up here to clipping point 3. Yes, he got one wheel on the inside as well. So it's going to be interesting to see what way our judges will score this one. Lovely last zone there from Dennis Miguel, perfectly putting that back wheel on the outer line, so I'm sure the judges will be rewarding him for that. So as we wait just to get our second car back on the line. Oh, that's not good. I don't like to see a bonnet open with a fire extinguisher, but then the starlight marshal is closing it, so obviously it's not that big of a deal. So I'm just waiting to get confirmation of what's actually happening. Okay, so we have Hussein back on the start line. So our marshals are just saying it looked like there was a small fire, but obviously it wasn't that big because he's lined up and ready to go again. Okay, so okay, Tom. See, all cars leave the line. Look at this, Hussein coming down, nice flick early, big brave initiation. Dennis McCall unfortunately just getting it all wrong, end up on the inside of the track, dropping one wheel there now as they come through, aiming for clip 3. He is right, he's used a small bit of track to cut it, but he's got right there back on the door of Hussein. Hussein's on a lovely lead line, absolutely perfect, putting that back wheel right out wide. Oh, maybe just a small wheel drop there from Hussein. Dennis McGall now is to do a good job of stopping on front brakes, trying to not get caught, boxed in basically by the lead car, as we see both guys come up for the last transition. Oh, how did it not make contact? Dennis McGall doing a great job there, not hit the back of Hussein's E46 as they come around the corner for the last time and over the line. That's not a bad run. So yeah, we just see Dennis just ended up a little bit too much on the inside there for initiation, so it's going to be interesting to see what way our judges look at that one. Okay, so we just await our decision. And a few little mistakes from both drivers there, so it's going to be interesting to see what happens. But overall, our winner is Dennis Miguel. So unfortunately, that is the end of Hussein's weekend. But, we will hope to see him back next season here in the OIDC. Okay, so we moving on, and this one, It's a repeat of top 32 at round 3 last week. In the lead, it is Nazir Harbali versus Ian Biz Phillips. Nazir from El Salvador, Biz from the UK. As we see a drone shot there of our top 32 lined up, and we have some good battles to come. Really excited for this. But for now, we've got this one right here. Two cars, two guys know each other very well. Two identical cars, to be fair. Very, very, very similar cars, as we see Nazir throwing it in. And look at Ian Phillips there. Very brave initiation, but unfortunately for Biz, he just had to back out to avoid contact. Now we see Nazir putting the foot down, starting to reel a bit of a gap. Biz now is doing anything he can to try and close that gap, but Nazir's 350Z is so fast, as we learned last week, taking it to second step on the podium. So we see them now come through transition for the second last time. Biz still can't close that proximity, but doing a good job to stay on the qualifying line. He's not really sacrificing much track, but look at this from Nazir. He is doing a lovely job. It's like he's doing another qualifying run there. So we just watch the replay here and you can see Biz just had to dial off the angle just to avoid contact, and then that gave Nazir the chance to just, open up that gap. And unfortunately for Ian Biz Phillips, he had to spend the rest of the lap doing whatever he could to try and close it. So, yeah, unfortunately for Biz, but a lovely lead line there from Nazir. Maybe just putting one wheel off for clip 6. All in all, not that bad of a run. So it will be interesting to see what happens when we swap them back around and we go for the second half of this battle. As we see a drone shot of the rest of our top 32 bracket lined up and ready to go. Kind of a nervous way for some of them guys. They want to just start, get this competition over, get that first battle done, kind of get the ball rolling, and they can move on from there. So really excited. I do see Ali McSeed and Clint Van Hout lined up. That's one, personally myself, I'm looking forward to it, but we're going to have to wait for that one. Okay, so we have both 350s back on the line, and look at this, our drone is going to follow them for this one. It's Biz to lead, it is Nazir to chase. UK versus El Salvador. So we just wait for the signal from our head marshal. Comes up from both drivers. The light goes green and away we go. So we see Biz tearing out that straight, trying to be as fast as he can, throwing it in big. But look at Nazir, nearly a mirror what happened the last time, on just nearly making contact with Biz. We see Biz on a lovely lead line now. Nazir doing whatever he can to try and stay with that black and orange 350Z of Ian Biz Phillips. But look at this line from Biz, this is absolutely beautiful. And oh, what a transition from Nazir, lucky not to make contact with the back of Biz's 350. As we see both cars coming through clip 6 now, the transition back out for 7, getting ready for the last transition out to the wall. Biz with a lovely wall ride from Ian Biz Phillips. Nazir is right there with him though, maybe just a little bit too late unfortunately for Ian Biz Phillips. But yeah, I think it's just all going to come back to that initiation at the start of the first run where Biz just had to dial off angle to avoid contact. Nearly mirrored first run at the start there, so it's going to be very interesting to see. Nasser was well able to keep it the proximity though, and unfortunately Biz dropped back on his lead, so I would think it could be an advantage to Nasser. But yet again, I always say it and I'll say it for the rest of the night, I am just a commentator, I'm speculating like everyone at home. As we see Biz getting out a car, big round of applause, one of the nicest guy here. But there you have it, your winner is Nasser Harbali. So he will move on to the top 16, and unfortunately that is the end of Ian Biz Phillips' weekend here and his OIDC Championship in 2023, but we hope to see him back again. Okay, so we will move it back to the line where we have Ahmed Al-Amri versus Zarif. It's Oman versus Syria. Al-Amri is looking so good this weekend. Really good in qualifying last night. He ended up qualifying in 9th position, but the chasing he has done in battle practice this morning has just been amazing. We saw Zarif in that lovely E30 there. Look at this from Al-Amri, lovely initiation. Zarif though is right with him. As he see now, Al-Amri doing whatever he can to pull a gap. Zarif just washing a bit too wide there at 3. He has to end up on the inside of the track where Al-Amri is on a lovely lead line all the way through 4. Nice and wide out to 5. This is exactly what he was doing this morning in practice. This is a beautiful lead line. As we see Zarif now just cutting the track ever so slightly, trying to gain the proximity. But we've Al-Amri doing whatever he can to try and keep maximum points from the judges. We see Zarif just dropping a wheel there as the transition into the last zone, last corner, zone 8. But yeah, I think Ahmed Al-Amri did not put a foot wrong in that, in my opinion. Absolute masterclass in the lead position. This guy is looking so comfortable this weekend on this round 4 layout, so it's going to be interesting to see how far he will go in competition tonight. Just there it is, Zarif at the end just dropping 2 wheels, unfortunately just getting it all wrong, maybe a little bit lost in the smoke as he came in hot into that final section. So it's going to be interesting to see what way our judges will look at that, but I think there should be an advantage to Ahmed Al-Amri because that is one of the best lead lines I think I've seen so far today. Okay, so we have both cars back on the line. Zarif to lead, it's Al-Amri to chase. We see Al-Amri just sitting back ever so slightly, just to get as much of a run in and try and be as close to that E30 and the initiation point, but they get the green light and away they go. So look at this, Zarif coming in, Al-Amri is right there with him, throwing it in. Not that deep from both cars. Al-Amri has to kind of sit on the brakes a little bit more just to steady up that car and not make contact with Zarif, but Zarif is putting foot to floor, maybe a little bit of a wobble, ended up very shallow there coming into zone 4, which will put him off for the rest of this track as he transitions back not deep into 5. I feel Al-Amri is just doing whatever he can just to stay behind him and try and be as close as possible without getting himself into a tricky situation as we see them transition for the last time out to the wall around the final corner. Look at this from Al-Amri, he's right there just proving a point, sticking it on the door of Zarif. But so yeah, as we watch the replay there, it'll be interesting to see what way our judges will look at this one. I think Zarif, just unfortunate, ends up in the wrong part of the track too many times, and all Al-Amri can do is just mirror the lead car. So yeah, I think we should be fairly clear on who wins this one, but I'm not going to say it out until I see a graphic on the screen, cause just in case. As we see them coming around the final corner there. So, and there we have it, your winner is Ahmed Al-Amri. So we will see Al-Amri move on to the top 16. Another guy that really does come alive in battle action. We see the back of that S15. It's had a hard season so far, but there's only one more night it's needed to keep going. But look, we're back to the start line, and it is the local guy, Haitham Al Hadidi, versus our only female competitor, Nora Dude. Nora representing the USA. As we see Nora this morning in practice just had one or two small little issues, little clutch issues, but not major. She got it sorted, got it back out there. That E46 is one of the craziest engine setups I've ever seen in my life. I was mesmerised when I was looking at it. But Haitham in his S15 this weekend, back in his S15 should I say this weekend, and He is looking so comfortable out there. Definitely one to watch. But can Nora do stick it right on the door as we see them coming in? Hyden with a lovely initiation. Nora now just slowly letting that car steadied up as we see Hyden putting foot to floor, starting to pull a massive gap. So we see Nora now coming on the power, but maybe it's too little too late, unfortunately. Just not getting in. Oh, Hyden looking like he nearly over-rotated there. I'm not sure what happened. I'm just wondering now, there's Nora's clutch issues coming back into play. That car seems to be struggling to keep that sideways. So we see Hyden now coming in transition for clip 7 for the last time. This is lining up the transition out to the wall. Lovely wall of my Hyden. As we see them coming through zone 8 and making it around the last corner and over the line. Not a bad run from Hyden, and very unfortunate for Nora. She just, by the time she came on power, Hyden had pulled about 4 or 5 car lengths. As we see here, look, she's just letting the car settle. Hyden's already gone, and then once Nora comes on power, Hyden was just doing whatever he could to just get away. So, see whatever happened there. Hyden looked like he nearly over-rotated the car, which he didn't. Did a good job to keep it sideways, but I would say he would have an advantage, but you know, it's still not the best run we've seen from Hyden, so it's going to be interesting to see. As we see him coming around the last zone and over the line, yeah. It's going to be interesting to see what happens when we swap them around and how Hyden will get on in the chase following in Nora. As we see our drone just circling the start line. How cool is this? I think drones coming into drifting is probably the best thing that's happened to the live stream. It looks amazing, especially with shots like this. Look at that. That is absolutely beautiful. So as we see, the traffic light goes green and away we go for the second half of this battle. So Nora very slow going through the chicane. Hyden just kind of has to stall up to let her get out there, but we see them now throwing it in. Hyden just holding back ever so slightly. Nora on a wide line. We know the judges want them on a mid line there, so I wonder will that come into factor. Well, look at this as they come into zone 4. Hyden making a huge dive. Very brave that is, as we see Nora lovely right out on the back of that zone 4, doing a brilliant job. She has proven a point that she can still hang with the big boys, but look at this from Hyden. He is right there with them, stuck to the back of that E46 BMW as we hear the bangs of both cars coming around the last corner and over the line. Nora doing a good enough lead line, but unfortunately I'd say it will come back to that chase, and then just maybe too many little mistakes in the chase position that would add up. But I'm just speculating as a commentator, so it'll be interesting to see what way our judges will score this one. So we see both cars pulling up to the line, and your winner is Hyden Al Hadidi. So yeah, unfortunately that's the end of the day for Nora, dude, but we hope to see her back next year again. Okay, so we move back to the start line, and in the lead position it is my boy, it's Rifat, and he is up against Fouwi Shran. It is Oman versus the Middle East. Rifat, the local guy here, helping everyone out, especially all the international drivers, having a shop so close to the track, and you know, he even brought us off quadding the other day. He was our tour guide and he cooked the barbecue at the end of it. That's a sound guy in my eyes. So Fou is a really good driver. He is so aggressive in the chase position. I know these guys were having some issues with the car, trying to get it sorted during the week, so let's hope this car plays ball as we see Rifat throwing it in. Absolutely beautiful, maybe a bit too wide, dropping one wheel there as he comes up to two. Fou has to dial off angle now not to make contact, as we see a little bit of a gap formed by that, as we see Rifat now absolutely throwing it backwards into zone 4. pushing wide, but look at this from Fu Weishang, doing a great job not to make contact there in the chase position as they come around now, lining up for clip 6, getting ready for the second last transition on the track. Out to 7, Rifat doing a nice job on the second half of this. Absolutely on the wall, opens up the boot, it takes the tail light off. That is what we came to see. What a wall run from Rifat. That was amazing. I cannot wait to see that on the replay again. But yeah, we see Rifat here now. He gets very wide, like very wide, as in dropping a wheel wide, where the judges want him on a mid-line, so that will affect the score. And we see Fu has to just dial off a bit of angle, kind of hold back to let him get back into position. So it'll be interesting to see what way the judges will bring that into consideration with their scores. So yeah, I'm just getting really excited here now, waiting to see Rifat's wall run. No, my look now, they'll probably cut the camera angle before it happens. So as we see, ready, bang, oh, deadly, fiberglass boot lid, flexes, doesn't affect his line, gets a small bit wide, but savage wall run. So I have just been informed that Rifat is calling a 5-minute rule, so we will have to wait before we go back to the second half of that battle. So while we wait, we will move on to our next battle, which is Andreas Vasiliauskas and Riyadh. So Andreas Vasiliauskas, yeah, sorry, I'm just getting distracted by our drone flying through the pits. How cool is that? Look at everyone there, all the team mechanics, all the people working behind the scenes, the real heroes of drifting, waving at the camera, bringing the drone down to head high. What? That is just insane, it is. The skill these drone flyers, drivers, whatever we call them, what they have is just amazing. But yeah, we will be moving on to our next battle, which will be Vasiliauskas versus Riyadh, Eurofighter versus Mark IV Supra. So I'm not sure where Riyadh is. As we see Vasiliauskas, I don't think he's saying hello. I think he's trying to get our start line marshal's attention. Not sure what's going on there. Just seen a little hand come out the window. So there we go. There's Riyadh. He's just in the burnout box. So yeah, we have both guys on the line. It is Vasiliauskas from Lithuania and it is Riyadh from Oman. Okay, traffic light goes green and away they go. Vasiliauskas is fast on this circuit, but that is not all about speed. As we see him throwing it in and Riyadh just dropping back. It just looks like a passenger in this. As we see Vasiliauskas now just storming away on a lovely line, maybe dropping one wheel there as he comes out to the wall for the first time. Does a good job not making contact with the wall as he transitions back now for zone 5. Not as deep as we'd like to see him in them zones, but he does have a big gap pulled on that Supra of Riyadh as we see them transition for the last time out to the wall. Vasiliauskas is doing a great job in the lead position. So okay, so I'm just been informed that Riyadh's power steering stopped working in the burnout box. So yeah, very unfortunate for him, because even I was surprised by that. He was driving so much better this morning in practice. So yeah, that's just the joys of it, you know, when the car lets you down last second and you're in the burnout box, there's nothing you can do. So Yeah, just really hope that Riyadh, can hold it together, and maybe Vasiliauskas just doesn't make contact as well in the chase position when we swap them around for the second half of this battle. As we see the crews there spraying a bit of water on the cars, it's very warm today. I'll put it this way: I am absolutely delighted there's air conditioning in my commentary booth, because I was overheating all morning. Hit the wall there. Wait, the judges are going to look at that, and Riyadh just ended up in the wrong part of the track. Vasiliauskas is doing a great job not to make contact. Lovely wall run for Riyadh, but maybe just a little too late, as we see them come around the last corner and over the finish line. So yeah, watching back in the replay there, if Riyadh doing a great job not to make contact with the wall. As you see, look at that, and then just getting stuck on lock. There's nothing worse when the drift car doesn't play ball when you need it to. But yeah, I think it should be a no-brainer, and it is. The winner is Andreas Vasiliauskas, and he will move on to the top 16. So we're just going to figure out where we're going next. Is it back to the second half of Rifat and Fouad Shran, or will we move on to Bagsy versus Abdullah Jouard? Oh, I see Fou coming out as we see Riyadh here doing absolutely crazy donuts in the centre of the track there. He's just finishing off last time tyres. He's had fun. Unfortunately, the car didn't play ball at the right moment, but look, that's motorsport. Okay, so we're back to the second half of Fouad Shran versus Rifat. It will be Fou to lead and Rifat to chase. And I'm just been informed that Rifat has retired. He didn't make the clock, and it's so unfortunate. The nicest guy in Oman drifting. But yeah, Fou will get the win, and he is off for the second half of this run. He's going to use this lap just to get another research development lap, is what we could call it now, because the track conditions are consistently changing. So we see Fou there now with a massive handbrake drag, trying to get that car out to zone 4. So yeah, very unfortunate for Rifat that he was not able to make it to the 5-minute rule. But yeah, we will see Fou move on to our top 16, where he will face Haitham Al Haidiri. So yeah, that's going to be a good one. Fouad Shran is just going to use this just to get some more experience and figure out what's going on them ever-changing track conditions. Okay, so we move on to our next battle, and it is Bagsy versus Abdullah Jouard. As we see Bagsy in the lead in the PS13, Abdullah Jouard in the chase. As we await our start line marshal just to give a thumbs up to the drivers. I just think there's 1 or 2 cones to be cleared up there on the track. Once them cones are clear, we will get this battle underway. Okay, so here we go. Bagsy the lead, Jouard the chase. As we see Steve coming down, absolutely ripping that PS13, throwing it in. Big angle from Bagsy, but look at this from Abdullah Jouard. Throwing it in, trying to match pace, but he can't keep up with the pace of Bagsy. Bagsy is absolutely pulling a massive gap here now as we see them come up through zone 4. Jouard ended up a small bit on the inside of the track, but Bagsy on a lovely lead line out right wide, hugging his back wheel along that white line. as we see them now coming in to clip 6. Jouard cutting the track, doing whatever he can to try and get back on the door of Bagsy as they come in now to transition for the last time. Big wall run from Bagsy as he puts the back of that car right out, and Abdullah unfortunately spinning, not quite sure what happened there. He just spun through in my smoke, but we're going to have to watch the replay to see. Lovely lead line from Bagsy now. He's looking so comfortable on this track. As we see Abdullah, yeah, Abdullah just cutting the track there at zone 4. Bagsy's on a perfect line through zone 4. Abdullah cuts it, but just to try and gain proximity, which makes him transition early. He misses 5, ends up on the inside of the track, and then yeah, from this point on, unfortunately for Abdullah Jouard, he just starts to get it all wrong as they transition. Look at the wall run from Bagsy, absolutely lovely. And yeah, Abdullah just snapped well too much on angle and over rotated the car, so unfortunately for him, but that will be an advantage to Bagsy. As we see our drone, look, just literally going along, having a look at the cars, it's that low. As we see all our drivers there. A lot of guys sitting up watching the live stream as well, just enjoying the weather. Absolutely beautiful there here in Muscat. But back to the track we go, and it is Abdullah Jouard to lead, and it is Bagsy to chase. As we see Abdullah coming down, Bagsy knowing he will have an advantage with Abdullah spinning that first run. As we see Abdullah throwing it in. Now Steve is right there with him, doing whatever he can just to stick with that 180SX of Abdullah. Abdullah now dropping wheels just as he's up zone 4. Bagsy's doing a great job. You know, he's not too close, but he's not too far away either. He's been a little bit cautious as we see them transition there now, nearly making contact. Bagsy starting to reel him in as they come through now. Clip 6 getting ready for the second last transition on this track. Lovely transition from both guys as they come up now, lining up for the flick onto the wall. Bagsy putting the back of the car to the wall as Abdullah on a lovely lead line as they put foot to floor around the last corner and over the line. So yeah, I would say you don't have to be a professional judge to see that one, because unfortunately that spin for Abdullah would mean a 10-0 on the first one. Okay, as we see both guys getting out of the car. And your winner is Bagsy. So Bagsy moving on to the top 16, where he will face Vasiliauskas. Just seen that on the sheet in front of me. So yeah, that's one definitely I'm going to be looking forward to. As we see both guys showing their appreciation. It's the main part why we're here. Okay, so we will move it on to the second side of our top 32 bracket. And our first battle is Ahmed Daham versus Yazir Arshatar. Yazir, unfortunately, in that YS15, he went into the wall this morning. We thought he was retiring, but no, you never give up. He got the parts, the car's fixed, and he got back out by the end of practice. So that's just the camaraderie of the drift paddock. I know he was going around looking for parts, and a lot of people trying to help him because no one wants to see someone go to a competition like that. But look at this, the Ham throwing it in lovely in the lead position as we see Yazir unfortunately just watching a bit too wide as he has to bail over now to avoid making contact with that wall. Daham though on a beautiful lead line as we hear all the pops and bangs from Daham's car. It sounds absolutely amazing. Abdullah Jouard bails out. I'm not sure what happened there. He was out of sight of the camera. I think he was heading for the wall and bailed out at the last minute as we see Daham now bringing in for the last transition, getting it out to the wall. A nice run, nice lead line from Ahmed Daham. Yeah, just very unfortunate for Yazir. So, yeah, sorry, we were just confirming with my other commentator here to see what happened. As we see, the camera is so on the ham, but it's there now, off camera, at the end of that wall. We'll see as there go, see him there out of the way. So I'm not sure what happened. Hopefully he can get that car back to the line and we can get the second half of this battle underway. Okay, so I'm being informed that Yazir has called a 5-minute rule, so obviously some gremlin following back from that accident this morning in that car, so we will have to wait for the second half of that battle. But for now, we will move on. And this is one I was talking to Nicholas Solomon last night. I said, oh, who are you up against? He tells me he's got Tinner Lipsky. And I smile from ear to ear. These are two guys who are just absolutely killing it this weekend. I'm not going to lie, Timur Lipsky, he wasn't really on my radar before last weekend, and I definitely will never forget this young man. 16, 17, I'm not quite sure, but he's very, very young, but he has so much experience in that E46, and he is ridiculously fast and so aggressive in the chase position. But Nicholas Sullivan, my boy Nick, he will always bring it. He goes 110% every time, so this is definitely a battle that should be one to watch. As we see our drone just doing a lap of the stadium over the grandstands. And yeah, there's Timur now, just warming up his tyres in the burnout box. Such an aggressive chase driver as Timur Lipsky, but Nicholas Sullivan, he's no stranger to a podium. So I know he is getting more comfortable and comfortable in his new car, so it's going to be interesting to see what way this one goes down. As we see Timur make his way to the line. So it is Nicholas Solomon from the USA versus Timur Lipsky from Ukraine. Both white cars, both BMWs, both very, very aggressive drivers. Super excited for this one. Okay, so away we go. It is Solomon to lead. It is Lipsky to chase as they come tearing down the straight. Look at this from Nicholas Solomon thrown in, but Timur Lipsky's right there with him as they come through the first corner. Whoa, how did he not make contact with the back of Nicholas Solomon? So we see Nick on an absolute lovely lead line, but Timur Lipsky is right there with him. Just stalls the car up ever so slightly to avoid contact, but does a great job. Now look at that transition through the smoke. It ends up a small bit on the inside of the track, but Nicholas Sullivan is on a lovely lead line as they transition for the second last time into that touch and go clip 7 as they flick back now further. Lovely wall run from Nicholas Sullivan, but Timur Lipsky is right there with him as they come through the final section and over the line. Wow. So you see Timur throwing it in, letting Nick just get settled and comfortable, and then he puts the foot to the floor and sticks it right on the door. You see just a big of a lock up just to avoid Nick there. Let's Nick get the car settled, and Timur right there. Look at that transition, but he ends up a bit too much on the inside of the track. Yeah, I can't really see much wrong with that lead run. Maybe just bar that one wheel drop, but yeah, very, very good run from both guys. So I'm super excited to see what Nick can do in the chase position. And we don't have long to wait. We're going to get both cars back on the line, and we'll get the second half of this battle underway as our drone is flying through the crowd. Look at that, just all the people out here so happy, enjoying the drifting. What a beautiful evening. Whoa, that is some serious driving by our drone expert, or flying, or whatever you call it. I'm sure someone's correcting me in the comments somewhere. I'm not a drone guy, I don't know. Okay, so both cars back on the line. It's Timur Lipski to lead, Nicholas Solomon to chase. As we see Nick just giving Timur a little bit too much room on initiation, and Nick washing very wide. Oh, unfortunate, just getting it all wrong in the chase position as Timur puts the foot to floor, doing a beautiful lead line as he comes in on a... Oh! What? What? Wow, okay. This is where the inner judge of me is going to have to come into play. So I'm not 100% sure how many wheels Nick Solomon put off in that first corner, but it definitely wasn't 4. And unfortunate for Timur Lipski, he is still not going. He is still just sitting there right outside our window. Oh, we have the car moving now, so I don't know what happened. We're going to have to look back. So we see Timur Lipski, he seemed like he had it all done on an easy run to the top 16, and just there, very uncharacteristic. Whatever happened, he just stopped drifting in the middle of the track. Nick Solomon doing a great job not to make contact. So it's going to be interesting to see what way our judges will score this one. And the winner is Nicholas Solomon. So yeah, another big upset there, unfortunately for Timur Lipski, but you have to complete the lap to try and get it done. So Nicholas Solomon moving on to the top 16. Okay, we're going to go back to the second half of this run, and it will be Ahmed Daham and Yazir. Or did Yazir make the 5-minute rule? And unfortunately, I'm just been informed that Yasser Al-Shattar did not make the 5-minute rule, so Ahmed Daham will just get a pass of the circuit, which will make him go to the top 16. So yeah, Daham to the top 16. So, and Daham is going to face Nicholas Solomon, so that's going to be another great battle. Our top 16 is shaping up to be a great one. So as we see Daham coming out to do one pass of the circuit here, just to make himself get a little bit more comfortable with the ever-changing grip levels here in Oman. So we see, look at this from Daham. He's on a lovely lead line, coming right through into zone 4, absolutely smoking them rear tyres off that S14 as he transitions back out nice for zone 5. This is a beautiful line from Ahmed Daham, looking so comfortable on this circuit. It's going to be very interesting to see what Daham and Nick Solomon is later on. I'm really excited for that battle. They're two guys that know their driving style very well. They've battled many times before, and it's going to be interesting to see what way it goes down. Okay, so we move it on to our next battle, and it will be Nicholas Bertens versus Mohammed. Oh, my apologies. My apologies, I didn't have it wrote down. It's wrote down different on my sheet than normal. It is Bullseye from Malaysia. As we see Bullseye in that S15 and Nick Nack in that E36. So Nick Nack, the young man from Latvia, Bullseye from Malaysia. Nick Nack having loads of problems with his car this whole season over here in Oman. Guys working long hours all week between round 3 and 4 to get another engine in that car, getting a map there on Wednesday night before qualifying on Thursday, and they just added a bottle of nitrous because why not? But here we go, it's Nick Nack versus Bullseye. Nick Nack throwing it in, and Bullseye just getting it all wrong, and he's in the wall. Wow, that's a big impact with the wall. Water barrier's gone everywhere there as we see Nick Nack coming around, doing exactly what he's doing. But it's going to be very interesting just to see, to make sure Nick Nack, see there it is there, Bullseye put all them things out. Oh, that's a big impact. So we really hope that driver is alright. And we see Nick Nack for a young man doing such an intelligent thing to bail out of it there, you know, the more barriers on the track, he could have just ended up in on top of Bullseye. So as we see the replay, we're going to try and figure out what happened here. Knick Knack threw it in, Bullseye just locked it in. It just seemed like he lost all grip in the front of that car. I'm not quite sure what happened, but a big impact with the wall. So really hoping that driver is alright. It is water barriers, tyre bales behind the water barriers, and then concrete blocks. So there is, you know, some cushion room, so it shouldn't be too bad, but will he be able to continue the second half of his battle? That is the question. So as we see even Knick Knack out there just over to make sure he's alright. At the end of the day, we're all friends, we're in this together, and we don't want to see anyone get hurt or go out of competition like this. You know, guys want to win it on the track, so it's very unfortunate. Knick Knack even picking up bits of the car, just showing it's a credit to that young man. But yeah, we have recovery trucks all out there now. Bullseye, unfortunately, he just went in full side on and spun the car around. So yeah, big impact with that wall. That poor S15 is going to be looking very tired when it goes back into a container tomorrow to head back to Malaysia. So let's just see if he is able to continue. So yeah, we just see our drone flying around there as Knick Knack is this over, just talking to Bullseye, making sure everything's alright. Don't know now. It could be, look, it could be cosmetic. Drift cars, you know, they're made of fiberglass, they break easy, but as long as all the main mechanical bits are still okay, he will continue. But I'm just waiting for confirmation basically from our judges to find out. As we see Bullseye driving off the track, there's not much left in the back of that S15. That poor car has had a hard few days. So okay, so I still have not got confirmation, but if I'm going to interpret, he's still in the burnout box. He didn't leave. They're just pulling bits off his car to, you know, make sure nothing's going to fly off. And it kind of, to me, looks like Bullseye maybe, just maybe, might be going for the second half of this battle. If he does, fair play to him, credit where credit's due. As we see his team there now, just been told to get back, because unfortunately if they touch that car, it will activate a 5-minute rule, which it seems Bullseye does not want to activate. So yeah, we just see the guys just making sure anything that's hanging off the car. There's Bullseye's teammate Fu Wei Shran just coming over, making sure he's alright, giving him some bit of advice, going, look, all you can do now is throw absolutely everything at it and see what happens. But he knows he's up against Knick Knack, and that young man from Latvia, he is so good. So yeah, we see all our marshals just around pulling off the last bit of fiberglass. The poor body kit for that S15 is, oh, that car's seen better days, but mechanically it looks like it's fine, and mechanically he looks like he's ready to go again. So we see just our recovery jeeps just there in position. Bullseye turning the steer wheel, just making sure everything is right before he throws it into that first corner again. Fair play to him. That was a big impact with the wall, so credit where credit's due for going back for the second half of this run. So as we see,
المسابقين كلهم امورهم طيبه علشان نكمل التحدي ونكمل المنافسات، منافسات هذه الجوله وكل منافسات رياضه المحركات والاحتراف بالاخص. فشكرا لك.
So as we await our track team just to finish off cleaning up just the water barriers and all, getting them all back into position, you know, just bullseye with a big impact down there. Just we want to make sure that wall is the exact same as it was before that impact, so if anything happens again, that you know, it is safe for all drivers. You know, just showing that the water barriers, and then the tyre bales, and then the concrete blocks, it's not that dangerous. There is some cushion there. Bullseye's car is obviously proof of that. Cosmetically it looks bad, but mechanically it's on the start line ready to go. So obviously it's a credit to all the guys who have built that car back in Malaysia, and I'm sure once they get it back home they'll have it looking absolutely beautiful again, like it was at the start of the season. But we're just waiting for the last few bits. Sorry, I'm looking out the window here now. I see the marshals are just sweeping in front of the wall, making sure there's no fiberglass, nothing that can become a flying object. And we will get the second half of this underway momentarily. As we go back and we see our drone flying down to Alan Hines and Clinton Bagsy and the boys there just in the pits chilling, getting ready for Clint's battle. This flying drone is absolutely brilliant in my eyes. So yeah, here we go. We get the second half of this underway, and so we see Bullseye, credit to him, coming down the window on his door. That poor car. He's gone to the inside. I think he just does not want the same thing to happen again. Knick-Knack is sticking right there with him, but Bullseye, yeah, just dropping wheels. Look, it's a credit to him after the impact he's after having with the wall to come out and just get that second run done. You know, many other guys would have just said, yeah, I'm done, and go home. But yeah, look, even you see his rear wheel there. I think the alignment's off on that car, everything. It's just, wow, he's really doing a good job pedaling this, but Knick-Knack is just sticking right there with him. He knows he has an advantage, so it will be interesting to see. Yeah, so as we see a replay of that, but I think it will be fairly obvious who the winner that is due to the first one. And the winner is Knick-Knack, but absolute credit to Bullseye. Fair play to him for coming back out after that accident, and we definitely hope to see him back here again in the Oman International Drift Championship.
And all the best to both of you.
Okay, so we head back to the start line for our next battle, and it is Samir Sabar versus Kremitz. So it is Lebanon versus Ukraine. Kremitz in that absolute crazy Toyota Altezza. Samir in that V8 E36. So it's going to be interesting to see what way this goes. Samir, I know, I seen him coming in earlier on with like a diff problem or something like that. So the guys, I know they were trying to fix it on the brake before battle. So let's figure out how they got that BMW fixed. As we see Kremitz now, not with the proximity that I was expecting from him. Samir doing a nice job in the lead position, but Kremitz now just starting to read him in. Maybe Samir a small bit shallow as they're coming into zone 4, working their way around and transitions back. Oh, how did Kremets not make contact with that E36? As we see both cars flicking around, transitioning for 7, lining up for the last transition on this track, out to the wall. Samir not deep, but Kremets just a little bit too deep. Oh, both guys dropping wheels as they come over the line. Not the best runs we've seen from both guys. I wonder now, is Samir's car just playing ball after whatever accident that was? I didn't actually find out. I just seen him coming in with his 2 rear wheels in the air, so I'd assume it was a diff or shaft problem. But yeah, Kremets cuts the track here to gain proximity. I think then just from this point on, it kind of goes a small bit wrong for Samir. He's just dropping one wheel there, and now he comes up. Kremets doing a great job to get back on the door as they transition for the second last time, flicking back out to the wall. Yeah, see there now, we've like Samir possibly 2 wheels off there in that last zone, so a lot of small mistakes, but a lot of small mistakes continually to add up, so it's going to be interesting to see what way the judges go with that one. So we have both guys back on the line. It is Kremets from the Ukraine to lead, Samir from Lebanon to chase. Both cars leave the line, and here we go. So we see Kremets tearing down the straight, thrown in, but look at Samir, he is right there with him, absolutely glued to the side of that Toyota Altezza, as he does a great job not to make contact. Has to bail out a small bit to avoid making contact, but now we see Kremets doing whatever he can, working his way back. Oh, and Samir just getting lost a small bit in the smoke, dropping a wheel now, and does a great job not to make contact with the lead car as they transition further last time. And Kremets not that deep, he's shallow as zone 8, as we see Samir just doing anything he can to try and stay in the fight. Yeah, that's kind of a scrappy battle from both guys, a lot of mistakes, so you know, it'll probably come down to who made the least mistakes, because they're all just little small niggly mistakes, that's what I'd call them. So yeah, we just watching the replay again. There are a lot of guys dropping wheels shallow in places. Both cars making mistakes on both sides, so it's going to be a tough one for our judges. As we go back to our drone shot, taking a look at both guys and what way is the judge is going to go with this. It's a tough decision and they can't make it. It's a one more time, so we will see both them guys go again. Probably only fair. So many small mistakes on both ends, on both runs, so let's just line them up and send them again. Hopefully they can dial it in now, and we will get a better battle, maybe the battle we were expecting to get from both guys. But for now, we're going to head on back to the line, and we will see Ali Maxid versus Nazir Munteri. Oh no, I'm not sure where Munteri is, but I know Ali Maxid is getting a boy run, so obviously yeah, Ali is just obviously getting the boy run. I'm not sure. I'm going to just go try and figure out real quick what happened in Nazir there. That is not what we're expecting, but we know Ali is leading the championship and he's on for the win, so he's saving that car. He's not even risking putting any strain on it and one more lap, so maybe doing the intelligent thing there is Ali Maxid. So we will see Ali Maxid move on to the top 16. Okay, so I've just been informed that we're not sure what happened to Nazir Muntari. He just didn't turn up to the line, so I hope all is good. But we will see Maxide move on to the top 16. Alright, next up we have Ali Al-Bouchi to lead, Clint Van Oot to chase. This is Oman versus the Netherlands. Two guys who were on it yesterday and two guys who were on it today. Ali was putting in some of the best chase runs I've seen this weekend, and then all of a sudden I seen his car being pushed in with a clutch issue. So luckily there was a workshop in the paddock and his car was in on the lift, clutch out and done and fixed within an hour. So I'm absolutely delighted to see him make it back out. But here is Clint coming down, stuck right on the back of Ali Bouchi. So we see Ali now doing a lovely lead line, but look at Clint Van Oot. He's doing a great job here not to make contact as they come through clip 3. Oh, a bit of a straight in there and a wobble for Ali. Clint has to just sit on the handbrake just to avoid making contact as Ali throws it a massive angle at the end of zone 4. Flick back to 5, but look at Clint. He is right there with him. Ali now a little bit shallow, missing clip 6, maybe still having some sort of clutch issues in that car, but Clint is right there as they transition for the last time and out to the wall. Clint now closing the gap, sticking it right on the side of that 180SX and over the line. That's a good run from both guys. You see Ali maybe a little bit more on the inside than the judges would like to see for that first corner. Clint doing a great job not to make contact and not to go off track. But there, that little bit of a wobble from Ali. Clint just has to handbrake just to let him settle the car back down, and then he starts to reel him here by the end of zone 4 as they flick back. Wow, that's such a lovely transition from both guys, to be fair. Ali a small bit shy in clip 6. But look at the dive from Clint through the smoke. Absolutely amazing that was. So good to watch as we see them coming around the last corner here in the replay and bringing it over the line. Be a difficult one for our judges. As we see Clint just taking a little bit of a cool down lap on his way back down to the start line. Ali Al-Bouchi is sitting there. We see Clint's team just run out, give it a quick spray. Just, you know, it's just ridiculously hot on all these European cars. I don't know if they're built for this weather. It's currently 27 degrees here in Oman and it's 20 past 5. It's the warmest it's been this hour of the day that I've seen anyways in the past 2 weeks. So very, very tricky conditions. But look, that's drifting. You just have to get on with it. We're all playing in the same conditions. So we swapped them around. It is Clint to lead. It is Ali to chase. And here we go, Clint screaming down, but look at Ali tucking right in there behind Clint. So see Clint throwing in lovely initiation from Clint Van Oot, as we see Ali now not with the proximity that we'd like to see, but Clint is on an absolute beautiful lead line as we see him coming up now into zone 4. Ali just cutting the track ever so slightly, dialing massive angle on, trying to gain some proximity back, which he does as we see Clint now transition lovely and wide for 5. This is a beautiful lead line from Clint as we see Ali now reeling him in, coming through that bottom section as they transition back into the touch and go at 7. Lined up for the last transition. Clint putting the back at 14 out to the wall. Ali doing whatever he can to try and get on the door at Clint Van Oot. That is an absolute brilliant battle from both guys. As we see Clint on a lovely lead line through that first section. Ali, from here now, you watch, he just dives a little bit on the inside to try and gain the proximity. As Clint's on a beautiful wide line on the outside, doing exactly as the judges have asked. Absolutely brilliant from Clint. But yeah, it's going to be very interesting to see what way the judges think of that one. Lovely line from Clint now, yeah, maybe Ali just a small bit shallow in places. So another tough one for our judges. They're not getting an easy run here. It is the last round, so the drivers are going to absolutely put everything on the line to try and get that all-important top step on the podium. And the winner is Clint Van Oot. So Clint will move on to the next round, and unfortunately that is the end of the weekend for Ali Al Bulshi. Okay, so up next we have a boy run. We have Edgars, who will earn his way very easily into the top 16, as Ali Al Shahani is out of the competition just due to some mechanical failure. I'm not 100% sure. I only got word of this just as we were going live. So yeah, Edgars will move on. So he will do a pass of the circuit here just to try and feel out the track, as we see him in his Eurofighter throwing it in. Big angle. This is a man who definitely has impressed me a lot this weekend. Absolutely killing it. I see him maybe going a little bit too fast there, end up too shallow. It's fine, no one's judging this one anyways, because he's already got the win. Lovely transition from Edgars as we see him. Lovely indeed. That BMW is very, very fast. Very fast. So yeah, we will see him in our top 16. But who will he go up against? Well, he's going to go up against the winner of Taruk Al Shahani and Wokas. So as we see Taruk there in that orange 180SX, just warming the tyres or killing tyres. I don't know what's going on there. He's filled the burnout box with smoke. Absolute whopper of a burnout to warm the tyres. And then he will go against Wokas. Both guys from Oman, both guys know each other very well, so it's going to be an interesting battle. Okay, we have both cars on the line. It is Taruk Al Shahani to lead, and it is Wokas to chase 180SX versus Ford Mustang finish line. That is a very as we see our starting to fill up here, but we swapped them around for the second half of this battle. It's Wokas to lead, it's Tarek to chase. Oh, Wokas thrown in very wide there, just unfortunately getting it all wrong. Tarek doing a good job not to make contact. Now he's put that 180SX right on the side of his door. Look at the Wokas just getting it all wrong coming into his home forward. Tarek doing whatever he can not to make contact with him. Doing a great job to avoid contact, in fact. But as we see Wokas now just struggling with this layout here, snapping huge angle, missing clip 7 as a transition back. Yeah, Wokas very shallow, and Tarek doing anything he can to come over the line. But yeah, I think that one is fairly obvious. see here on the replay, Tarek just sticking with the back of that Mustang and just doing whatever he can not to make contact. That's a good chase drive, to be fair, but yeah, our winner is Tarek Al-Shahani. As we see Wokas just throwing it in wild in the centre there, doing a few burnouts to finish off his tyres and making his way, unfortunately, out of competition. We hope to see him back next year. But we have one battle left, and it is the one more time between Samir Saba and Kremitz. So both guys, a lot of little mistakes that added up over time, so it's going to be interesting to see how they will adjust for the second half of this. As we just await a small bit of smoke to clear after Wokas's crazy rings. Okay, the traffic light goes green, and the way they go, it is Samir to lead, and it is Kremitz to chase. As we see Samir throwing it in, Kremitz not as close as we'd like to see him, but he's not too far away either now, putting foot to floor, starting to reel him in as they come through clip 2, working away into 3. Oh, Samir just a small bit, oh! Safe. Not sure what happened, if that BMW just gripped up or what it was, but we were lucky to avoid contact there. We see Kremitz just bringing that Toyota Tesla lovely and wide. Look at that for a lovely line. And yeah, just unfortunately that Samir just getting it all wrong. So it's going to be interesting to see what happens here. Coming up, coming up. Oh. It did look like his diff locked or something happened, and he at that speed he was lucky to control that car and get it off the track and out Kremitz's way. As we see Kremitz doing a lovely job, you know, getting so comfortable on this round 4 layout here in the Oman International Drift Championship. So I do see a recovery vehicle out of Samir's car, so it'll be interesting to see what happens. So I'm going to just see and wait for information off our marshals.
كذا خلصنا تصفيات التوب 32 معانا. انتظار اول شيء النتيجه ونشوف من اللي راح يتاهل معانا، وبعدها راح يكون عندنا كذا بريك لمده 10 دقائق ونرجع لكم مره ثانيه.
So yeah, we're just waiting for confirmation of what is happening with Samir. I do see a recovery truck coming up, so obviously that car is not able to drive in at its own power. So I'm wondering, is it a diff issue very similar to what happened earlier on, maybe, possibly? I'm just speculating here, but as soon as we get that car clear the track, we will get action resumed very, very shortly. does look like it's some sort of a diff issue, but yeah, I'm still waiting on confirmation from our track team. Very unfortunate. Samir was driving so good over the last 2 days.
خير ان شاء الله. طبعا بعد شوي.
Okay, so I am informed that Samir is going to call a 5-minute rule, so we're going to have to just wait and see, because we cannot move on to the next bracket until we get the previous one finished up. So before we get Benedictus Cherba and Dennis Miguel, we're going to have to see the second half or the outcome to see if them guys can get this car fixed. So we see, yeah, it looks like that back wheel, that's nearly the exact way he came in earlier on. It's like the diff is just locked solid. I'm not sure what's going on with that car. It's very unfortunate, but we do have a man in the quad. I see that here. I'm not sure what's going on, but a lot of times I do get caught out with surprise with that. It's a lovely looking quad now, in my opinion.
И так даровал шлем Миллеру. Не-не-не, самое интересное. Я, кстати, не целился. Не было задачи попасть кому-то в лицо или ой, был. Мне нужно было высказать
So
свой...
yeah, Samir will call a 5-minute rule, and then hopefully we can try and get that car fixed and get back out for the second half of this battle.
И самое смешное, что шлем настолько удачно полетел. Во-первых, слава богу, что он никому в лицо.
سمعونا تحية الاستاذ صالح يستاهل تحية. طبعا بما ان في خلل مع سيارة سامر سير هيدرمتس راح يطلع الحين اعتقد معانا في باي رن. نشوف.
Заканчиваем этот топ-16, топ-32, да, переходим к показательной программе перед топ-16. Парад участников, все дела.
So yeah, we're just going to have to wait for Samir to try and get that car fixed in that 5-minute rule before we can advance to our top 16. But what a top 16 is lined up to be. Our first battle is Benedictus Cherba versus Dennis Miguel. Second one is Nazir Harbali versus Ahmed Al-Lamri. Third is Haitham Al-Haididi versus Fui Shran. Sorry, my apologies. Just trying to follow over my bracket there. Then that's followed up by Vasiliauskas versus Bagsy. And then on the other side we have Daham and Nick Solomon. Nick Knack versus the winner to be confirmed of this one, Ali McSeed versus Clint Van Oot, and Edgars versus Tariq Al-Shahani. So yeah, we have some cracking battles lined up there. I'm really excited for a few of them there now. I think Vasiliauskas and Bagsy is going to be a good one, and Daham and Nick Solomon, that's one I'm really looking forward to. So yeah, we're just going to have to wait for Samir to try and get this car fixed, and then we will be back with the action momentarily.
احنا موجودين هنا بعد في الميكس.
Let's do it. Listen, two, let's do it. Yes. Check, test.
Okay, so I am just been informed that unfortunately Samir is just retired. So not going to get that car fixed. So we will see Kremitz just do a pass to the track, and that will mean Kremitz will be our last driver to make it into the top 16 bracket. And what a top 16 is shaped up to be. This is only going to get better from here. All drivers have a battle under their belt and are going to get more and more comfortable in them cars. So we're going to get ready after this run for our top 16 parade. And trust me, a top 16 parade, you know, man, it's a spectacle. I hope you like anti-lag, that's all I'll say. So yeah, a lot of good battles lined up for this second go of battles within our top 16, and I am really, really excited to see Kremitz doing a ridiculous backwards entry there. A bit of freestyle as is known out here, but yeah, Kremitz will get the win. The Ukrainian driver will move on to our top 16. So there you have it. We will be getting ready for our top 16. But I see there is an interview with Ahmed Daham with our live commentator. So on.
الحين عندنا هنا احنا موجودين في المينتننس اريا ومعانا دحام. طبعا دحام غني عن تعريف، الكل يعرفه. لا
So yeah, we will be back in a few moments for our top 16 parade.
الحضور وجماهيره اللي تنتظره دائما انه ينتظر للمضمار. احمد انت خلصنا من الراوند الاول اللي هو التوب 32 اليوم ومتوجهين للتوب 16. ايش توقعاتك للتحدي اللي راح يكون مع سولومون اليوم؟
قبل ما بدي احكي عن توقعاتي وعن البطوله وعن الباتل تبعتي مع نيك سولومون، صراحه بحب اشكر الجمعيه العمانيه على البطوله هاي اللي عاملينها. كل سنه بيبهرونا بالتطور اللي عم بيصير، بالجمهور، منظمين، ابطال عم بيشاركوا معنا جداد، الجيل الجديد اللي عم يشارك معنا هلا كمان ما شاء الله اللي اعمارهم تحت ال20، وطبعا اللي عم بيعملوها بموضوع السيميليتر صراحه. وبس قد ما نحن مبسوطين انه هاي الجوله الرابعه، قد ما زعلانين انه بكره خلصنا يعني. لازم ننتظر السنه الجاي، وكثير مبسوط اليوم اني شايف جمهور. يعني اليوم شكله الجمهور راح يكون فل، وان شاء الله كل حدا يستمتع، ما يصير معنا اي عطال، وبالسلامه لجميع المتسابقين.
ان شاء الله بالتوفيق باذن الله تعالى. شكرا يا دحام، نشوفك ان شاء الله في المضمار باذن الله تعالى. بعد شوي راح يكون عندنا متسابق او خلينا نقول عرض استعراض للدراجه اللي راح تشوفوها الحين بعد شوي من العسائي اللي سوينا معاه مقابله قبل شويه. راح يدخل معانا يقدم لنا استعراض لمده 5 دقائق، وبعدها راح نرجع مره ثانيه هنا لمقابلاتنا في المينتننس اريا مع المتسابقين واحمد العامري بانتظارنا بعدين. خلينا نستمتع وسمعوا لنا تحيه والترحيب للعسائي. استاذ تحيه.
Там Мэтфилд предлагает услуги по перевозке, обслуживанию, короче, это для всех иностранцев он занял такую нишу, короче, как-то так. Друзья, у нас перерыв, я вас оставляю вот с этим, сейчас, наверное, сеточку вам увеличу.
ايضا عندنا احمد العامري بطل عماني، طبعا اعتلى المنصه في يعني مرات عديده، ما شاء الله، الواحد يقول ما شاء الله دائما وابدا، ان يعني من الابطال اللي كانوا في الجوله الاخيره اعتلى المنصه في 3 فئات مختلفه، فئه الفئه المحليه، فئه الشرق الاوسط، وايضا الفئه الدوليه هنا. اليوم احمد العامري، اول شيء رايك في ختام البطوله، عن اول شيء المنافسات اللي شفناها في بالامس واليوم في التوب 32، وانت اليوم وصلت الى التوب 16. اول رايك لهذه المنافسه وهذا التحدي، ورايك للتحدي الجاي، ايش توقعاتك، ايش اللي تحس انه بيصير ان شاء الله؟
اول شيء اهلا وسهلا بالجميع، الجماهير ما شاء الله اليوم العدد كبير ونتمنى اكثر في انتظاركم. ثاني شيء احب اشكر جميع عمال السيارات، طبعا استضافه هالجوله، الحين احنا في الجوله الرابعه وبطوله طبعا وصلنا توب 16 الحمد لله، وطبعا منافسات قويه، امس كانت تصفيات، طبعا حصلنا على المركز تقريبا التاسع، ان شاء الله اليوم وصلنا توب 16 ونتمنى للمزيد، وان شاء الله نوصل على البوديوم وانتظرونا ان شاء الله، ودعواتكم لنا بالتوفيق والجميع المتسابقين ان شاء الله.
باذن الله تعالى شكرا كبير لاحمد العامري، بالتوفيق باذن الله تعالى، اول ذا بيست، وننتظرك في المضمار باذن الله. الحين نرجع مره ثانيه لنور. هاي نور. First of all, welcome to Oman and welcome to the top 32. As it's your first time, right, to be on the top 32?
Actually, this is the second time, but my first time in forever. I've been here, so yeah, it's my first time competing in the OIDC.
That's really nice, and nice to see you competing on the top 32 today. You are amazing. Tell us about your experience. How do you feel about being part of OIDC and especially on top 32 today on the arena itself?
Hi everybody. First of all, I'm very, very happy to be here. This is a dream come true, honestly. I'm very happy that OIDC organized something beautiful here in the Middle East. We've had a lack of this here, so this is something really, I'm very speechless. I'm very excited for this. I can't wait for next year. Well, first of all, I'm gonna talk about my car a little bit. Gave me a little bit of hard time. My car, it's its first time doing this. So every time, every round I'm coming here, I am looking at this car, and every time I'm discovering something new. So first of all, next year you guys will see me way much stronger, and I'm gonna keep fighting to come to the to get my how do you say, my place on the trophy, honestly. And that's it. I just want to say thank you, and good luck to everybody. That's it.
Thanks a lot Noor, and hope to see you podium next year. All the best ان شاء الله. الحين راح يكون عندنا موكب الابطال، ذا بيرد كات بيرد هنا في الحلبة. اتجهزوا نشوف المتأهلين للتوب 16 معانا في المضمار. الحين الفرد سيارات المتأهلة، جميع السيارات ال16 المتأهلة معانا إلى التوب 16. راح تكون الحين في موكب جميل، مثل ما نشوف سيارات تستعد الحين، ف بيمشوا بمروا كذا موكب جميل على الجمهور وفي المضمار. ننتظر تحيتكم لهم، فيستاهلوا على أدائهم، وإن شاء الله ختام جميل جدا راح يكون لهذه البطولة أو النسخة الخامسة من الجولة الرابعة
كبيرة للمتأهلين للتوب 16. معانا إسلام التحية. A big round of applause for the 16 qualifiers for the top 16 here on the final of Oman International Sprint Championship. وين التحية للمتسابقين؟ سمعونا تحية كبيرة للمتسابقين. تستاهل تحية كبيرة للمتسابقين. طلعت معانا الحين اللي يدخل المضمار راح يكون في موكب كذا جميل من 16 سيارة 16 كار موجودين معانا اليوم. شوفوا في توب 16. يا سلام كرم جميل شكر كبير لجميع المتسابقين اولا كل المتسابقين اللي شاركوا معانا في 64 راح سياره بنزين روح اركض شوفوا زي وزي المتسابقين كلهم موجودين اليوم في التوب 16 معانا هنا يعطيهم العافيه. خلينا نشوفهم يا صراحه اول متأهلين وبعدها ناصر الحربلي في الهيد الثالث.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. And we are getting ready to start our top 16. And this is shaping up to be an amazing top 16. As we see, we have some really good battles. The drivers are just finished their parade lap. We're getting our first cars back into the gridding area, into that burnout box, and we will be getting the battle action started momentarily. And I am starting to get excited because there's just some whopper battles to come up tonight here in Oman. The sun's starting to set, the lights are coming on. This place looks absolutely amazing at night time. It's just one of the best venues I've ever seen for a drift event. Yeah, so I'm just super excited. As we see, the crowds are still pouring in here just outside Muscat in Oman, so it's good to see such a huge interest in drifting. And no matter where we go, drifting is always the biggest show stealer around the world. So yeah, we've seen some great entertainment there by our man in our quad and our top 16 parade on the little short break, but we will get the first drivers to the burnout box and onto the line in a couple of moments, and that will be Benedictus Chirba versus Dennis Miguel. It's going to be very interesting to see. As I said, Chirba, he's just super fast this weekend. He's a contender for that championship, and I'm not sure if there's anyone that can beat him, but the only person who possibly, in my opinion, with the speed they're going around that track, it could be the main man, and that is Ali McSeed in that whopper, that weapon that is the GT86. He's just so fast around this circuit. He has gelled this round 4 layout, and I think he is one to watch this afternoon. He wants to be the first champion from the Middle East. So in the this is season 5, so in the previous 4 seasons it's always been an international driver who has won the championship. And I was talking to Ali last night, and that's all he kept saying, was like, I want to be the first. We'll always remember who the first from over here to win that. So a lot of people are rooting for him, but Benedictus Chirba is a man on a mission, and he is sitting 7 points behind Ali. So, you know, there's not much in it. The simplest of mistake from either driver could end their championship dreams. So we're just going to have to wait and see what happens here tonight, as we see the grandstand starting to fill up. It's crazy that one grandstand down the end is nearly packed, because that was the one that was in the shade. But now that it's starting to get dark, the sun's going down, I don't think the shade matters anymore. So yeah, we will get the first battle to the line in a couple of moments and let the action commence very shortly.
Считается, что мы на первом этаже сидим, а ребят с трансляции загнали в подвал. А судьи достаточно. Но если наши судейскую поставить отдельно стоящий, то окажется,
Okay, so I do see our first car heading into the burnout box. Thanks to these unbelievable drone shots. It's absolutely amazing how this venue looks, as we see the grandstand now really starting to fill up. That end grandstand, there's some view there. I was sitting there this morning watching battle action, and yeah, I can understand why all them guys are sitting there getting nice and comfortable. But we do see Chirba. He is in the burnout box. He was our top qualifier last night. He's a man on a mission, and he really wants to win that championship. So I'm super excited to see how he gets on tonight. And he will go up against Dennis Miguel. As we await Dennis now. Dennis just in the burnout box, warming in tyres in that E46 BMW. So as we await Dennis to make his way to the line, we are going to get this top 16 underway. The excitement is building here in Oman. You can actually feel it. I was just out on the break there, and everyone in the place is absolutely buzzing. It's such a good atmosphere here tonight, and we are excited for the final round of OIDC. And as we see Dennis Miguel make his way to the line, we'll have two cars there. The lights are on the start line. This just looks amazing. This does. This venue at night time is it's just so beautiful. It is. I'm really excited to see it. But the long wait is nearly over. We have Cherba in the lead position, Miguel in the chase. And we're just awaiting our track marshals to give the final signal to get our top 16 underway. It's a nervous way for both guys sitting on the line. Dennis Miguel wants to make a name for himself. Turbo wants to win that championship, but he knows he has a mountain to climb with Dennis Miguel. Will he be able to overcome it? In my opinion, Turbo just since yesterday morning practice has looked so fast, so good and so comfortable in that BMW, so I'm super excited for this battle. So we're getting our last bit. We see an absolute huge Lithuanian flag in the background there at the start line. Turbo has brought support with him this weekend. There's a lot of people here rooting for him, wanting to see him become the champion of the 2023 OIDC season. Okay, I hear it from the track marshals. The strobe lights are flashing, the traffic light goes green, and here we go. Our top 16 is underway. Is Benedict Cherba the lead? Is Dennis Miguel to chase? Both guys thrown in. Look at Cherba throwing an absolute beautiful lead line in there, doing a great job as he's coming through clip 2. We see Dennis Miguel now just a little bit on the inside, clipping that cone, maybe possibly putting one wheel off, but Cherba on a perfect qualifying line, as he was asked by the judges, putting that back wheel exactly where it should be on that white outer line, absolutely hugging it left, right. But look at Dennis Miguel, he's right there with Cherba, stuck to the back of that Cherba fighter as he likes to big contact there. I think Dennis just came in a little bit too hot, hitting the side of Cherba's car. Wow, how much that Eurofighter jump there was absolutely crazy, as we see it here again in the replay. But look at this lead line from Cherba. He's on a beautiful lead line. Dennis Miguel not putting a foot wrong at all, as we see him coming through now, just maybe putting one wheel off inside clip 3 there as they come up now outer zone. Cherba on a beautiful line, back wheel hugging that white line all the way around as they come through to clip 6. This is where it starts to get technical. So Cherba is flat, he transitions back and bang, oh yeah, big contact from Dennis. So it'll be interesting to see what way the judges will handle that one, but we're going to have to wait to find out to see what's going on. So our judges are just deliberating, watching some replays back to see what happened, and we're just going to see is Cherba okay and able to continue, or does he want to call a 5-minute rule? So I am being informed that Benedictus Cherba has been awarded a competition timeout because contact was made in a decel zone, so the lead car was in the right position to slow that car down, and Dennis just a little bit on the inside and came in a bit too hot, so the judges are deeming it that it is Miguel's fault, and Cherba will be ordered will be given a competition timeout. So we'll have to wait to see can they fix that car.
5 minutes من الاثنين. ومن هذا اللي يخلينا ان نروح للباتل الثاني والهيت الثاني من التوب 16 ناصر الحربلي مع احمد العاوي. انا بصراحه متحمس كثير لهذا الرد ما بين ناصر واحمد. ناصر الحربلي واحمد العاوي.
So we're just waiting to find out where we go next, and I will be sure it will head on to the next battle, which will be Nazir Harbali against Ahmed Al-Amri. So there's Nazir there warming up in that V8 350Z. Okay, so we have Nazir on the line, so we're just waiting on Ahmed Al-Amri. Ahmed Al-Amri is a man on a mission this weekend. That S15 is looking battered and bruised, but it only has a couple more hours to last. So it's going to be interesting. These are two guys now who have been driving very well in the last two rounds, so I'm really excited to see which way this one goes. I think this is going to be a good battle. We should be expecting fireworks from the start. Okay, so we have Ahmed making his way to the start line, and once we get him there, we will get this battle underway. Okay, thumbs up from both drivers. The start line. The traffic light goes green, away we go. It's Nazir in the 350, it's Ahmed in that S15. As we see Nazir throwing it in, Ahmed a little bit shallow on initiation, but he's doing whatever he can to try and stay with him. We see Nazir putting the foot down now, starting to pull a bit of a gap. He knows Al-Amri is fast. Big flame shooting from the bottom of that 350Z. As we see Al-Amri now couldn't track, but Nazir on an absolutely beautiful lead line. So we see him putting that white back wheel just maybe ever so slightly over the white line, which gives Al-Amri a great chance to get back in. Huge transition from both drivers. How did Al-Amri not make contact as they come into transition for the last time, getting out deep into zone A, around the final corner and over the line? That's a great lead run from Nazir Harbali. So while we were just looking at this replay here, I have a special guest in the commentary booth with me. Obviously he would rather be sitting in his car right now than sitting beside me, but it is the one, the only, it's Alan Hines. Alan, we are so happy to have you. Thank you for coming over, having a chat with me. Why don't you tell everyone about your unfortunate evening last night?
Yeah, unfortunately we had an engine failure yesterday morning, and the night before we had a bit of dyno practice, or on the dyno we had a bit of practice as well, and everything was good. So overnight basically the switch flipped and the car was like, nope, we don't want you to drive today, and that was basically our day yesterday, and unfortunately we missed out on qualifying, which meant we couldn't make it today. So it's unfortunate things, but happy to be watching the show here in OIDC. It's obviously absolutely fantastic, amazing weather, amazing people, it's amazing times here.
Yeah, I know. Well, all of us here, we're so disappointed. We know you were third in for the championship and you were in the running. Obviously you're a strong contender, so we don't want to see anyone bow out like that, but it's very good of you to come on down here, and it's good to have an experienced driver like yourself give some opinions on watching battles like this. So any opinion on that first run?
Yeah, look, fantastic lead there by Nasser. He obviously dropped 2 wheels there, which is obviously not ideal, but that area of the track is super slick, and I remember a lot of drivers commenting in the qualifying briefing yesterday that is there going to be a diesel added there or what, but it seems like the judges have stayed tight there and not allowed a diesel, and so Ahmed Al-Amri made a good choice there to dive on the door there and make use of the mistake that Nasser made. So it's going to be all on this chase run here from Nasser.
That's brilliant. So I can be the excited one, you can be the technical one. This sounds like a good combination to me. Well, we are going away for the second half of this run. It's Al-Amri the lead, it's Nasser the chase, as we see Al-Amri throwing it in. Nasser, lovely initiation now as he puts it right up on the side of that S15. Al-Amri's on a great line here now as they come through clip 3, but but look at Nasser. He is eating the back door off that Nissan S15 as they come through zone 4. Lamry's on a great line, but how did Nasser not make contact with him as they come around now, lining up for clip 6 onto the second last transition, going to line up for that touch and go clip 7, putting foot to floor. Look at this from Nasser. You can barely see him through the smoke of Ahmed Al Lamry. This is a great run from both guys, and I would not want to be a judge on this one.
Yeah, what a battle there. It was looking really good from Nasser, especially from an initiation point here. You're really showing Ahmed Al Lamry how to really chase through this first corner. You know, in the first run, Ahmed Al Lamry couldn't really keep with Nasser, but Nasser really staying with him right here. And even going into this first outside zone here, Ahmed Al Lamry pulling away from the inside of it there, which is obviously not ideal. But Nasser really did a good job in the transition here, as you could see, and really stick it to him here, Ahmed Al Lamry here, handbraking here, which is not what we want to see, and obviously missing that clipping point. But this is where the chase run of Nasser sort of fell apart a small bit. So it's going to be very interesting to see how the judges look at this. Are we going to look at the consistency from Al Lamry in the chase position, or are we going to look at the aggression from Nasser?
Yeah, the drivers aren't giving the judges an easy one now, and there you have it. The winner is Nasser Harbali. The 350Z will move on to the grade 8, and unfortunately that is the end of the day for the Omani driver Ahmed Al Lamry. But what a drive he's had this season. Absolute credit to him, and we can't wait to see him back next year. As we see some celebratory rings from both guys here in front of the crowd, putting on a show, because that's what they're here for. Absolutely brilliant. But we're going to move on to our next battle, which will see Haitham Al Hadidi up against Fu Wei Shran from Malaysia. Okay, so we have two cars on the line. Haitham in that S15, and we have Fu Wei Shran in that E90. Oman versus Malaysia here at the Oman International Drift Championship, and away they go. So we see Haitham nearly drifting out of the chicane as they come tearing down the straight. Fu's really on the inside of the track here, not exactly where the judges were asking. Now he's starting to wash a bit wide, as we see Haitham starting to pull a small bit of a gap as they come absolutely tearing down into zone 4. Listen to the screams of that S15. That car is a monster, but oh, unfortunate for Fu. He just washed ever so wide. Think that possibly could have been 3, maybe 4 wheels off. He's going to have to wait for the replay to see that one now, as we see Haitham doing anything he can, but Fu ended up in the wrong part of the track, nearly cutting in front of Haitham there, and then he makes contact with him coming around the last section. Just very unfortunate. Too little too late for Fu.
Yeah, very interesting battle there. Obviously, Haitham doing what he needs to do in the lead run here. A nice flick initiation, but Fu really on the inside there, which is not what the judges are looking for. And yeah, Haitham doing a really good job here. A really good, clean lead run, not making any major mistakes. Fu just couldn't keep up. And as you can see here, coming into this outside zone here, Fu's super shallow on the inside, but then he runs like 2-3 wheels off course at least as he goes beyond the camera. But yeah, Haitham doing a fantastic job here, doing what he needs to do here. And you know what, Fu just not really able to have what it takes to stay with Haitham here, as he does a nice little dive along the wall. And wow, look at that chase run from Fu, but a little too late there in my opinion. So it's kind of on Haitham's position here to do what he needs to do in the chase run. So let's see what Fu can do in the lead run. Let's see what Haitham can do in the chase run.
Yeah, that's it. You see Fu just getting a little bit out of shape there towards the end of that run. He does a good job to get on the door for the final corner, but he go half the track to get there. And you know, the judges did say in the driver's briefing today they want them to follow that qualifying line to the best of their ability. So I'm sure he will be deducted a few points for that, as we see this amazing drone shot. The car parks are filling up, so is the grandstands. The crowds are still rolling in here. It's going to be a great night for drifting in Muscat and Oman. So as we await to go back to the start line to get ready for the second half of this battle, we're going to swap them around. as we see these amazing low drones flying through the paddock in the gridding area. There's a lot of the guys getting ready for their top 16 battle. Absolutely deadly shots that we're getting from the drones here tonight. But the start line is starting to flash. The traffic light goes green and we're going away for the second half of this run. What can Fu do to try and put some pressure on Hytham? Hytham needs to be careful and not get caught out here as we see both cars throwing it in. Lovely initiation from both drivers. Fu Yishan doing anything he can now to pull a gap. But Hytham Al Haididi is right there with him, just sticking it on the back of that BMW as they come down into zone 4. How did he not make contact? Fu's very wide and into the wall. Oh, heavy hit with them concrete blocks right there now. Very unfortunate for Fu. I really hope he's okay, but we see Hytham now just bringing that car around for the second half of this track as he transitions for the last time out to the wall. Lovely wall run there and over the line for Hytham. Just checking in to see if Fu's alright. Yeah, Alan, just Fu unfortunately getting it all wrong as he came into that top section.
Yeah, it looked a bit unusual there. Fu doing a fantastic position in the lead run there, up into that outside zone, but I don't know what happened there. We'll have to obviously watch back on the replay as Hytham showing the aggression here on the chase run. But you can see Fu actually doing, in my opinion, a better first couple of clipping points here, giving all the opportunity for Hytham to really chase him hard. Really good here on this inner clip number 1. Let's go to the outside zone here, and it just seems like he just lost a bunch of grip and fell off the track. I don't know if the tyres died or what, but not a nice smash there. And obviously Hytham had nowhere to go only but to go on the inside of the track and just finish off the run. So I think this is a pretty clear-cut call. Unfortunately there for Fu. Never want to end on hitting the wall like that, do you, Mike?
No, you definitely don't, especially head on. You know, that's obviously where all the expensive bits are in a drift car. But we do see Fu out of the car. He's just checking the damage. That is a heavy hit to hit the back and it kicked the front straight back in. So, yeah, very unfortunate for Fu. But I think that would be fairly obvious that we will see Hytham Al Haididi move on to the grade 8. So while we get this just cleaned up, we have a recovery truck on the way out to pick it up. For yourself, Alan, is there any big plans this year in your drift career now that your Oman season's over? What's your plan next? I know you're saying you've engine problems, so obviously getting that fixed is priority, but any other plans?
Look, we'll see what we'll do. Of course, we've got many opportunities. We can obviously go off and do Drift Masters if we really would like, but I think we're going to keep it simple. I think we're going to stay in Ireland for the season and really just figure out our program and obviously work something out for 2024, whether it be out here in the Middle East, out in Europe. That's something that we're kind of prioritising right now. As you can see, my pit there on the right side with the Irish flag on the stream here, but that's basically the plan, Mike. Nothing really crazy we can really do. Obviously, the season finishing here kind of a little bit late, so it doesn't give us a lot of time to prepare for any major competitions within mainland Europe, which would be Drift Masters or something like that. So yeah, we'll just kind of see where it takes us. We'll do Ireland for sure, and maybe we might see some other events as well throughout the season.
That's definitely good to hear. Well, we hope that we see you back out here in OIDC next year. We know you're a fan favourite here. I've seen it over the last 2 rounds. How many people are over in your pits, all that. Obviously all your fans, because, you know, any of you that don't know, Alan is the king of the simulator world. He's the virtual drift king in the game. So yeah, like it's just really good to see you travelling around and all like that. And we do hope the car isn't that bad. You know, you can get a few rounds of Drift Masters and things like that under your belt. I'm still just blown away by these drone shots though. Like, he's just flying over the crowd. This is absolutely amazing. I think we need more of this in drifting.
You know, I completely agree. And the closer it gets to obviously poles and stuff like what he's doing right now is even better. Like there was a shot earlier, and I remember seeing the drone, and I've been seeing myself on the stream as well. And I'm not even kidding, folks. The drone was probably a metre away from me. You know, I kind of caught me off guard a little bit. So look at all the fans waving, and you might even see us here in the tower here shortly in a second. But these drone shots are fantastic, and it's great to kind of get the atmosphere of the people as Fushin's car here is getting loaded onto the recovery truck. Not looking the prettiest of E92s, unfortunately, as it obviously came here a much nicer looking car, but unfortunately leaving here in Oman, like many other cars, in a bit of misery. So unfortunate times there for Fu, but glad to see him over here, and hopefully we get to see him back as well next year as well.
Yeah, Fu's such a nice guy, and he's such a good driver as well. Just, I don't like see anyone's car going home like that, especially when you have to put it back in a container and watch it. Well, he won't see it for a couple of weeks, but when it comes back to Malaysia, he'll remember what state he left it in. And unfortunately, his teammate as well, Bullseye, the 2 cars did a hard evening this evening. Bullseye ended up in the wall as well. But look, the main thing is both drivers are okay, and that's the most important thing. The safety equipment all coming into play, making sure all drivers are okay and safe. That's priority. Cars can be fixed, drivers can't.
That's exactly it, Mike. You know, the last thing we ever want to do is have someone that's hurt doing the sport that we love. And luckily, drifting as a motorsport is actually quite safe compared to other types of forms of motorsport. And we still have that excitement factor, you know, we still like to run walls, tire smoke and all of that. But yeah, look, like you look at other forms of motorsport like drift, for rallying example, you know, they're doing 120, 160, 200 kilometers down forest roads. And yeah, one hit of a tree and that's it. That car's coming to a stop pretty quickly. So we have the same safety gear in these drift cars. Luckily, we've never had any major injuries. And that's obviously a plus with drifting. But we also have a very close show with the spectators, and I think that's super important as we see goodbye to Fu for 2023 of OIDC, and hopefully we get to see him back again next year as well. But it looks like we're moving on to the next battle here, Mike.
Yeah, so we're going back to the second half of Dennis McGall and Benedictus Cherba. So if you remember, contact there coming into the wall just in the last corner, just before zone 8. Dennis coming in a bit too hot into the decel zone. He hit Cherba, so the judges have awarded Cherba a competition time out. So obviously that car is fixed, and we will be going back for the second run here now, which will see Dennis to lead and Cherba to chase. So it's going to be interesting to see what Cherba can do, and hopefully there's not too much damage to that car. As we see him in the burnout box with no bumper. Look, we'll accept him not having a bumper in that absolutely beautiful car as long as it's mechanically sound in his, as is now known, a Turbo Fighter. I like the name, really like the name. That burnout box, I walked across it earlier today when it was warm, and it possibly was the stickiest ground I was ever on in my life. There's so much rubber laid down there over the last couple of weeks in the 4 rounds of OIDC this season. So yeah, look, the time is over, the lights are flashing, and away we go. So we have Dennis McGall to lead, and we have Benedictus Cherba chase. We see McGall clipping the cone in the chicane, throwing it in. Cherba leaving a little bit of room, knowing he probably has an advantage, but this is where he's going to put foot to floor now between 2 and 3 to try and reel back in Dennis McGall, as we see Cherba doing absolutely anything he can to try and get on the back of that E46 BMW. McGall on a lovely line there, maybe just dropping one wide at the end of zone 4, but he's doing a great job now. But look at Cherba, he is right there with him as they come up the transition for the second last time. How did it not make contact? Oh, that's commentator's curse. Alan, you'll get used to it. I do this all the time. I just say something and then it goes wrong. But yeah, unfortunately from Cherba, he just made a massive dive a little bit too early, and it's going to be interesting to see what the judges think of this one.
Yeah, I'm not really sure what happened there. Obviously, Dennis hitting the corner on initiation. The judges allow that. They don't restart the run. They'll take in consideration. But, you know, Dennis here cutting the line here a tiny bit, but he seems to be doing a good enough job. Cherba keeping the gap. He doesn't really need to attack here. But as you can see, he starts to close in on Dennis. And I think that was a smart move by Cherba. But maybe from this point on, he seems to be a bit of contact right there. You know, is maybe Cherba pushing too hard? Is he feeling like he has to push harder? Are we seeing something in the first one that maybe, you know, I don't know. Maybe is it possible that maybe Cherba felt that he was at fault at the first run and decided to push way hard on the second run? But that contact, it's going to just see what the judges say about that one. I would like to have seen Dennis to try and at least finish the run. He kind of seemed to fall off the track pretty quickly. But, you know, you never know. When you get hit in the wheel like that, wheel-to-wheel contact, it can take the wheel out of your hands, and that could send the car off the track. So let's see where this one goes.
Yeah, from my opinion now, like, it just looks like Cherba maybe a little bit too much on the inside, not giving Dennis room to transition back around. So that'll be an interesting one for the judging, because there's contact on the first run and then there's contact in the second run with both drivers to blame. So the issue is, I can hear the judges in my headset, Alan. There's a lot, there's big conversations going on upstairs.
I'm sure there is, Mike, and you probably hear more than what I can hear. But from my perspective, I suppose just because, one more time. Okay, one more time. That's interesting. I was going to say there, you know, just because Cherba got a 10-minute timeout doesn't necessarily mean that he was at fault for that first run. And so obviously they viewed Dennis at fault for the first contact in the first run, and Cherba was at fault for the second bit of contact. So one more time, I think seems pretty fair to me.
Well, at least both guys get a fair shot of going back at it again. So yeah, definitely Cherba possibly through a lifeline there now. His championship dreams are still alive. But we will move on to our next battle, and it will be Andreas Vasiliauskas versus Bagsy, and this is going to be a good one. So we see two guys that are very fast. So yeah, we have Vasiliauskas on the line. We're just waiting on Bagsy to make his way out of the burn-off box, as I see Bagsy stop there in the back left. Not sure what's going on. I know the guys were having some battery issues with that car. Is it not starting? Oh, they have a tow strap hooked up, Alan. Looks like Bagsy's been towed out of the burnout box.
Well, I do know that if your car shuts off in the burnout box, you're technically, heading for the line. So if the car hadn't started before then, it's possible that they would have given him a shot. But now he's in the burnout box, he has to call a 5-minute rule if he wants to get that car started. And I guarantee you, the second this tow strap gets pulled, that car will lease into life. And obviously he'll lose his 5-minute rule. So let's see what happens here. You can still see in the corner on the top left of the screen. And we're hearing here is a 5-minute rule, Mike. Am I hearing that correctly?
Yeah, so the judge is just confirming with me there that Bagsy's going to have to call a 5-minute rule. So we're going to have to come back to that one. As we see, car just been towed out. I wonder, they were having battery issues and electrical issues, that car starting. I wonder, is it something to do with that? So we're just going to have to wait till we get confirmation. But that means we're going to move on to the second side of our top 16 bracket. And hopefully we're going to this one, because this is one that I have been excited for the minute I see it line up. It's going to be Ahmed Daham versus Nicholas Solomon. Two guys that know each other really, really well. Drove together a long time over here. And it's going to be interesting to see what way that one's going to go down.
نيكولاس سولومون واحمد دحام اللي راح يكونوا معانا في الهيت القادم
Okay, so I have been told we're going to move on to the next battle, and that will be Ahmed Daham to lead in Nicholas Solomon. Daham qualifying in second and Nicholas Solomon qualifying in 15th. So yeah, them two guys will just take a minute now to get their tyres warmed up and ready to go. But this is going to be a great battle. Both guys are absolutely on a mission this weekend. Daham is looking so good out there. He's still in contention to win this championship, but he has to go through Nicholas Solomon, and Nicholas is no easy task.
And these two guys have been in the Middle Eastern drift scene for many, many years. I remember watching Nicholas in his BMW 30, and obviously Daham as well, and he's S13.9, I suppose you could call it. And these guys have been battling for many, many years. Obviously, Nicholas building his BMW E92 LS single turbo. And this car, he said to me in person that he was kind of struggling, kind of getting traction out of it. But it seems like in the last event or two, he's really after picking up the pace here. And we'll have to really see against Daham if he can really stick it to him. But we'll kind of have to wait for Nicholas to come to the line here to see what happens next. Obviously, Daham leading in, so he's got to do what he's obviously been doing very good, which is his lead run. And Daham obviously doing a good job in qualifying as well. Obviously Solomon is going to have to chase him pretty hard as he finish up his burnout box. So we have to wait and see the Solomon come back up to the line here, Mike.
Yeah, Nicholas is just getting stronger and stronger every lap he does in this new build. He told me that his problem at the moment is he pushing a little bit too hard, and he has to learn when to tone it back and stop gritting it off the wall. But he is going to have to give it absolutely everything to try and beat Ahmed Daham. As we see the strobe lights flash on the start line, the traffic light goes green, both cars leave the line, and away we go. So it's Daham to lead, and it's Nicholas Solomon to chase, as we see Daham throwing it in. But look at Nick Solomon, he's right there with him as they come through the first section. Lovely line from both drivers now. Daham putting the foot down, trying to pull a bit of a gap. Nick maybe washing a small bit wide of three, but Daham is on an absolute beautiful lead line, as we see Nick now doing whatever he can to try and close that gap as he comes through zone 5. Daham though putting the car exactly where the judges asked, and Nicholas Solomon doing a great job not to make contact as the transition there for 7, lining up for the last transition out to the wall. Huge dive from Nicholas Solomon, but Daham is absolutely smoking that last corner over and bringing it over the line. A whopper run from both guys.
Wow, wow, wow. Yes, Solomon really sticking it to Daham. Obviously not the proximity we'd like to see, but had glimpses of aggression. I think this is what Solomon needs to really kind of say to Daham, look, I'm here with you, you're going to have to push a bit harder in your chase run. But obviously Daham doing what he did exactly yesterday in qualifying, really sticking it to the qualifying line, doing a really, really good job. And I also want to point out, look at the glow underneath the hood of Daham's car. You can see the exhaust and his turbo manifold glowing crazy. It's almost nearly on fire. I want to say that it's on fire. It's probably, look at it, it's glowing like crazy. that was distracting me more about actual the battle itself. So obviously Daham leashing fire tactics, I feel like there, but yeah, for a fantastic battle. So let's see what Sullivan could do in the lead run, and let's see if Daham could really push it, because we're here for proximity, Mike.
That's exactly it. We want to see door and door action. Don't worry, you'll understand when we get a good battle. I'll be jumping around here like a lunatic. You want to be careful, put a helmet on and all. As we see the Hams team just giving a quick spray there to cool it down. Temperatures are very warm here tonight in Muscat, so we're giving the cars every opportunity in between runs. Just a quick spray there now, and we'll get both cars back on the line. The Ham knows Nick was close, but he wasn't consistently close, so he's going to have to stick it on his door all the way around. And to be fair, if anyone's going to do it, the Ham's going to do it. He is a master in the chase position, so I'm super excited for this one. The traffic light goes green, and away they go. So we see Nicholas Solomon in the lead and Ahmed Daham in the chase. Daham tucked right in behind that E92. Nicholas Solomon's watched him wide and in the wall. Oh no, what happened? They're very uncharacteristic from Nicholas Solomon. As we see Daham now bringing that car lovely through clip 4 and doing exactly as he's asked, and he's pulling off the track because the track loops back, and look at Daham, he's heading straight over there to make sure Nick is okay. These guys are two veterans of Middle East drifting. They know each other very well, they're good friends, and obviously they don't want to see a battle end like this.
Yeah, and obviously that contact there with the wall for Sullivan, not ideal. That car is gorgeous, and to see that happen, you never want to see that happen, but I'm kind of curious what happened there. It was like as if he initiated a little bit too late, but maybe, I don't know, it's like as if his tyres or something like that just didn't really have what I needed. Look at the front of it. Sullivan, give it off Nicholas Sullivan. Absolutely nice to see him out of the car, safe and sound, waving and hugging the Ham as well. So that's obviously a good sight to see. But that car, man, that's probably one of the worst crashes we've seen this last couple of weeks here in Oman. So I'm hoping that car is okay. And we'd love to see it back on track again. Obviously that won't be happening tonight by the looks of it. But we'd love to see another replay of that initiation for Sullivan to see what happened. Maybe is it possible something broken initially? Wow, look at that. The whole rear of the car absolutely destroyed. Looks like a few toe arms and the multi-link suspension there of the E92 absolutely screwed on the back right hand side. And I suppose there's some damage on the front as well. So hopefully that's not too bad. But it only looks to be suspension damage. But look, regardless, that's Sullivan out for tonight anyway. And look, high fives there from Sullivan and Daham as Daham gets back into his Red Bull S14. And I'd say we'll have a bit of a clean up here on aisle number 5 as we have to clean up Daham's car.
Yeah, big damage there to Nicholas Sullivan's car. Obviously front, back, all sides getting that. It's just very unfortunate. Nick, one of the nicest guys in the paddock. He's always helping everyone out, but we just don't want to see anyone's car going home like that. But at the end of the day, we always say it's not ballet we do here. We are playing with fire with some of the stuff we do. As we see Daham giving Nicholas Sullivan a lift back into the pits. If that doesn't sum up drifting, I don't know what does. Like, the camaraderie in this pits this weekend is absolutely amazing. Everyone is here in the OIDC. It's just, we're here to put on a show. We're all here to get along. Everyone's helping each other out, and that's the best part of drifting. That's what I love about drifting anyways.
Yeah, and I was going to point out, it looks like they were playing a game of rock, paper, scissors in the car when they were leaving there. So obviously they were trying to figure out with the drifting hand signals what really happened there. But, look, like you said, the camaraderie in drifting is amazing. It doesn't matter any motorsport in the world. We've had people from racing into drifting, and they couldn't believe the support they got from fellow competitors. And that's one of the greatest things. As you can see, Solomon riding shotgun with the Ham here. And look, they're chatting away like as if they were just sitting in the bar or something having a drink. So as you can see, the Ham gets the win there. I think that was pretty clear cut as the Ham moves on into the top 8. And unfortunately, we won't see Nicholas Sullivan for the rest of the night. His car is a little bit bruised, but hopefully we'll get to see him again next year in the 2024 season of OIDC.
Yeah, I'll be fully sure that Nick, he builds some crazy BMW, so I'm sure he'll have some great intentions for that car to get it back better and stronger for next year. But so as we have a bit of a clean up, we're recovering Nick Solomon's car. We're just looking at the drone flying down there. We'll have to fix up them water barriers, so we're just going to take a minute and then just get everything reset, and we will join you back in 2 minutes time.
وبطولة عمان الدولية للانجراف أو عمان انترناشونال دريفت. هنا ننتظر وراح نتعرف عن المفاجأة بعدين إن شاء الله في البريك ما بين التوب 16 والتوب 8. فخليكم كراسيكم يعني ادري في ناس تريد تستعجل تروح تجيب لنا شيء تاكله وكذا، ولكن انتظروا شوي خليكم جالسين عشان تعرفوا بعدين في بريك ان شاء الله في الاستراحه. الحين خلصنا من احمد دحام ونيكولاس، راح يكون عندنا هناك البطل القوي اللي تفوق في دور ال 32 في تركيا، جو بصوره قويه جدا، لكن بعد ما تنقل سياره سليمان الى خارج الحلبه، حلبه صعبه سالم، ومتسابقين عالميين متواجدين يتنافسون على الجوله الاخيره في هذا الموسم، واحنا كلنا تزويد في معرفه الفايز ومن اللي راح يكونوا في الفاينل، ثلاثه اسماء راح تكون في الفاينل. كلهم متزوجين، كلهم متزوجين. نعرف من الاسماء اللي راح تأتي القصه اليوم في جميع الفئات، في مقابلاتهم ثلاث فئات في المسؤوليه، فئه الشرق الاوسط وايضا الفئه الانترناشونال، الفئه الدوليه. باعتبار كنا نشوف ان شاء الله بعد كابتن قويه راح تكون ان شاء الله، تكون عندنا الشخصيات القويه ما بين المسابقين الموجودين معانا هنا والمتبقين في توب 16 معانا توب 4 معانا راح نعرف ايش صار في المقابله الحين راح يكون عندنا بعد
Okay, so we are back as we see Nicholas Solomon's car is just loaded up there now and getting ready to be moved off the track. The water barriers looking like they're nearly back in position, so we will be shortly moving on to our next battle, which will see Knick-Knack versus Kremis. So Knick-Knack qualified 7th, Kremis qualified 23rd, so that means Knick-Knack will lead first. That young man has definitely impressed me. What's your theories on Knick-Knack? As a driver, as two young drivers, go on, give me an honest opinion.
Am I even young anymore? Yeah, I'm 26, so is that even considered young anymore? Probably still is. In the drift scene, not anymore, per se. Yeah, I've like nearly 10 years over Knick-Knack, I believe. I could be wrong, though. No, obviously, look, Knick-Knack, fantastic driver. And, yeah, I've battled him before here in Oman in 2020. And, yeah, even then, you know, he was one of his first pro seasons, and he was absolutely fantastic. So, you know, he's really stepped up his game. He's had a very successful European season last year. He was doing a bunch of events around Europe, so it was great to see. But actually, no, sorry, I'm wrong. I think we're moving on to that one more time battle. The 5-minute call battle with Bagsy, yeah, of course. So back to Bagsy. Obviously, Bagsy had a 5-minute rule call. So let's see. We can hear. Oh, there he is. There he is doing his burnout. Oh, wait, it's after shutting off again on him, is it? Oh no, this is not what we want to see, Mike. Oh no, wait, it's going again. What's going on with Bagsy?
Yeah, I don't know what's going on there. Bagsy's car obviously having some serious electrical gremlins tonight. Car's been not really playing that much ball with him this evening, but look, he has it going in the burnout box. This is a run. This is a battle now, Alan, I'm excited for. These are two guys who are going very well today in practice, so I'll be excited to see how this one goes as we see huge flames coming out the back of Bagsy's car there as it backfires. But yeah, Vasiliauskas, he is so fast. The only issue with Vasiliauskas being so fast is he's wild. He's dropping wheels left, right and centre, and if he could tidy that up, I think he could be someone that could do a bit of damage. But we have both cars on the line. Okay, thumbs up from the start line, Marshall. The strobe lights are going, and here we go. It's Vasiliauskas to lead. It is Bagsy to chase. We see Vasiliauskas nearly drifting out that chicane, flicking it in, but look at the initiation from Bagsy. He is right there with him. Vasiliauskas now maybe a small bit shallow coming through that first one, but Bagsy is dropping back. Not sure what's going on. So obviously some sort of technical issue with that car. As Vasiliauskas now on a lovely lead line. Very wide. Oh, tagging the wall from Vasiliauskas, but he keeps it going, giving Bagsy every bit of an opportunity to get back into it as he dies. Now Vasiliauskas dropping wheels yet again, coming through. from 5 to 6 as he Baxi nearly takes the front off his car with the transition. It's a huge dive from Vasiliauskas, throwing it backwards in there, but ending up on the inside of the track, which cuts Baxi off completely. That's what I'm talking about, Alan. Vasiliauskas, he's fast, but he's wild.
I think that's the best description of him, to be honest. And a bit of a commentator's curse there, I want to say, Mike. He obviously had Bagsy by the hand here on the first couple of clipping points. Bagsy really dropping back. But this is where Vasiliauskas' wildness really comes into... yeah, look at that wall tap. Obviously not really ideal. He makes another mistake here as Bagsy really closes back in. But Bagsy sees that he's dropping wheels. He closes back up on the gap. And yeah, look, Vasiliauskas not really doing what he needs to be doing, barely making clip point there, really stretching the transition, over rotating, now completely missing the outside zone. Man, a very scrappy lead run there from Vasiliauskas. Obviously Bagsy just doing what he needed to do in the chase run. There's only so much he could do, in fact, so hopefully there's not an issue with Vasiliauskas here, but we want to see this chase run from Vasiliauskas, see what he can do to Bagsy. And obviously Bagsy just needs to do a nice clean lead run. And hopefully we'll get a good battle here this time around with no major mistakes. So, Bagsy, don't make any mistakes. Vasiliauskas, we want to see some door action.
There's going to be fireworks in this one, I can already see it. As we see both cars are back on the line. We have Bagsy the lead, Vasiliauskas the chase. So the strobe light is flashing and away they go. It is Bagsy the lead as they come tearing down the straight. What can Vasiliauskas do in the chase position? Is Bagsy lovely initiation, but now Bagsy's gone wide. And very wide, dropping 2 wheels. Vasiliauskas is just following him, mirroring the lead car as we see the both cars now trying to get it back online as they come into zone 4. So see Bagsy now doing absolutely anything he can to try and salvage the rest of this room. Vasiliauskas is just sticking there with him. No matter where that PS13 goes, he is putting it right on his door and following him around. So we see them now transition for the second last time into touch and go clip 7 as they line up for the wall run. Bagsy putting the back of the car out to the wall. Lovely and wide to that zone on the outer line, but Vasiliauskas is right there with him. A little bit of contact just as they come over the finish line. I see bits of fiberglass. Something went flying there at the end, yeah. Not the battle I was expecting, Alan.
Yeah, what was going on initiation here? I'm actually starting to question whether Bagsy's car is underpowered. He doesn't seem to have the same go or the light up of the wheels that he had previously. So maybe are all these gremlins actually more than what we actually know? You know, is there a bigger problem here? He seems to really struggle to do the track. Obviously the temperature has dropped. Maybe the track grip has increased more than what he was expecting. But this battle is super messy. This is not what we want to see, but obviously it's a battle of mistakes, and whoever makes the least amount of mistakes is the person who moves on. And so obviously this last one here is a bit interesting too. Bagsy on throttle, seems to be doing everything okay, but then Vasiliauskas hits him on the door. Very messy. So it's going to be a tough call for the judges. Let's see what they come up with. As Mike, obviously not the greatest of battles there.
No, definitely not. We've seen better driving from both guys this season, so it's going to be interesting to see what way the judges will go with this one. It's a nervous way for both drivers there. They're sitting patiently trying to figure out who will move on to the Grade 8. And the winner is Andreas Vasiliauskas. So that means, unfortunately, that is the end of the weekend for Bagsy. As we see Vasiliauskas very excited. Jez, oh, very excited there now, jumping around. Yeah. But yeah, we will see Vasiliauskas move on to the next round of the grid. Okay, so we will move on to our next battle, and it is back to the one more time. That is Benedictus Cherba versus Dennis Miguel. Okay, so we just have some track marshals on the track just cleaning up there, just making sure everything is all good. So our marshals are just out having a quick look for oil, just making sure there is nothing on the track. So we will just make sure all conditions are the same for all drivers, and then we will go back to the one more time. That is Benedictus Cherba and Dennis Miguel. So yeah, our marshal is just checking, make sure there's nothing on the corners. As Alan just said to me there, you know, there has been 2 cars going off in that area, so we're just making sure track conditions are clear. But it looks like we're getting the OK signal, and it's sounding from up above that our track manager is happy enough, and I think we will resume action very shortly. Okay, so we're just letting both cars rewarm the tyres for this one more time between Benedictus Cherba and Dennis Miguel. Okay, so we have 2 cars on the start line. And this is the one more time, so both guys have an idea there's contact in both runs, so I'm expecting fireworks in this. Okay, so our start line marshal gives them the thumbs up, the strobe lights flick, traffic light goes green, and away they go. So it's Cherba to lead, Miguel to chase as they come down the straight. Cherba, Miguel, look at Dennis Miguel, he's right there with him, ending up a small bit on the inside, but Cherba, lovely initiation now as they come through the first corner, pushing out wide through clip 2, working the 3. Dennis Miguel starting to fall back just a slight bit, but Cherba's on a beautiful lead line as we see Dennis doing whatever he can to try and get close. Cherba dropping one wheel there at the end of zone 3, and just over rotating from Cherba. I'm not sure what's going on. Alan, it's like since he had that incident earlier on in the first battle with Dennis, it's just not the same Cherba we've been watching.
Yeah, you're right, Mike. And look, this track is one of the, even though it's a flat surface, and this is the driver's side of me coming out here, but this, even though it's a flat surface, put a wheel on the white lines, yellow or even the blue lines, it's completely different. As you can see here, Cherba puts a wheel on the white line on the outside, doing everything perfectly here. Nothing wrong. He's actually starting to pull a gap out of Dennis Miguel. Miguel understeering in the background there, but wheel drop number 1 from Cherba. Now, as you can see, he comes up to the wall, wheel drop number 2 from Cherba right here. He transitions back, he puts the wheel onto the white line, and that's it. Grip is gone, spins, loops it. Hand is now in Dennis Miguel. All you got to do is a cleared lead run. It's more or less a 0. The run's pretty much ended. Big straight like that, big over rotation is a 0, and Cherba's half. Dennis Miguel has 10. All you got to do is do a nice lead run, and I think this is going to Miguel. So let's see what happens in the next run. Last time this happened, more stuff happened. So maybe it might go one more time. Hopefully it does. But this is kind of all in Dennis's hand here. So let's see what happens. Let's see what Cherba can do from the chase run.
Yeah, I say Benedictus Cherba now will be kicking himself inside that car because he possibly has threw away his championship hopes here at the final round of the OIDC 2023 season. But we see both cars lead the line. Look at Dennis McGall and Cherba. You can see he's driving with aggression. He is right there with him. This is the chase run I was expecting from the start from Benedictus Cherba as we see him coming through. Maybe Miguel a small bit shallow there, bringing Cherba on the inside, but Cherba is right there with him, showing why he is one of the best drifters in the world. As we see Dennis McGall not really putting a foot wrong. It's not the best line, but it's not the worst line either. As we see Cherba now coming up, transitioning further. Last time I thought they were going to make contact there, Alan, as they flick back. Cherba out to the wall. Miguel putting a small bit of a gap around the last zone and over the line. Wow, I am very interested to see what the judges think of this one.
Yeah, Cherba had to throw everything there at Dennis McGall, and it looked like Dennis did what he needed to do in the lead run. Wow, look at the proximity, the closest we've seen all night so far. And obviously, Dennis, you're doing a good job in the lead run. Obviously, dropping wheels, car not maybe the most powerful here, but Cherba really wearing the side of Dennis McGall. D46, there's actually contact there. Obviously, both of these carbon Kevlar fighters really able to bump into each other and not really show much damage, as you can see with transition back here. This is where we had contact last time. And Cherba, oh, a little tap on the wheel there. That's kind of interesting there. I wonder, is there anything extra there? Obviously, the judges have extra live stream camera views that they can access, so they might be able to see something there. But to be honest with you, I don't know if there's much there that Dennis did wrong. So we'll be interested to see how the judges look at that. But I think, other than that, it's pretty clear cut. Cherba, I think, has seen his fate here, that he might be being knocked out a little early here. And let's see what happens right now.
Yeah, as we see Cherba driving around waving to the crowd. As we see Cherba getting out of the car there now, waving to the crowd. And your winner is Dennis McGall, and unfortunately you can see the heartbreak in Benedictus Cherba's face there. He is just so good. You know, his championship dreams is just after disappearing, and oh wow, so unfortunate. But look, that's drifting, Al.
Yeah, that's as we say back home in Ireland, that is how the cookie crumbles. And unfortunate for Cherba there. Obviously a great set of battles there. Obviously that one more time run. Yeah, look, not the nicest of battles, unfortunately, from Cherba's behalf, but he did his best, and unfortunately that over rotation sealed his fate. But we now move on to Nick Nack and Serhii Krimitz, as Nick Nack obviously also in the shout for the championship. And with Cherba now being knocked out, this could be Nick Nack's path back into the top step. Obviously, Deham is into the top 8. Cherba has now been knocked out. And obviously, we've got Nick Nack as well against Serhii Krimitz. So let's see how this goes. Nick Nack to lead in, Serhii Krimitz to chase.
Okay, so we see both cars coming through the chicane. It is Nick Nack throwing it in. Look at Krimitz. Absolutely all the flames shooting out the wing and bonnet at Toyota Altezza. But Nick Nack putting the foot down, showing that new engine setup clearly is working for them as they come into zone 4. Krimitz a small bit on the inside, but he gains proximity. Nick Nack on a beautiful lead line as he flicks back now for zone 5. Absolutely putting that car exactly where the judges asked him. So we see Krimitz though is right there with him when they transition back for the second last time through clip 7. Flicks it back for the wall. Nick Nack doing a nice job here, but look at Serhii Krimitz. He's right there with him. Absolutely stuck to Nick Nack. Wow, what a run from the Ukrainian driver.
Again, another one of these battles where Nick Nack doing exactly what he needs in the chase, in the lead run, should I say, and obviously Serhii being right there with him. But obviously, when you have a very good lead run, it really opens up to the chase driver and allows them to gain proximity. And unfortunately, in areas Serhii didn't really use the opportunity that Nick Nack gave him, but really did attack in other places too. So let's see what Nick Nack can do in the chase run. Obviously, Nick Nack doing a fantastic lead run up until this point, doing exactly what he needs to do. Serhii really closes up on the proximity in the last couple of transitions, getting super close in the transitions, and especially on this last corner, doing a really good job. Again, one thing I want to mention here, it looks like, yeah, new engine for Nick Nack, but it doesn't sound to have the most amount of power. So I wonder, is the humidity, is the heat here tonight really affecting these NA powered cars?
Yeah, as we see Nick Nack now, a little fist bump to his father, words of encouragement as they head in for the chase position, and it's going to be interesting. Any chasing I've seen this kid do today now has had my jaw on the floor. He has pulled off some crazy manoeuvres behind other cars, so it's going to be exciting to see what he can do when he's stuck to the back of that Toyota Tesla of Kremitz. As we see both cars back on the line. Thumbs up from the driver, strobe lights flash, traffic light goes green, away they go. It's Kremitz to lead, it's Nick Nack to chase as they come tearing down the straight. Look at Nick Nack, he's nearly beside him there coming down the straight. Oh, guy's thrown it in lovely there now through the first section. Look at Nick Nack, absolutely stuck to the side of that car. This is the chasing we've been watching all morning from this young driver. Oh, and he just has to back out ever so slightly, thrown on a bit too much angle. How does he hold that? That was an unbelievable move from Nick Nack. Kremitz is on a lovely lead line here now as they make their way into clip 6, as you see that E36 BMW stuck to the side. Don't know how did it make contact in that transition as they come around to flick it back for the last time. Nick Nack out onto the wall. Kremitz on a lovely lead line, but Nick Nack is right there with him. Proximity was so consistent in that run. So consistent with him all the way around.
Exactly, Mike. Wow. This is what Nick Nack is known for, is these transitions, and they're absolutely mind-blowing. Obviously, Serhii Kremitz here doing a decent job in the lead run, but Nick Nack wearing wearing the door of that Toyota Altezza. And as a little mistake here from Nick Nack, but I feel like that was kind of on Serhii Kremitz a small bit, as he does enter that zone a little too soon, and obviously cuts off Nick Nack a tiny bit. But Nick Nack really adapting to the lead run here from Serhii Kremitz as he really starts utilising and filling all the clipping points. A lovely transition from Nick Nack as he gets right onto the door, backs right off the correct amount, transitions nicely back onto the door, and Nick Nack really wanting to push Kremitz across that finish line. And I think this is going to age in Nick Nack's favour, in my opinion, but we'll have to wait and see what the judges think. Obviously, we're just commentators, so we might be missing out on something here.
So as we see both drivers getting out of the car, and there you have it. The young man from Latvia, Nick Nack, gets the win, and he moves on to the Grade 8, where he will face Ahmed Daham. That is a battle now I'm excited for. But we have to wait. While we wait, we'll just watch Ali McSeed and Clint Van Oot. That'll keep us entertained for a while, won't it, Al? Two guys who are absolutely on it today. Ali McSeed has seen Cherva go out. He knows he has that championship slowly just coming together in his favour, but he still has his good friend Ahmed Daham, who's still sniffing down. And all going well for both of them. They could meet in the semi-final. So yeah, that's a good one to watch. As we see Kremitz doing a huge burnout in front of the start line. Absolutely smoking the Oman Drift Arena out of it here. So, as he makes his way off the track, that car is just so obnoxiously loud. It is crazy. Well, we made it to smoke clear though, Al.
Yeah, I was just going to say that to you, Mike. You know, obviously, Serhii Kremitz has been known the burnout master here for the last. He's been rivaling some of the Aussie boys that are here. That's how good his burnouts and tip-ins have been. But we're now going to have to probably wait another minute or two here for the drift arena to clear out. We're absolutely smoked, as you can see from this shot here of the start line. It's actually amazing because you can just see nothing only but Ali McSeed and Clint. But unfortunately, we don't really get to see them anymore as all the Tire Sport covers the start line. So thank you, Serhii Kremitz. Thank you for coming to IDC. We'll see you next year, of course, hopefully. So. Yeah, Mike, obviously, Serhii Kremitz and Nick Nack, great battle there, but we're now moving on to Ali McSeed and Clint Van Oort. And yeah, this one, I was talking to Ali McSeed and I was also talking to Clint before this battle during the break there, during the top 32 break. And yeah, these guys are chatting away. They're excited to drive their first time battling. So it's going to be super interesting to see what Clint does in the chase run. Obviously, Ali McSeed qualifying ahead of Clint. So he has obviously a bit more of a lead run on Clint. So let's see what happens. But obviously, first of all, we have to wait for this smoke to clear. And I'll be honest with you, it's only bad for you guys on stream. Everywhere else here, it's actually pretty clear. So I think we might be sending these cars pretty quickly, Mike.
Yeah, it's just the wind seems to be blowing right towards the start line. It brought every bit of smoke right in front of them cars. So yeah, I'm just looking out the window here. It's nearly clear. We can see a good chunk of it. So we should be sending these guys off very, very soon. So it's Ali McSeed representing Kuwait versus Clint Van Oot representing the Netherlands. She said two guys that have never battled each other before, but this is one that I'm excited for. Clint told me there last night, he was like, he has a brand new body kit, so that car's going into container absolutely wrecked. And no better man to do it. But look, the strobe lights go. It is Ali McSeed to lead, Clint to chase. through the chicane, and away they go. So look at Clint tucking right in there, but the speed of Ali coming down the straight. Clint knows he's fast. He's going to have to stick right there with him, which he does. Ali puts the foot down now on the front brake, just keeping that car settled, keeping out wide through 3. But Clint just dropping a small bit back now as Ali is on a lovely lead line all the way around zone 4. Flicking it back for 5. Clint is still there with him though. Great dive from Clint as he's all right there with him. Not sure what happened. Just look at Clint was nearly over rotating. He does a great job to keep that car in position as we see Ali flicking back last time for the wall. Clint needs to make a dive to close the proximity. He knows Ali's going to be close to him when we swap them around as they come over the line. It's not a bad run, but a great lead from Ali McSeed.
Yeah, Ali McSee doing a really good run here in the lead run. Obviously, Clint diving onto the door, but just couldn't get it to stick, and obviously lost a massive amount of proximity here. Obviously, understeers. Oh, actually, a bit of a wobble there from Ali McSee. Well, I missed that, but obviously, Clint Van Oort here in the chase run, having to cut a bit of track to gain a bit of proximity, and I don't know, this battle. Yeah, it's hard to really get to the door again, because once you get there, you kind of have to hesitate again. And this is what was kind of happening to Clint. You can see he gets to Ali McSeed, has to make a little correction, and then loses proximity again. And this might be from the speed of Clint Van Oort. So obviously we now have to swap it to the Clint to lead in to Ali McSeed. And obviously now Clint is going to have to do a good lead run here. Obviously Ali McSeed, it's all in his hands. As you can see, he's his team NMK Performance watering down Ali McSeed's car here for the second run, Mike.
Yeah, as we see both guys, so both teams up there just ready to give the cars a quick spray, get them cooled down for the second half of this run. So we have Ali back on the line, and Clint will join him very, very shortly. As you say, Alan, exactly it. Clint's going to have to do a brilliant lead run here, and Ali's going to have to stick it on his door. So it's going to be interesting to see what way this is going to go as our marshal waves Clint back to the start line. And we're getting ready to send them for the second half of this battle, as we see so yeah, two cars on the line, the strobe lights are flashing, the traffic light goes green, and away they go. Clint to lead, Ali to chase. It's S14 versus GT86, the old versus the new in drifting, as we see Clint throwing it in. Ali washing a small bit wide as Clint gets a little bit of proximity. Ali's going to have to put the foot down now, try and catch him, and he does, as we see them coming through clip 3 into zone 4, into the first decel zone. Clint on an absolute beautiful line. Contact from Ali McSee, but Clint Van Oort keeps it in it. Absolutely hero driving from both guys as we see them coming up to clip 6 as they transition for the second last time, flicking back. How did Ali not make contact? Clint's on a beautiful lead line. He knew that's what to do, putting the back of that S14 out wide, but Ali McSeed is right there with him. Foot brakes light up as he comes round the last corner. Brilliant run from both guys.
You know, with the speed Clint coming in there, I actually thought Ali McSeed was going off the track, but this is probably one of the best lead runs I've seen so far tonight from Clint. Look at this, absolutely pinpoint perfect out to the outside zone here. And I think Ali McSeed here actually giving a tap on the rear wheel there. It was a bit interesting, obviously. Yeah, you know what? Clint's lead run, absolutely pinpoint perfect. I have to say, this is probably his best lead run all night. And I have to say, probably the best lead run I've seen from any driver so far. So credit to Clint, and Ali McSeed really clutching at the straws from Clint. So it's going to be very interesting to see where this one goes. Obviously, could go kind of anywhere. Obviously, we're not judges in this perspective, Mike, but this could go any direction, in my opinion.
Yeah, definitely this can go anyway, and you know what, in my opinion, I'd like to see it go one more time. I think both guys, have a bit more in them and we can get a bit better of a battle. But that lead run from Clint was absolutely amazing. As we see the generic drift and hand signals, body language, it's so funny to watch in the live stream. Drivers don't realise how funny they look, but from this angle it's hilarious. But the winner is Ali McSeed, and unfortunately that's the end of the night for Clint Van Oort, but we really hope to see him back here again in the OIDC Championship.
Yeah, obviously Clint, obviously that bouncing technique he was on, I think he was referencing his car at one point. I didn't notice it was tree-wheeling a tiny bit, but obviously Ali McSeed moving on into the grade 8, extending his championship lead over, unfortunately, Turba, who got knocked out in the top 16 not too long ago. So now, who do we have in the championship fight, Mike? We've got Ali McSeed, we've got Nick Nack, and we've got Daham. Is there anyone else potentially in the fight right now as we move on to the next battle? which is Tarek Al-Shahani and obviously Edgar Krogris. As you can see, Edgar leading in Tarek Al-Shahani. Tarek Al-Shahani in his gorgeous orange S13. Wow, what a dive there from Tarek Al-Shahani, but Edgar really doing a clean lead run here. As you can see, a nice dive from Tarek Al-Shahani's going to the outside zone. And wow, look at this lead run from Edgar Krogris as he's doing a nice job in the Eurofighter, the F-22 Eurofighter. Tarek Al-Shahani does a big dive on an inside, but really trying to clutch at the straws of Edgar Krogris. And wow, contact there from Tarek Al-Shahani. Wow, we'd love to see a bit of door-on-door action, but you know, we don't want to see corrections like that either, as Krogris does a very good job in the outside zone here. And Tarek Al-Shahani really doing a good job in the chase run, Mike.
Yeah, that was a great chase there from Ali. Taruk, my apologies. But yeah, just unfortunately that missed camera timing there. But that's just for us in the live stream. Our judges are watching completely different camera angles in this, so they would have seen it all with their eyes. So yeah, just that moment there, I don't know what happened. We've seen a beautiful view of the city, but just not what happened coming into the decel zone, as we see Taruk just dropping two there, a little bit too wide and very shallow on that last dive there, coming up for 6. So he cut the track to try and gain this proximity back there, Alan, and then the smoke and cones and everything in the middle of the track from the crossover. So yeah, it's going to be interesting to see what way the judges will look at this one. Very good lead run though for Eggers, to be fair. Like, he's just another driver who I wasn't, you know, too up on before I came out here, and he's definitely caught my attention. Absolutely brilliant driving in that crazy BMW. So fast around the circuit. So as we await just to fix, our marshal is just fixing a corner or two on the track. The guy's clip and put out, and there we go. Thumbs up for both drivers. The strobe lights are flashing, and away we go. So it's Taruk who leads, and Eggers to chase. Taruk drifting out of the chicane, throwing it in so fast, but he's washing so wide through that first corner. Just saying the one on the mid-line, which gives Eggers every opportunity to get in there. Now Taruk bit shallow there on the inside. Huge dive from Eggers. How does he not make contact? Has to kind of back out of it ever so slightly as they come out with clips 4 and flick back for zone 5. This is a crazy run in the lead position. He's trying to be as fast as possible, maybe not consistent with his line, but Eggers doing a great job now to chase him as they flick back for the last time. Taruk not as deep at the start of that zone near the wall, but he does get in there. But look at Eggers right there with him, absolutely nearly pushing him over the line. That's not a bad run, Al.
Yeah, Tarek Al-Shahani kicking the clutch, leaving the finish or the start line, should I say, and really sending it hard into this first corner, but really not really getting the line that he needs. He barely makes his clip 2, cuts the inner clip 3 here pretty badly. That forces Krogris in the kebab fighter to make a little error. But you know what? It's kind of hard. We kind of would like to see that little mistake there from Krogris to the chase runner. Maybe that was Tarek's fault, as he completely misses the outside zone there of Tarek Al-Shahani. Krogris goes on the inside. Very sketchy battle for the last half of this run here, so it's going to be interesting to see where the judges look at this. I don't believe this is Tarek's cleanest lead run, and I don't believe this could be Krogris's best chase run either, so it's going to be very interesting to see how the judges look at this, Mike.
Yeah, it literally is a battle of mistakes now, so I'm not sure what way the judges will go. I think both drivers made simple mistakes in very similar spots in both lead and chase, so it might be. I'm only speculating, but it might be one more time. I'm not sure now. That's kind of my opinion. I've seen mistakes on both sides, so it probably would be the fairest way is to just run them again and see what happens. But oh, there you have it. The judges obviously thinking the same, so we are going to go a one more time, which is only fair.
Yeah, I just wanted to say I think that was probably the fairest call. You know, both lead runs a little sketchy, both chase runs also kind of sketchy, and I think the judges said, look, there's a lot of mistakes going on here. We want to see them one more time, and you know what? I'm not complaining. I don't know about you, Mike, but I'm definitely not complaining about that. So excited to see that go one more time, and let's see if any of these two drivers can really clean up the act and really show who's the dominant driver.
Okay, so because that is the last battle in the bracket, we're going to have to wait. So we're just going to take a quick break, and we will be back in few moments, just let them guys get new tyres and fuel, and then we will be running back there one more time between Taruk and Eggis to see who gets the last spot in the Grade 8.
الموسم الحالي. نرجع لاستعراض اللون جميل على الشاشة، عمل جميل ورائع.
Okay, so welcome back, and we have Edgar's in the warm-up box. So he is making his way to the line, and he is going to go against Tarouk Al Shahani for that one more time for the last spot in the grade 8. So while we're waiting on Tarouk, so far in our grade 8 we have Dennis Miguel versus Nazar Aharbali, and we have Haitham Al Hadidi versus Andreas Vasiliauskas. We also have Ahmed Daham versus Nick Nack. That's one I'm really excited for. And then we have Ali McSeed against the winner of this battle. Alan, what a grade 8 is shaping up to be. What are you excited to see in the grade 8?
You know what? One of my favourite things about drifting is the unexpectation of what happens next. And obviously Tarek Al Shahani, I've watched Tarek drift over a year for many, many years, and he's one of the top Omani drift drivers. As wow, what a smoke show from him in the burn-up box. This is actually just as entertaining as the drift battles are. But you know what? Look, Krogerus did a very good job at round 1, got a top 4. I have to say myself, we got the third, fourth place battle over him. But you know what? He has a hard battle here with Tarek Al Shahani, and whoever wins this battle obviously moves on into the grade 8. So this is it, Mike. Who's going to take this one?
Well, we're about to find out. Figures to lead. We see Tarouk to chase as they come tearing down. Both guys already know each other. They've hit once, so they're going to try and not have a repeat of the last one. But look at this from Tarouk Akshani. Oh, and a big opposite drift from Edgar. So unfortunately, he has to kind of bail out of it a small bit. Luckily, he didn't end up going off the track. Tarouk doing a great job not to make too much contact with him. It was only a light small rub on both sides of the car, as we see both guys bringing it around. That was a big opposite drift. Now I'd be wondering, Alan, is that going to be a complete zero for Eggers, or will there be some sort of points? But what's going on? Tarouk ending up completely on the inside of the track, just getting it all wrong in that last corner, Alan.
Wow, okay, that was a bit unexpected. This is kind of referencing what I was on about earlier, the unexpectation. And as you can see, obviously, Kroger's initiating. Look at that from Tarek Al-Shahani, 2 taps on the wheel, but it kind of, what was going on here? Obviously, it looked like to me that Edgars was not going to make that next corner, so decided to hesitate, do a little mangy to try and get back going again. So I'm not sure how the judge is going to look at that. Could Kroger's link those 2 corners together? We have to wait and see. Obviously, Tarek Al-Shahani tapping on the rear wheel there was obviously not ideal, but as you can see, they finish off the run here. And Edgar is doing a nice job in the lead run here. Nice job running the wall. What was Tarek doing here? I'm not really sure what's going on. He's stuck on the inside here. But this, I know. I don't even know what to say, Mike, to be honest with you.
That's just one of them scenarios that you're like, I'm not sure. I've seen both guys do amazing runs this weekend, and I don't know what way the judges are going to look at that one. But we have 2 cars back on the line. We are just waiting to get the signal from our head marshal. So our judges are actually just looking at an alternative angle of that first corner, so obviously they just want to see what's going on, and they're obviously happy enough. Alan, the lights are flickering and away they go. It's Taruk to lead, and it is Edgar's to chase as we Taruk drifting out chicane. Both guys throwing it in hard, but big separation. Taruk is very wide coming through that first section from 1 to 2, but he gets it back online now coming into clip 3 as we see him coming into the first decel zone. Nice wide line from Taruk. Eggers is with him, but he's not as close as we'd like to see him as they transition back around now for zone 5 yet again. Taruk putting that back wheel perfectly on the outer line. See Eggers maybe just getting caught ever so slightly. How did he not make contact on that transition back for the last 2 to 1.
Yeah, still another scrappy battle there, but it was nice to see it actually clean up a small bit from the start. Obviously Tarek Al-Jahani throwing it in super hard here and really carrying a lot of momentum, but not really on the right line, folks. And that really, I think, obviously we'll drop in there to make the track work for him, but Edgar's not really able to keep up with Tarek, even though he's making mistakes in the lead run here. A few mistakes from Tarek. Edgar not really able to utilise those mistakes and catch back up, but he's closing back in Tarek throughout the run here, which is kind of what he needs to do. Unfortunately, super far inside. Massive hesitation from Tarek as he transitions to, I don't even know what outside clip that is. But anyway, we move on into the last outside zone here, and obviously a nice finish off to the run for that battle. You know what, Mike? I'm not really sure how the judges going to look at the first run. I think it's going to be all on the first run here. This battle was a clean chase-ish, and it was a decent-ish lead. So I think it's going to be the first battle. And is the contact from Tarek Al-Jahani the reason why Edgar has made that mistake in the kebab fighter? Or was it maybe the contact was enough, obviously, to keep the battle going, but it was on Kroger's to make sure he made those 2 corners work? So, there's 2 ways to look at this. I'm interested to see what the judge is going to look at it. What's your opinion, Mike?
Look, I'm going to speculate as a fan and just a mere commentator who's watching this, but yeah, I think maybe there might have been some bit of contact. I think camera angles might have come into play as they're coming through that would have made the kebab fighter flick out onto the opposite lock, but it's very hard. I was staring at the wheel to see his front wheel, did it adjust, and the replay it kind of did, but it's so hard to tell. I know the judges have loads of alternative camera angles, which I know for a fact they're looking at, and they're going through this with a fine-tooth comb. But yeah, it's a difficult one. The judges aren't getting an easy run here on the last round. So yeah, it's just going to be interesting to see what they say.
As the 2 drivers are in their cars, we're still waiting for decision to come in. Obviously left to Edgar's Krogeris, right to Tarek Al-Shahani, or maybe is it one more time? We have to wait and see. And it all comes down, in my opinion, to that first battle. And who gets it? Are we going to get a call through?
So yeah, I was just listening to the judges there. So they're looking at multiple camera angles of that first run really and back to that contact. And I think that is going to be the make or break factor in this decision. So as we patiently await to figure out who wins, it's a nervous way for us, Alan, but it's worse for the 2 guys sitting in that car. Look at them, they're dying to know there's a spot in the grade 8 at stake here, and both of them want that position. So yeah, I wouldn't want to be sitting there like that.
No, and from my perspective, being a driver, this is one of the most nerve-wracking moments, actually, because you're sitting in the car, you've had a battle that wasn't possibly the cleanest or your best driving, and you're waiting to see, because at the end of the day, when you're in your car, all you see is the lead driver in front of you. When you're in the lead run, you don't see what the guy behind you is doing. And so you're sitting there, you're not really sure what really happened. You did the best you possibly could at that run, and I'm sure the nerves that these guys are receiving right now must be through the roof. But like we said already, it comes down to that first corner. Tarek, obviously, maybe a little bit of contact. We've yet to see a replay of that. And obviously, look, the marshal pointing at the front wheel there, from where that wheel would have actually touched contact with the back of, look at the scratches there on Tarek Al-Shahani's wheel. That car is absolutely mint usually, so to see marks on the wheel means that there was a bit of wheel contact. Obviously, that's only speculation on my behalf, so we have to wait and see what the judges see if maybe they might have a different angle. And is there any marks on the back of that F22? There's one there on the door, as you can see on the front before the K. But is there any on the back? That could have been from a previous battle. It's kind of hard to really tell about that because those tyre marks are impossible to remove, Mike. I've tried to remove tyre marks from my car and it's not a nice job. So we have to wait and see how the judges look at this. Obviously, they're taking their time with it.
Yeah, the judges are looking at multiple camera angles here now. They're not going to make a quick decision here. They're going to get every bit of information and factor that into their decision-making process. But yeah, as you say, Taruk's car was mint, because I was admiring it all weekend, how mint this car is. That wheel, the paint has gone completely off it. Yeah, I know we're looking at a wheel here, but I can see a mark on the outside of it, yeah. Was it wheel on wheel maybe? Front wheel, but then would that change the direction so violently?
So while we're waiting, I'm just going to speculate here. Let's just say, let's just consider there was wheel-to-wheel contact. And multiple. Are we going to get a call here? Is going to call coming to come true? Oh, Idris Krogers gets the win. So obviously they viewed the contact from Tariq Al-Shahani on Tariq Al-Shahani, and Krogers gets the win, moves on. They obviously felt that the contact was too much. Krogers had nowhere to go only but to try and link the two corners together doing a Manji, which we've never seen here before. I don't even think there's any Manji's been implemented in the OIDC layout before. So obviously Krogers moves on into the grade 8, Mike.
Yeah, there you have it. A tough decision for our judges, but Krogers is moving to the grade 8 in that kebab fighter, which means we have our 8 cars, and now we're going to start the grade 8 competition. So our next battle will be Dennis Miguel versus Nazir Harbali, and that's going to be a very fast battle in my opinion. Okay, so I've just been informed we're taking a quick break, so we will be back with the grade 8 in approximately 10 minutes time. So yeah, quick toilet break for everyone at home and everyone in the tower here, and we'll be back in 10 minutes time.
شكرا علي شكرا فيليبس وشكرا ايضا لكل المتسابقين اللي اشتركوا معنا في هالبطوله بدايتها بدايه الجوله الاولى اليوم الختام الحين تبقى معنا 8 متسابقين. We still have the top 8 to go and to see who will be the final 4 from the top 8 or 8 qualifiers as you see on the screen. Haytham al-Habibi, Nasser al-Habili, Dennis Megan, Andreas, Ahmed Daham, Nick Nash, Ali Maqsi, وإيدن. All the best for Somalia.
Okay, so welcome back, and we are getting ready to start off our top 8 in a few moments, and as you see, our drivers are there. So our first battle will be Nazar Harbali versus Dennis Miguel. Our second battle will be Haytham Al-Adidi versus Andreas Vasiliauskas. Our third battle will be Ahmed Daham versus Nick Nack, and our fourth battle will be Ali Maqseed versus Edgar Karogis. Alan, this event, I don't know, it's the event that keeps on giving, in my opinion. Absolutely everything's happening. It's just gone out of control at this stage. What's your thoughts on it?
Yeah, look, it's been an eventful, to say the least. But you know what? Usually the final rounds of every championship, we want it to be spectacular. And sometimes it can be spectacular from the driving perspective, but it can also be spectacular from the entertainment on the track. And whether it's mistakes or chase driving, proximity, it doesn't matter. We want to see it all. And I think we got a bit of flavour of everything. And we're not even finished yet. We're only at the top 8, Mike. We still have, some of the championship contenders still in for the fight. We've got Ali Maqseed, we've got Daham, we've got Vasiliauskas, we've got some people still left in the fight. So it's going to be a matter of who's going to come out on top here. And obviously this first battle, we've got Nasser Al-Habri and Dennis Miguel. So this is obviously obviously Dennis Miguel taking out Cherba in the top 16. A big upset there. Cherba was second in the championship, only a couple of points behind Ali Maqseed. Ali Maqseed obviously moving on to the top 8, and we will see him a little bit later on. And Ali Maqseed probably has one hand on the trophy right now, but we don't want to get ahead of ourselves. We don't want the commentators curse, Mike, right? You've made that mistake already, so I can't make that mistake just yet. So we have to wait and see what happens next with Dennis Miguel and Nasser Al-Harbi.
Yeah, I put a lot of curses on a lot of drivers this weekend, which I'm afraid to show my face in the paddock now after that. Nicholas Sullivan came up to me last night. He said, you kept telling me I was doing good, and then you said on the live stream and I didn't do that good. But yeah, no, it's been a cracking event. This is exactly what you want for a last round in a championship. All the drama, absolutely everything happening at one time. So it's going to be interesting to see, and I feel whoever gets the top step on that podium tonight is going to truly deserve it. And yeah, as you say, Ali Maqseed, that championship's getting ever so closer, but his good friend Daham is still knocking around, and we cannot rule out Ahmed Daham or this guy. Now, I'm not sure, I'm not getting into the maths. I know he is still knocking around. He was joint 7th coming into this event, so anything can happen. And yeah, we're going to have to wait at the podium to find out. I ran upstairs to see could anyone do it. There was so many calculator abacuses, everything going on doing them maths. I was like, whoa, this is well too complicated for me. I just get excited when cars are on track, so I'll just leave it at that. But as we see, Nazir warming up, absolutely scrubbing them tyres in, making sure to get all the heat in it. I think a few drivers have seen lads go off in the first turn now, and maybe it's put mind games in. A lot of them are nearly overwarming their tyres now. So go on, talk us through that really quick. You've been there. How important is it scrubbing in them front tyres?
Yeah, well, one of the main things, and especially, I suppose it's different for every country, different for every continent, in fact, and it's interesting to see the different perspectives of different drivers coming from different countries and how they approach it, For me personally, my particular car and my VTR tyres, they don't require much heat. So I'm just doing the bare minimum just to get some heat into them, clear off the coating of that's on that rubber, that brand new rubber. And on the front tyres, I'm just trying to get the excess rubber that's on it. And you can actually feel, with a couple of figure eights like what Dennis is doing here, the front of the car is starting to really react quite good. And then keep it that way. You're in your prime area with the tyre temperature. And with the rear, just trying to get a bit of heat into them. Obviously, Dennis doing a lot of work here to the tyres, really trying to scrub them in, getting good amount of temperature into it. Maybe back home, when I'm in Ireland with the cooler climate, I'm doing a lot more work with the tyres, trying to get temperature into them. So different to see. It's interesting to see different perspectives, how every driver does it, and yeah, it's kind of actually a bit of an art form watching him how they do it.
Yeah, it definitely was something I was intrigued by, with so many drivers from so many different countries and people doing different things. You know, you're always wondering what's the right and wrong, but at the end of the day, drifting, there's no right or wrong. It's just getting that car sideways and getting the judge's decision. That's all that matters. But look, here we go. It's the start of the Great 8. The traffic light goes green. It's Nazar to lead. It's Dennis Miguel to chase. Both cars leave the line. Tearing down the straight is Nazar as he throws it in. Dennis on the inside of the track, but so is Nazar, very shallow through that first corner, but he puts the foot down now, trying to get as much of a gap as possible as they come into the first decel zone. Nazar on a lovely line coming through zone 4, absolutely smoking the place out of it. Transitions back, must be one wheel dropped as he comes through 5 there. Lovely wide line, but Dennis is right there with him as they transition back. Lovely transition from both drivers. Nazar throwing it out so wide onto that outer zone, but Dennis is right there with him. Not the proximity we'd want to see at the finish, but a good run overall from both guys.
Wow, what a run there from Nassar in the lead position. And wow, this guy keeps on giving. He's really leveled up his driving in the last season since I last seen him. Wow, what a great job from him through the first couple of clipping points right here. But he's really giving it all the opportunity to Dennis to be right there with him, but Dennis is not making use of the E46 in the chase position. He really can't catch up to Nassar, and as you can see here, we're transitioning here into the last couple of outside clipping points. Nassar really doing a good job here, but you know, Dennis catching back up. We just can't stay with him. We follow into the last outside zone here, and he does pull a little bit of a gap, but it does seem like that Dennis might have dropped the wheel there. We can't really see through the tyre smoke. And obviously tyre smoke hiding mistakes, as judges might say from time to time, so it's probably better to have more tyre smoke than less tyre smoke. But you know what, we like tyre smoke, so I think we'd rather see more of it. As we switch positions now, Dennis to lead in. Nassar is after doing his little cool down lap, and we're going to see him pop into the chase lane here in a moment, Mike.
Yeah, that's it. So we're going to switch them around now. And Nasser is just a beast in the chase position. Round 3 last week, he had me jumping around the place like a madman, he did, with some of the aggressive transitions he's doing. So I really am expecting big things from this battle. But Dennis Miguel, to be fair, you know, he's having a good night. He's not doing much wrong. He's not, do you know, that sort of way. He's consistent, and he's working out to be a tough opponent to beat. So Nassar possibly has a challenge ahead of him here, so it's going to be interesting to see. I'm not sure what our marshal's just looking at there, whether it's some sort of liquid or something, but he has got at the back of Nassar's car there and just asking him. So I think I'm hearing from our track management that it's okay. Yeah, it is okay. 2 thumbs up from both drivers. The line goes green and away they go. So it's Dennis the lead. Oh, Dennis just clipping the cone as he's coming out of the chicane there. As Nassar's right with him, thrown in. So aggressive is Nassar. Dennis on the inside of the track, but Nassar just following both guys, dropping a wheel as we see them coming through clip 2. Now same thing again, very shallow. Both guys dropping in a wheel, but Nassar is just following the lead car. He's close enough that he's nowhere else to go than where he is going, but Dennis is right wide on that zone as they flick back for zone 5. How did Nassar not make contact there? An absolute crazy transition from the young man from El Salvador as they flick back into clip 7, getting ready for the last transition. Out wide to the wall, both cars on that outer line. Nassar stuck right there with him as he brings it around and over the finish line. Wow, Alan, what a kid in the 350.
Yeah, Nassar really, I mean, this guy has really been raising his game over the last year, and it's great to see him really, you know, wear people's doors, should we say. You know, Dennis, maybe not the cleanest lead run. I do feel that Nassar had a better lead run throughout the whole run, had a lot better momentum and less mistakes. But the chase run was all on Nassar. What a great job. Look at this dive here. Obviously a little hesitation there, but you know, super slow. Looks to be super slow there from Dennis in the lead run there. But you know, Nassar doing a fantastic job. There's no hands down, probably one of the best chase runs of the night. And obviously he's really utilising Dennis's good lead run positions, but obviously left goes to Dennis Miguel, right goes Nasser Halby, and Nassar gets to, and he moves on to the top 4. And wow, I want to see more of Nassar. What a great job from him. And we say goodbye to Dennis Miguel. Good job there from Nasser Al Harbi. Wow, what a fantastic run. And he says hello to the camera. Wow, what a good job. So as Nasser gets back into his car, we move on to the next battle, and that will be Haitham Al Hadidi. That will be Haitham Al Hadidi and Mike. Oh, we have.
Yeah, so I'm just been informed that unfortunately Andreas Vasiliauskas has had mechanical issues and has to bow out of competition. So yeah, Haitham will get a bye run. It's not what we like in the top 8, but look, that is drifting when you're pushing cars further than they should be. So yeah, Haitham will make it into the top 32, which will see Haitham and Nasser in a semi-final. Alan, that's the semi-final I want to watch.
Yeah, this is shaping up to be a great top 4. Obviously, it would have been nice to see Vasiliauskas and Haitham Al Hadidi battle there. I think it would have been absolutely crazy. It would have been 2 wild drivers battling it out, one from the Middle East, one from Europe. But unfortunately, we're not going to see that, and we will see Haitham Al Hadidi do a bye run here. And I don't expect to do anything crazy here. But one thing I want to mention, you said you were going to have Nasser in the top 4. We also have Haitham in the top 4. So we have one driver from El Salvador. We have one driver from Oman. Okay, and the next couple of battles, we have one driver potentially from Kuwait, from Ali Maxid. We have one other driver from Daham, right, from Jordan. We have another driver from Latvia. And the last... Oh, whoa, what just happened? Okay. Right, okay, why can't we just have a normal conversation and not something like this happen? We were just having a normal conversation about what was going to happen next. Have I just... And at front, I've never seen this happen before. He probably should, to be honest with you, Mike.
Yeah, he should definitely stop driving. Like, it's a bye run, man. Alan, is that the centralist wheel after braking?
I think that's exactly what's happened, Mike. But the thing with the OIDC rules, is that you need to complete your bye run. And that's why he drove across the finish line, to make sure he guaranteed his spot into the top 4. Could you imagine? Your wheel falls off, you stop, right, during your bye run, and that's it, you were out. That's why that is probably one of the craziest, Mike's, situations I've ever seen in a drift battle. In a bye run of all runs.
Alan, his wheel didn't fall off. It snapped the centre. The wheel is still bolted on. What? I genuinely am speechless. And you know me, Alan, it takes a lot to keep me speechless. But that there, I am done very confused after that.
That is crazy. He gets out of the car, all smiles. And to be honest, I can't even remember what we were talking about before that, but they can actually literally take the 5 bolt off the wheel of the car. That's a souvenir and a half right there for Haitham Al Hadidi. Wow, that is... I've never seen it happen before, especially during the bye run. Could you imagine if we had a battle like that? What would Vasiliauskas done in that situation? What he would have probably... okay, it's too hard to speculate. But fantastic. I think we're getting confirmation there. Haitham does move on into the top 4 regardless, as he does technically complete his bye run. But he's got a bit of work there. As you can see, the whole Wisefab arm sitting on the ground, Mike. That's not obviously ideal. There's sparks everywhere. I want to see a replay of that, Mike.
Yeah, the Wisefab would have been dragged the whole way for about half a lap there, Alan. So it's gone. I'd say it's more than just change a wheel now at this moment in time. I'd say there's a good bit of work to be changed in the front steering kit. Look, them guys in there, they're a great team. I know for a fact. Haitham has some good mechanics in the pits with him, so I'm sure they will be getting all the bits and pieces ready to try and get that car fixed. But what? It just doesn't make sense. I'll you may talk for a minute. I'm broke.
As Mike is now broken. As you can see, the marshals are now trying to recover Haitham's car. This is the thing, right? So it seems like it was resting on the lower bolt of the Wisefab arm. So if there is damage to the Wisefab, are they even able to take that arm off? You know what I'm saying? They might have to cut that arm off. So that's crazy. That's so wild. I've never seen that happen before. Obviously, Haitham and his team, like you mentioned earlier, Mike, 300 Performance, fantastic group of people there, encyclopedia of knowledge between all of his crew. So I'm sure they'll have that figured out pretty quickly. But wow, what a scenario! I've never seen that happen before, Mike. Never.
Yeah, so I have requested a replay, Alan, because this is just mind blowing me. So let's not take our eyes off the screen. You at home, everyone, keep your eyes on the screen to try and figure out what actually happened here. It's just just seems like it just snapped. I don't think he didn't hit anything. He didn't do anything. We're not gone. Me and Alan are just. Oh, it just.
Just like that.
That is very scary. If you were on the motorway and you were just driving along, you know, just tipping on the motorway and that happened, that's a scary scenario that the wheel just snapped.
He continues his run.
What a guy for continuing his run. He absolute legend, bro. Do you know what? I've seen a lot of things in drifting, but that is a first. I've seen wheels break from contact and hitting walls and things like that, but not from a transition, Alan.
No, I don't. How they even have to put? Oh, they actually have a jack out right now to stack the car, to jack the car up to bring it back into the pit. So I think we might be waiting here for a moment, Mike. But what a snap! It was so weird how the car transitioned, and the wheel. It actually looked like the whole front left of the corner actually fell off the car. It didn't look like the wheel fell off, you know, or snapped. And what's even crazier is that all 5 spokes of the wheel snapped at the same position. Wow, that is absolutely crazy. That's I've never seen that happen before. Absolutely crazy. So, yeah, as you can see, we're going to have to wait here for a little bit as Haitham Al Hadidi's Red Bull S13 or S15, should I say, gets removed from the track, and we'll probably take a little minute break there while we settle our nerves, Mike. We have to settle ourselves because we're only getting started in the top 8. And yeah, we can't let this override what could happen coming up soon. So we'll get back to you all very, very soon.
وزارة الثقافة والرياضة والشباب، وزارة التراث والسياحة، ركب الموبايل، تلقاء، وأيضا الجمعية العمانية للسيارات. الشكر الموصول لإمامنا راشد وملك الدين والدفاع المدني، وأيضا شكر موصول للقائمين على التنظيم الجميل خارج الحلبة ومنظمي المواقف. شكرا أيضا لهذا الجهود الكبير اللي حاضر ومتواجد ومستمتع لغاية اللحظة هذه اللي شرفنا فيها رئيس مجلس جمعية عمان للسيارات العميد سعد بن علي المسكري. شكرا أيضا للجنة التحكيم مكون من جيران وبيرمان ووفاء، وأيضا طاقم التحكيم المحلي والسوبرفايزر خالد النجي، وأيضا سعود الرواحي. شكرا كثير لهم. يجيب السيارة الحين هيثم يطلع سيارته، سمونا تحية هيثم، يستاهل تحية هيثم، حيونا هيثم. هيثم حبيبي معلش الأربعة ويكون متواجد ومشارك ويسعد الوقت. منهم عندنا سالم، عندنا موجود علي.
Okay, so welcome back. Me and Alan have recuperated. We're ready to go. And now we got Ahmed Daham versus Nick Nack. This is one I've been excited from the minute I've seen it. So yeah, we have Daham to lead and we have Nick Nack to chase. This is going to be an amazing battle. Well, I say that now, Alan, but what's happened tonight, we don't know what's about to go down. As we see Ahmed Daham representing Jordan and Nick Nack representing Latvia. This is going to be insane. Look at that drone shot right above our start line, looking absolutely amazing as we see both cars leave the line, and here we go. So it is Daham to lead, Nick Nack to chase, throwing it in hard. Look at this from both drivers. Lovely initiation, and what a start to the battle as we see Daham coming in. A nice knee line, but Nick Nack is right there with him. This young man is so experienced, more experienced beyond his age in my opinion, as he's nearly touching the side of Daham as they come through zone 4. Daham putting the foot down now, trying to pull a gap, but he is not able to get rid of Nick Nack. Nick Nack is stuck right there. Transition now back through to the touch and go clip 7, putting the absolute foot down. What can Ahmed Daham do? Putting the back of that S14 out wide onto the wall, but Nick Nack is right there, pushing Daham around the last corner and over the line.
Wow, that was a battle to get Mike hyped. As you can see, initiation from Daham was fantastic, but look at the Nick Nack in the chase position. As you can see, Daham understeering through clip 3 here, but as you can see, Nick Nack is still there with him. And he gives a big dive onto the door of the Red Bull S14 of Ahmed Daham. Look at him, he's actually putting tire marks on the door. But Daham's leader, I have to say, you know, he's making a few errors here. He's not the cleanest that we have seen all night, but he has to be one of the better ones all the same still, as Nick Nack is really trying to stay with Daham, following, doing all of his moves, transitioning, perfect timing, running the wall from Daham. That was sick. Across the line. Wow, what a battle from these two monsters. Well, Red Bull and monsters, should I say.
See what you did there. Am I correct in saying that this is the 4th time these guys have battled in the 4th round in the one season? What is the chance of that?
Yeah, and the first time it was Nick Nack that got the win because Daham's engine failure. Second time it was Daham's win, I believe. And in the third time it was Daham's win again because of Nick Nack's engine failure. So this time it's going to settle the battle differences. So let's see what happens, Mike.
Well, I hope it's not engine failure, Alan, that's all, because that's all I heard in them last ones. But here we go, we've Nick Nack throwing it in. But look at Ahmed Daham, he's right there with the young Latvian driver as they put foot to the floor now, making their way through clip 2, out wide to 3. A lovely look, guys, rubbing the wall. Daham is right there with Nick Nack. This is an unbelievable battle so far, as we see Nick Nack putting a lovely lead line on. Daham has to hit the brakes to avoid making contact as they transition for the last time now, out to the wall. Nick Nack in a lovely wide line through zone 4. Daham is right there with him. Wow.
Mike, I want to see that one more time, I think we should. But there's a couple of things I spotted. Obviously, Daham here with the understeering the lead in the chase run here behind Nick Nack. As we head now into inner clip number 3, Daham is right there with him. He does a big dive onto the door here in the outside zone. But right here, we see Nick Nack drop 2 wheels, tap the wall, and even a wheel drop here on the outside. So multiple wheel drops there from Nick Nack and a wall tap from him in the lead run, and Daham's right there with him. So, finishing off this run, obviously Daham is right there with him. Nick Nack doing all he needs to do in the lead run. Fantastic wall run there from Nick Nack, doing everything he needs to do. Maybe not as close as Daham was, but Daham right there with him, making a few little dives onto the door, making a few little errors. I do think Nick Nack had a slightly cleaner lead, or chase run, should I say. I do think he had a slightly cleaner lead, but Daham had way more aggression. So it's it's weighing up, what do the judges prefer? Do they prefer the aggression or do they prefer the consistency? Or maybe they like to see both. And maybe this could go one more time, Mike.
Yeah, that is such a good battle. It's the one I'm hoping will go again. You know, brilliant lead from both guys and brilliant chase from both guys. Like, yeah, I should say, Al, they're small little mistakes. That's little tiny details, but that is what it's going to take to separate both guys. So it's going to be very interesting to see what our judges say. Oh, I'm just hearing from the judges they want to look at a replay of both runs, so they're going to have a good look through this, Alan. Obviously, maybe they've seen something that we didn't, me and you. Just getting a little bit too excited because we are just fans, really.
Of course. And the thing is, obviously, Nick Nack, when I mentioned Nick Nack's lead earlier being a little bit cleaner, I was referencing how he filled all the clipping points and how he's super smooth. However, I did forget, he did look like he dropped 2 wheels before he tapped the wall, and he dropped the wheel again after that. So, let's see who it goes. Does it go Nick Nack from his just better consistency throughout the run, but even though he did tap that wall, or does it go to Daham despite the few errors he made in the first couple of clipping points on both his lead and chase run? So it's going to be super interesting. This could go one more time, but it could go in either driver's favour too, especially with versus consistency or aggression.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting to see. I'm sure it's a nervous way from both them guys there. For the 4th time to meet in 4 rounds, the chance of that happening is just amazing. And this is going to see who separates them out and to get into the final 4 and get 2 shots at going for one of them podium steps tonight. You know, I feel both guys deserve to be there, and I think it's going to be really, really harsh on who doesn't get there, but whoever wins this battle will truly deserve it. Our judges are still looking at replays, so... Yeah, how could it separate them? Like, what could it? I think just give the people what they want. Just give them a one more time. I think that would be the best way of doing it, but... The judges get into all this technical stuff to talk about in brief, and I don't really listen. Oh, Alan Hines, it's a one more time. We get to see these guys go for a 5th time in one season. Wow.
Actually, I think this might be a 6th time because they had one more time previously as well, Mike. And I think this is what we want to see. Obviously, you know, let's weigh it up. Obviously, we have Nick Nack's one big mistake, which is that wall tap, and he did drop a wheel coming up to it. But also, you know, that was his only real big mistake. He had the chase run, he had the good lead run other than that wall tap and the wheel drops in those little areas. But then the ham, he had more smaller mistakes. A little understeer here, you know, a little not filling the zones in other places. So that was literally differences. So as we see Ali Maxid here reversing back here, what's going on here? Is Ali Maxid calling a 5-minute rule, Mike? I'm not really sure what's going on here. As he's gone back to warm up again. Okay. Oh, phew, that was a good one. But sorry, going back to what I was saying. So, you know, I can see why the judges went with the Nick Nack versus the ham one more time, and I think it makes perfect sense as we now move on to Ali Maxid and Edgar's Krogris. Another NMK performance driver. You know, Ali Maxid in the ham, NMK performance, and 2 Latvians, Edgar Krogris and Nick Nack. So this is almost like a repeat of our last battle.
Yeah, and just the way that Eggers and Nick Nack are pitting together, and so is the Ham and Ali. It's just, what's the chance of this? But look, here we go. It's Ali Maxid to lead. It's Eggers to chase as they throw it in there. Now look at the speed of Ali Maxid, but Eggers is right there with him. As we see now, Ali putting the foot down, trying to pull a gap through 3. Eggers maybe dropping back ever so slightly, but this is the speed of Ali Maxid that we've been watching all weekend. As we see him absolutely filling that outside zone 4 as they come down now. Big transition for 5. Eggers just cutting the track ever so slightly, just trying to gain a bit of proximity, which he does as they transition back now for clip 7, getting the line up for the last transition on this round 4 layout. A huge flick there from the GT86 of Ali Maxid, and Eggers right on the outer line, but not the proximity that I was expecting from Eggers.
Exactly, Mike. I think Ali Maxid is just a little bit too much pace for Edgar's, and that's obviously disappointing for him. He obviously did a nice initiation chasing Ali, but Ali just unleashes that 2J powered GT86 and sends it to the moon. And unfortunately for Krogris, could not really keep up on the F22 Kebab Fighter, Eurofighter. I don't know. I think it really matters. I like Kebab Fighter too. I think it's quite relevant. But anyway, Ali Maxid doing a pretty good lead run here all the same. And unfortunately, Krogris really couldn't catch up with the fight. But you know what? This battle is not over. We still have another run left. Anything can happen, Mike. This is drifting, and we don't want to. Hey, let's not jinx anyone just yet.
We're not going to rule Eggers out yet, but when you have Ali Maxid behind you, you know you're going to probably need a few body panels by the end of that battle, because he is so aggressive in the chase position, and I am super excited for this. And we don't have long to wait as we see Ali pull back up to the start line. I'm sure Eggers' spotter's in his ear saying just pin that car and get away from him, but he has a mountain to climb here. Ali wants that championship. He really wants that championship. I was talking to him the other day and he was telling me like this is his year. He can feel it. So let's see how he gets on when we see Eggers lead drifting out of chicane. But look at Ali, he's tucked in right behind him. That GT86 is practically in the passenger seat of the Kebab Fire as they come around through clip 2. This is a lovely lead line from Eggers, but look at Ali Maxid right there with him as they come into the first decel zone. Big lockups to avoid making contact. Absolutely brilliant lead line from Eggers. What a transition from Maxid as he does great job not to make contact. Eggers yet again, Alan, on a fantastic lead line as they come through the centre section of this track now, getting ready to flick back for the last transition out to the Waller. Both cars on the white line. Wow, what a chase run from Ali McSeed, but an epic lead run from Eggers Krogars.
This is one of those battles, right? Or one of these runs where you can just stay quiet and just let it happen, right? But we can't. So I have to talk over it. And I have to say, what a great job from Edgar in the lead run. But Ali McSeed utilised every single thing that Edgar did good in the lead run and said, I can do better. And look at this first transition here from Ali McSeed. Wow, how fantastic is that? Great, amazing job from him. As obviously Edgar Krogris doing a good job here in the lead run as well. And wow, at this point I nearly want to say that Ali McSeed has one hand on the trophy here. If he keeps his performance up tonight, I can't see why he can't win the event and also win that championship.
Yeah, exactly that. You can see Ali McSeed is hungry to become the 2023 Oman International Drift Champion. And your winner is Ali McSeed. A huge round of applause though for Eggers Krogars. What a drive, what a lead run. That kebab fighter is nothing to be messed with, and we really hope to see him back next year at the Oman International Drift Championship.
And I just wanted to say there as well, Mike, that Ali McSeed, you know, if he does win this championship, he'll be the first MENA driver to ever win the Oman International Drift Championship. Previously, 3 seasons was won by James Dean. He wins everything. Who cares about him? Second season, or the 4th season, was won by Bagsy from the UK. So, Western Europe have won it 4 times. This could be the first time a MENA driver from Kuwait could win the Oman International Drift Championship.
Yeah, there you have it. So, we have 1 space left to get into our final 4. And we have 2 warriors who are going to go at it for the 6th time this season. So we are waiting for Ahmed Daham and Nick Nack. From hearing they're on their way to their burnout box, this is going to be an insane battle. What can both guys do, Alan, to just try and overcome? Like, if you have that a friendly rivalry, let's call it that. You know, the guys get along. We've seen how close they are, but, you know, they both want to win. Like, what would you do psychologically? How would you get yourself in a situation to go beat Nick Nack, or vice versa for Nick Nack to go beat Daham?
You know what? It's all about looking at what each driver does better and utilising and finding a way in your own driving to understand what they do that you can do better than them. Sometimes it can just be, you have to accept the fact that you'll never beat Nick Nack's transitions in the chase run. So you would just make sure that you're more consistent, you do everything better that he sometimes struggle with, and make sure that you're not dropping wheels, making mistakes, wall tapping walls, for example. Daham is similar in another way. Daham is extremely aggressive, but he's super fast. And because of that, he does tend to, you know, again, drop some wheels, but understeer in places. So he's, you know, both drivers are quite quick. They're very, very fast. They're very aggressive, but they're aggressive and I suppose in their own ways. Daham is aggressive in how fast he is. Nick Nack is aggressive just by how he transitions and how fluidly aggressive that he is. So there are 2 different types of drivers, even though you kind of have to put them in the same category as a driver myself that's chasing him and battling him. So look, so we yeah, it's just one of those battles, and battling these 2 guys are fantastic. I just wanted to point out though, how different are these 2 drivers in terms of their cars? Red Bull versus Monster, BMW versus Nissan, 2JZ versus LS. You know, you can't write this, you know. So this is one of these amazing scenarios. And yeah, look, these 2 guys, hopefully we get to see them coming to the line here shortly, and hopefully we don't skip this, because I don't want to see anything else right now. I just want to see these 2 guys battle. I don't know about you, Mike.
Yeah, this is one that I am really excited for. But yeah, just when you say that there, everything that is probably the greatest arguments amongst drifters, BMW versus Nissan, V8 versus 2J, like, you know, both guys are proven they're actually hanging for their own side here. So fair play to them. We're really excited for this. Just cannot wait. I just wanted to start now, Alan. This is not fair. Make them go. As we start to see, the crowd here are absolutely loving this event. Huge roars for each driver. Like, I can't get over how massive of a fan base drifting has out here in Oman. It's just insane. Their drift community, like, the rest of the world, it's a small thing in every country, but it's a huge thing in every country at the same time. So it's really good to see. And like just this Oman International Drift Championship, it's one of these championships that has blown my mind, bringing all drivers from around the world into one place to say, hey, let's see what's going on. And from what I'm hearing is it's only going to get bigger from next year on again. So I'm really excited for next season already.
Well, Mike, you've heard something more than me because, well, yeah, I've planned on coming back here again in the future, obviously, as a driver. And, you know, I love coming here. So I put this as my second home. You know, I come from Ireland. Ireland's a small country. And Oman, even though it's a big country, it's still a small population. And, you know, they have their differences, but the people are very, very similar. And this is why I call it my second home. I love the people here. I love the country. The weather, obviously, way better than it is back home in Ireland. And it's a different greenery, too. It's back home, it's all green. Here in the Middle East or here in Oman, it's all sand gold, you know. So it's definitely they're polar opposites, I suppose, is the best way to word it. But like you said, next year is going to get better, and every single year OIC gets better. Last couple of seasons has been 3 events. Now they've upped it to 4 events. Maybe next year they might up it to 8 events. We never know. I don't think they'll do that, but that would be amazing if we could do something like that from November to February, have all drifting over the winter, because, you know, who likes drifting home in Ireland when it's raining, or home in the snow in Eastern Europe or something like that? No one likes that. We all like drifting in the sun and drifting under the lights. So yeah, this arena is fantastic. The facilities are amazing. The OAA, the Oman Automobile Association with Oman International Championship, amazing organisation here, and I love coming out here, and I hope to be back here again next year putting on a show for these amazing fans that are sitting in the grandstand. Mike.
Yeah, I'm the same as that. Obviously, it's my first season out here. I've only came out for the last 2 rounds, filling in for Eam Waddington, but I really hope to come back out next year. I've had the best 2 weeks ever. As you say, yes, the place is amazing, the people are amazing. We've had so much fun. The driving has been insane. I've seen some of the craziest car builds I've ever seen in my life in that paddock out there. It's just, the things they're doing out here is unbelievable. And like, for everyone, the OAA getting in behind the whole sport and just trying to build drifting as a whole, it's just insane to watch.
As we see Ahmed Al-Amri, another Ahmed Al-Amri on the left here. This is one of the OGs of drifting in the Middle East, and I remember getting a passenger spin in his GTA 6 when I was like 17 years old on Yas Marina, would you believe? Yas Marina, what an experience. So it's great to see him here again, and I'd love to see him driving again as we see more VIPs here in the Oman Automobile Association section. As we see, I think Daham was in the burnout box. We saw a clip of that there. Here he is again. So we are going to see Nick Nack and Daham go at it again, Mike.
Yeah, yes, we are. And do you know what? I might need to take a minute to just bring myself, you know, just calm down before I get hyped up. Seeing Ahmed Al-Amri there brought back good memories. My first ever event out in the Middle East up in Leo Festival. I think you were actually there with me. The first year we did it, and Lamry won that event in that GTA 6. He was just such a crazy driver, absolute OG of the Middle East drifting, and you know, it's good to see him down here supporting all the guys and checking out the new talent. But we see Nick Nack there now in the burnout box, warming them tyres. This young man, I'm telling you, for his age, he's so much experience inside that car, and I cannot wait to see what these 2 guys are going to do to try and outbest each other in this second battle, shall we say, in the one more time between Ahmed Daham and Nick Nack. And we don't have to wait longer because Nick Nack's on the way to the line, and we're going to get this battle underway very soon. Okay, thumbs up from the start line, Marshall. The strobe lights flash, the traffic light goes green. Here we go, it's Daham to lead. It is Nick Nack to chase. Daham clipping the cone as we see Nick Nack tucking right in there behind Daham as they come through the first corner, nearly touching. Daham doing absolutely anything he can to try and pull a gap from this young Latvian driver, but Nick Nack making a ridiculous dive. There is no need to be doing things like that. Daham takes the back of the car off the wall but keeps going. I seen the spoiler fly in the air as we see Nick Nack now absolutely glued to the side of Daham as a transition again. Daham is missing a tyre, Alan. Look, Daham has a tyre off the rim, but yeah, he is still going, and Nick Nack is still with him. This is like some of the best driving I've seen, and Daham only has 3 tyres on the car. Alan Hines, what did you think of that?
Wow. Okay, so let's break it down. Nick Nack initiates onto the door of Daham, but he over-angles and drops back, so Daham has the advantage here as we go into the next outside zone. Massive dive from Nick Nack, but I don't know what happens to Daham here. It's like he gets a blast of understeer, the beads, it looks like the whole back right corner of that car is smashed. It looks like the whole toe arm, everything is smashed, but he keeps it pinned. And this is one of the craziest lead runs I have seen in a while. I mean, obviously, Hytham's other Red Bull driver losing his front wheel was something special, but this is also pretty crazy too from another Red Bull driver, Appa Daham, and Nick Nack, for some reason, still decides to push Daham around the rest of the track. I don't understand that. Why did he do it? That's drifting for you. I think that's why.
Yeah, that was absolutely insane. Daham just hitting the wall and pulling a tyre for him, but still putting one of the best lead runs I've seen tonight on with 3 wheels on the car. So Ahmed Daham is going to have to take a 5-minute rule there just to change out that tyre. You know, we can't let him start with 3 tyres on the car. Obviously, safety comes into play here. So, yeah, we're just going to have to take another moment or two, take a breather and get ready to go again. But yeah, the Hams team will be running around so fast. I'm sure our drones will be flying around that area now to give us a look to see what's going on in the pits. But that was just insane driving from both guys. That dive from Nick Nack from 3 to 4 was just insane. Like, he's so brave doing moves like that, and you know, risk reward. You yourself probably know all about doing them sort of things, and in them moments you just have to go with your gut instinct, I guess.
That's exactly it, Mike. You're kind of in one of those scenarios. You're up against one of the best in the world, and you have no choice but to go 110%, and that's what Daham did right there. And he you know what? Like, Nick Nack was clutching at the straws of Daham. You know, he couldn't keep with him on that second clipping point, the second outer clipping point, you know, right in front of the grandstand, the far over there. He couldn't keep with him, but he did a massive dive on the door into the fourth, zone 4, coming up to that wall, and he did exactly what Nick Nack needed to do to stay with Daham. But Daham had like a wash of understeer, something weird there, and he hit the wall hard, and unfortunately debeaded the tyre and destroyed the wheel, and maybe some suspension damage as well on the cars. You can see in the bottom middle of the screen here, Daham backing the car in, and I hope we get to see him back out on track again. I hope this is not a retirement from him, as we see Nick Nack now going back to the pits. So we have to wait from the judges and track manager maybe to get some bit more information. If we can get that info, that would be fantastic. But yeah, Nick Nack goes back to the pits now, and we want to see another one of this. Now, I will say, look, that was a big mistake from Daham in the lead run, and so obviously I would imagine Nick Nack would have a decent advantage. Obviously, he still managed to maintain proximity, but Daham's lead run, even though it was fantastic, he was driving on 3 wheels. Obviously not the greatest of lead runs either, because he was making mistakes due to that 3 wheels on his wagon. So yeah, I don't know. We'll have to wait and see what happens next, Mike.
Yeah, definitely. It's going to be an interesting one. So hopefully that the damage is not too big for Ahmed's car. They can get it fixed within the 5 minutes. The 5-minute clock will start probably soon enough. As we see a replay, Alan, here, look, just Daham ever so slightly a bit wide. Bang. And he didn't even lift. You know what? That's so bravery. Other drivers would feel that and just pull out of it straight away. Daham knew it was now or never. He also wants to be the first champion, first MENA champion to win the whole out thing in the OIDC. So it's going to be very, very exciting to see what way it goes. I think, you know, I'm only speculating, but I think there's going to be an advantage to Nick Nack going into the second half of this battle.
Yeah, I think so too, as well, Mike. And I mean, let's break it down a small bit. Obviously, there was contact from the wall, pretty severe contact, to the point of where there was a fantastic Toyo Tires advert from the wing of Daham's car as it flew over the wall. But you know what? Like, drifting like that, he finished off the run, so he doesn't score a 0. Okay, but you know, it's impossible for Nick Nack to chase him. You know, he's going way too slow. But Nick Nack still manages to door him across the whole run. It's not a 0 on Daham. Obviously, Nick Nack still has to do a good lead run here when we do switch it around. So I do think it makes sense for Nick Nack to have the advantage here. He doesn't have to do anything crazy. He has the advantage going into the second run, which in a lead run, if you have an advantage, there's not much you can do. Only do the good qualifying lead run. We've seen his lead runs. He's been doing a great job. So it's all on Daham now to really stick it to Nick Nack and hope that maybe Nick Nack makes a mistake in the lead run. And if we get it, we obviously, hopefully we get a fantastic battle. So, yeah, I agree. Nick Nack has a potentially a bit of an advantage here, but it's too early to tell yet, I feel like, also.
Yeah, I'm just super excited to see what Daham's going to do in the chase position, knowing that, you know, Daham, he's a wealth of knowledge when it comes to drifting. He's travelled all the world, competed all over the world with drifting. So he knows he's going to have to give it 110%. And trust me, when Ahmed Daham goes 110%, you want to have your phone out because something cool's about to happen. But also, I don't know if you noticed, I seen 4 cars lined up there. And I just got a whisper in my ear that there's going to be a 4-car train after this battle before the final 4. Just, keep the blood flowing, Hal.
Just because, why not? Exactly, yeah. Who doesn't like seeing 2 cars on track? Well, just double it, yeah, just quad it, quad it up. It's like the quad that went around the track earlier, but this time we have 4 of them. Well, 4 cars, should we say. But yeah, obviously 4-car trains, we've seen it before back home, right? In Ireland, the UK, we've seen some crazy, oh my God. The Hams car is back together, and I think we're about to see this battle. Well, let's forget about the 4-car train for a moment. We're going to go back. Oh man, look at the back of this thing. It's absolutely destroyed. I don't even know what to say. They managed to fix it, and it looks pretty injured, but how? Wow, okay. I'm surprised. I'm amazed. It doesn't look very good on the back right corner there, Mike, I have to say. It looks pretty slammed. It looks a bit unusual.
Yeah, when you said Daham's car is back together, I said barely back together now. And Ahmed Daham, the first man to have an S14 compact, in my opinion. This thing is battered and bruised, but as long as it works, he's going to pedal it. That's all I know. And there's no better driver than Ahmed Daham as we see Nick Nack making his way into the burnout box. This is going to be insane. This young driver has a lot of pressure because Daham is going to be knocking on that door trying to force a mistake. I really hope, there's no more mechanical gremlins in Daham's car that could potentially spoil this run from us. But no matter what, he 3 wheels on there and he's still at a whopper lead line. So Daham's not going to give up.
I mean, we've seen different types of 3 wheels in them before, right? Cocking up the inside wheel. That was something else. That could have technically been 2 wheels, if you really wanted. Here, not the best condition. It could be not his greatest. But wow, look at the lead line from Nick Nack. Look at the angle. Fantastic job from Nick Nack. Big drag on the handbrake, but the ham right under the door to Nick Nack. Wow, pushing him through the outside zone number 4. As we transition back into outside zone 5, Nick Nack doing a fantastic job. But look at the ham pushing him around into clip 6. We've now transitioned out to clip 7. Wow, look at the transitions from the ham. He's really showing that he can do the same as what Nick Nack can do. Contact! Wow! Door-on-door contact. And Nick Nack finishes off the run. The ham on his door. Mike!
Do you know what? It's a credit talking with Daham. He absolutely threw everything at that, trying to say Nick Nack, though, a lovely lead line. He was not phased by the challenge that he knew he had. There's a lot of pressure on his shoulders there to put one solid run in to get into that final 4. And he did a brilliant job. Look at that. Hugging that outer line all the way around. Absolutely beautiful. I think Daham did a great job, bar that last transition. Just a little bit too much contact. But he needed to do it. He knew to be a disadvantage. He knew he had to get there. Look, a little bit of contact there. Nothing big, but it kind of made Daham just have to back out it ever so slightly and then tuck back in on the door. So, yeah, that's going to be a tough call for our judges, but what a run from both guys.
That's exactly it, Mike. And Nick Nack gets the win. He moves on to the top 4, and Daham bows out of the top 8. Unfortunately, that wall contact damaging his car, and obviously that contact hitting Nick Nack on the last outer zone sealed his fate, and Nick Nack moves on to the top 4 and chases, a podium spot in the championship, maybe even the championship's top spot. We're not really sure where we stand with the championship hopes of everyone, but unfortunately, it seems like that the Hams loses out on the winning streak of Nick Nack, and Nick Nack gets one more over him. And wow, what a night of battle so far, Mike.
Yeah, what a night of battles. And look, we are down to 4 drivers, which are Haitham Al Hadidi and Nazar Al Harbali and Nick Nack and Ali Maxi. This is going to be an insane final 4. But before that, we're going to do a 4-car train, Alan, okay? And for everyone at home, we're going to leave the stream on. We're going to let you watch and enjoy it. Myself and Alan, we're just going to take a minute, sip of water. We're going to settle down, just catch our breath, and we will be back in a short break with the final 4.
بالمربع الذهبي بالتوفيق تتكلمنا عن الكرة إن شاء الله بالتوفيق للجميع الأربعة المتواجدين معنا. بعدها راح نعرف الأسماء الواصلة لمنصة التتويج في مختلف الفئات الثلاثة: الفئة المحلية، الفئة الشرق الأوسط. نشوف خلينا نشوف بالضبط على معلش بنشوف طبعا نشكر الجميع نشكر كل التواجد اللي حضر وسمعنا العدد جميل هنا في الساحه وعشان المتعه نتمنى تكون سياره رائعه حاضره وشيء فريد من نوعه راح يكون حاضر في الساحه في غالب الوقت. شاهد ونتابع نترقب من الرابع اللي راح يكون حاضر بجانب العامل احمد. عندنا المتسابق ايضا الرابع القادمة من المبادرات الجميلة والرائعة أظنها من تدبير فهمي البوسعيدي والراس فهمي البوسعيدي اللي أدار السباق بصورة جميلة ورائعة وموسم جميل واستثنائي ونشكر كل القائمين على هذا الموسم الرائع. ننتظر السيارة الرابعة وبعدها راح يكون حاضر دعم في الساحة والحلبة. هذه طبعا يعني الامور استاذ تحيه يعطيك العافيه يا بطل ويا سلام حيوه الله عليك عشق عشق يعطيك العافيه والصحه ان شاء الله يا سلام عليك يا انسان يا سلام عليك حيوه استاذ تحيه حيوه الله عليك الله عليك اسمعنا تحية العيسائي على العرض الجميل المقدم لنا وذلك من الشيء الجميل للروح الغور عشق العيسائي يعطيك العافية الله عليك التحية حيوك. شكرا على العرض الجميل والعيساوي. انتظار طبعا بالانتظار ننتظر بدء جولات الفاينل فور. هنا معانا المتسابقين الأربعة. راح تكون قوي جدا، أسماء قوية في التوب فور. الحربي الحبيبي، عندنا ريكارد وعندنا أيضا علي مقصي. أربعة أسماء قوية راح تنافس على المراكز الثلاثة الأولى. راح تكون عندنا أول فيرست وورد، راح نشوف من فايز منهم، وبعدها راح نشوف أيضا الجهة الثانية ما بين لجنة وعلي مقصي، نشوف اللي راح يفوز فيهم ويتأهل للتوب 2 من الفائزين الاثنين من الأسماء الأربعة اللي تكون واضحة في الشاشة. راح يتنافسوا على الأول والثاني، والخاسرين الاثنين راح يتنافسوا على الثالث والرابع. اللي بيكون معانا في المنصة في جميع الفئات، في الشرق الأوسط والفئة الدولية. شكرا كبير لمارشل وحبيب كمان مارشل. ونصل كده في الجدار ان العربية تكون جاهزة، عربية النقاط جاهزة للتوب فور. شايفين الجدول للتوب فور واضح على الشاشة. ناصر الحضري وأيضا الخليلي، وفي الجانب الثاني كان في مواجهة خاصة مع علي مقصي. هذه هي الأسماء اللي وصلت إلى دور الأربعة، والمنافسة الشرسة اللي راح تكون الآن. وبدون أن نشك نستمتع في هذا الدور أكثر من المتعة اللي كانت حاضرة في دور الثمانية ودور ال16 والتوب 32 اللي بدينا فيه في تمام الساعة 4:10 اليوم. عندنا 5 مكان يتواجد ما بينهم خالد المكي بطل الراليات سابقا وسعود الرواحي. الله يعطيهم العافية لجنة التحكيم الموجودين معنا اليوم، وأيضا كانوا معنا موجودين على مدار البطولة أو في هذه التحديات OIDC اللي هو كان برنامج وضاح، وأيضا سعود الرواحي وخالد المنجي. فشكرا كبير لهم، يعطيهم العافية على جهودهم. حبيت أذكر أو أخبر ما ذكرته اليوم عن الاحتفالية اللي راح تكون إن شاء الله موجودة معنا، ومهرجان مسقط بيتس اللي راح يكون هنا في الجمعية ابتداء وانطلاقا من 2 مارس، اللي راح يكون حفل الافتتاح أو افتتاحية مهرجان مسقط بيتس بحضور الفنان عادل يوسف، السعودي عادل يوسف. راح يكون موجود هنا معانا، والثلاثة طبعا خلاص
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to round 4, the final round of the Oman International Drift Championship 2023, and we are ready to go with our first semi-final, and it will be Haitham Al Hadidi to lead in Nazir Arharbali. And this is going to be a good one. 2 young drivers from the Middle East trying to make a name for themselves. Well, they've already made the name for themselves because they have drove like absolute warriors this whole season, so we are really excited to see this battle between the two guys. Hopefully all Hytham's wheels will stick together for this one and not blow my mind like the last time. As we see Nasser lining up there on the start line, and Hytham is just making his way to the burnout box. Okay, so we were just trying to figure out where Hytham was, and he is in the burnout box now, and this is going to be a brilliant battle. Alan, what's your thoughts on this? Two young ones, two future stars in Middle East drifting, and just two sound lads.
That's exactly it, Mike. And just wanted to point out, first of all, obviously Hytham has new two front wheels on the front of his car, so and they seem to be a bit stronger than what they were before, because it looked to be the Hams wheels who have hit up quite a few stuff. But yeah, you're right, like El Harbi, Nasser El Harbi, coming from El Salvador, competing in the Emirates Drift Championship for the last couple of years, coming over here to the Oman International Drift Championship, and absolutely had a stellar season, qualifying first at round 2, and very, very good performances throughout the season. But obviously Hytham El Hadidi, he is one of the locals here, been drifting here in Oman for many, many years, and one of the talents. I remember this guy competing when he was barely even 18. He was barely even had a driver's license, and this guy was absolutely ripping up the surface. So absolutely fantastic driver of Hytham El Hadidi. He'll be leading in Nasser Harbi here for the first battle of the top 4. And Mike, this is going to be fantastic.
Yeah, yes it is. So we see Hytham the lead in Nasser as they come tearing down, two guys that know each other very well, and we see a lovely initiation from both guys as we see Hytham now trying to pull a bit of a gap. Nasser doing absolutely anything he can to try and stay in the fight, which he does. Look at this dive, massive dive into zone 4. How did Nasser not make contact? Hytham though on a perfect lead line as they transition out wide, out for 5, but Nasser is right there banging on the back of that Nissan Silvia S15 as they transition for the second last time, coming up for the last transition along the wall. Huge dive yet again from Nasser. He knows Hytham's going to be fast in a chase position. He's putting absolutely everything this run. He wants to get that win in the final round.
Yeah, Hytham, absolutely nice lead run from Hytham, but we'll commentate over that here in a short bit. But as you could see, Nasser understeers massively on the chase run here, and Hytham pulls a bit of a gap on Nasser as we head into the outside zone number 1. And wow, look at the dive from Nasser. Wow, what a look at that. And obviously Hytham doing a good job here in the lead run, fulfilling the zones, because a massive diesel zone here, and I'm not sure if the judges are going to like that one, as Nasser's pushing him door to door, wheel to wheel, as they transition through, I suppose, the S's or Manji section, whatever you want to call it. And Nasser pushing him again around the last corner there, but making a bit of a mistake. And I don't know, was that massive left foot braking from Hytham the reason why maybe Nasser might have hesitated there? I'm not sure. Maybe that's probably a good thing though, because I'm not a judge. I'm a commentator right now. I'm usually a driver, but I suppose Mike, we'll see what happens in the next round here when Nasser leads in Hytham.
Yeah, you're a man of many talents, Alan. That's all we're learning tonight. So yeah, here we go. It's Nasser to lead this time. What can Hytham do in the chase position? Both cars leave the line. They're coming down. Look at Hytham. He's tucked right in there behind Nasser. As we see a little bit of separation coming in. Hytham maybe washing a small bit wide. The absolute pace of that 350Z, I think, maybe even caught Hytham out. And a bit of understeer there, Alan. He seems to just be getting it all wrong coming up there into the 4. As we see Nasser now doing absolutely anything he can to try and keep them rear wheels on that perfect wide outer line, and he is doing a fantastic job. Hytham probably cutting the track a small bit there, just trying to get back the proximity, which he has gained back. Now we see them transition for the last time, nearly making contact as they come around the final corner and over the line. What man, Nasser is fast.
This is probably the fastest 350Z I've ever seen, and Nasser doing a fantastic initiation here. And as you can see, the understeer from Hytham, I was watching this when you were commentating, Mike, and the amount of understeer that Hytham was dealing with here is borderline, man, that's borderline nearly a 0 if you want to say in qualifying. But obviously Hylam gets back on the door of Nasser here after this transition, and Nasser doing a pinpoint lead run here, man. This is absolutely perfect as Hylam starts to drop back once again as we go through the S's, as Hylam starts to line up the transition one last time, and then Nasser fulfilling the zone mostly all the way through, and Nasser doing a great job across the finish line. So this is it. Going left for Ayman Haladidi, right for Nasser Al-Harbi, and Nasser gets the win, moves on into the finals of the final round of the OIDC season number 5 of 2023. Wow, great job. Second time in a row, I believe, getting into the final. So what a job by him. And Hytham now gets set up for the third, fourth playoff against, well, whoever we see next.
Yeah, no matter who goes into that third, fourth playoff, it's going to be a brilliant final. But we have to figure that out first. And in our second semi-final, it is Nick Nack versus Ali Maxid. Ali Maxid qualifying third, and Nick Nack, he qualified in seventh. So that means Ali will lead for the first half of this battle. Ali is very fast. Nick Nack maybe not having as much power as Ali, but that kid can really use what he's got. He's doing things in that E36 that it just doesn't make sense. He's defying the laws of physics in the Beamer, but it's go time now as we see Ali coming through the chicane, absolute tearing down the straight. Look at Nick Nack, he's nearly in the passenger seat, contact already, and oh no, Alan, that is not what we wanted to see. Maybe was Nick Nack just a small bit too aggressive in the chase.
Yeah, I think this is the bane of Nick Nack. He always goes a little bit too hard and always causes damage to someone else, and there's nothing wrong with that. We love to see that aggression, and if it worked, it would have been amazing. But unfortunately for him, it breaks the front left, I suppose the wishbone or toe arm of tie rod of the GTA 6 of Ali Maxid, and that's obviously, we can't have that happen, you know. So big mistake from Nick Nack, and I think Nick Nack really wanted to prove to Ali Maxid that he was the better driver, that he should have been the champion of 2023, and we've yet to see who really wins the championship, but I think this was more for bragging rights rather than anything else. And obviously now Nick Nack is sitting in the middle of the arena here, as we see from our perspective, not from the stream view, that Ali Maxid's car is now being recovered, as we see Ali Maxid out of that car. And yeah, it's a little bit of work there for his team. Obviously now they have to wait, we have to now wait for this to get sorted, so we're going to call another probably competition timeout, as the guys will fix this and put this car back together. And yeah, I don't know, after that we might have half settled who goes to the finals, who goes third, fourth playoff. We have to wait and see obviously for the second run. There's still a lot to see. We can't get it too far ahead of ourselves, but yeah, this is not what we want to see. We want to see a proper battle there, Mike.
Yeah, I feel we might have been robbed of a good battle there. We could see Nick Nack been very aggressive throwing it in, but yeah, at the first glance I thought it was contact. I wasn't sure what happened. When I seen the replay on Ali's wheel, then that's when I knew, you know, there was no way Ali could have continued. He just had to bail out of that. So it's heartbreaking. You know, we would have liked to see that battle, but that is the world of drifting. So our judges are looking at multiple replays, obviously just figuring out if it's going to be a 5-minute rule, competition timeout, see what the difference is. Is Nick Nack to blame? Is Ali to blame? Was Ali slow after initiation? They're the little things that the judges will be looking at in huge detail from multiple camera angles. So as soon as we find out, we will let you know. But yeah, that's just so disappointing, Alan. I was really excited for that one. I think we were robbed.
Yeah, you know, I mean, don't get me wrong, I love seeing aggression, but obviously when there's contact like that and the battle ends before it's even really started, you know, it's obviously a little bit disappointing. So as we can see, Maxi's car is being recovered here, and yeah, I don't know, you know what, Mike, I would love to see a replay of that, because I would like to see, just in case. Oh, here we go. I mean, look, from that angle it looks like that Maxi did absolutely nothing wrong. It was just Nick Nack coming in a little bit too hard. As we see, no braking from Maxid when Nick Nack does hit him. Obviously, we can't really see the rear wheels from that perspective, because obviously Nick Nack is already touching door on door, which is obviously a great thing. Well, as you can see, Maxi flicks in, he handbrakes, he's off handbrake. It's hard to know. It's hard to know if he's even on throttle at that point, because we see no tyre smoke. Which, I mean, you can't really rely on tyre smoke, because of course, you know, obviously some cars don't have the power for that. In this scenario, Maxid will still have in the middle of initiation. We see from this perspective, we might see a bit better. And if Nick Nack, if Ali Maxid did decel there, a bit too much than what he should have after that first clipping point. Then, you know, Nick Nack would have had nowhere to go. They would fall back on Ali McSeed. However, I don't know, there's not a lot to say that McSeed did anything wrong there. You know, I don't see anything obvious that McSeed did anything wrong there. I kind of, in my opinion, I'm kind of pointing the blame at Nick Nack for that one.
Yeah, if we're going in our opinions, I think I have to agree with you. I think Nick Nack maybe was a little bit too much on the inside. He didn't really give Ali enough time to get that car settled and going. Ali, as you see, there wasn't much tyre smoke, but there was no brake lights or there was no wheels locked. So you see one of the Hams crew member already looking while the truck is moving to see what he needs and then going sprinting up to have it ready. Them guys there, absolute legends in the pits. So our judges, I'm just listening in here, Alan, they're having a good discussion about this. They haven't come to a decision just yet.
I mean, yeah, look, if we want to get more techie into it, I mean, let's look at this first corner, right? You've got an outside clipping point, and you have to take a midline through to outer clip 2. So, you know, going door-to-door initiation like what Nick Nack did is super risky. It can pay off, but it's super risky because that lead driver is going to eventually cut you off. And in a scenario like this, it might be better to go for a rear bumper initiation, which essentially where the chase driver slots in behind the lead driver and initiates the same time as lead driver and follows the line that they're on. What Nick Nack tried to do there was a super ballsy move, and if it paid off, it would have been amazing. But unfortunately, by going on the inside of the track there, you know, as a chase driver, kind of not really fulfilling that outside first clipping point, it put him into a place where, you know, McSeed was always going to cut him off at some point. And, you know, in that scenario, the judges asked in briefing, there must be a rear bumper initiation, and in a scenario like this, a corner like this, you can't, you know, if it was an outside zone in the first corner, like a round 3, I think what Nick Nack did there would have worked perfectly. But on a track like this, I don't think it would have. But if it did pay off, it would have been fantastic to watch for spectators. However, it was not what the judges are looking for.
Yeah, Nick Nack knew Ali was going to be fast, so he absolutely threw it in with everything. But I think you're right, Alan. I think the judges were looking for a mid-line, so Nick Nack would have been that bit just too in tight, not really giving Ali enough chance to get that car settled and aiming out for clip 2. So, yeah, another hard decision for these judges. This is not going to be an easy last few calls they're going to have to make. And to be honest with you, with the 4 guys that are in the final 4, I don't think this is going to be the last difficult decision the judges is going to be.
So I believe we've been hearing word from the judges that Ali McSeed has a competition timeout. We will confirm that shortly, but that does mean that potentially Nick Nack might be at fault there. That doesn't necessarily mean that he is 100% at fault. Sometimes competition timeouts doesn't necessarily mean that someone is at 100% fault. It just means that it gives time to the driver to fix their car. And in a scenario like this, I would be kind of edging towards maybe Nick Nack being at fault, you know, but you know, we're not judges. We're just speculating, as we've stated already before. So, yeah, obviously it's not what we want to see, Mike. You know, a battle like that, you know, that's a battle of the Titans. You know, that's a battle you want to see in the finals. And we got to see it in the top 4. It would have been nice to see it in the finals, of course. But ending at early is obviously not ideal. But you know, this is what these guys have to do. They have to take chances. And in a scenario like that, Nick Nack saw blood, I'm sure, and took that chance. And then unfortunately this time it may not have paid off, but we have to wait and see yet what happens for the second run, because it's still not over yet. There's still one more run left in this battle.
Okay, so Alan, judges have been in my ear and they confused me a little bit. I had to actually just take a minute to take all this in. So, when the accident happened, obviously Ali's car was stuck down in the corner, so Nick Nack was able to drive off. Nick Nack called a 5-minute rule to fix his car. Okay, he has not beaten the clock. Okay, so Nick Nack has lost the 5-minute rule, so therefore Ali McSeed has won this battle. But for Ali McSeed to win this battle, he has to leave the line and initiate. So we got to wait to 10 minutes for Ali McSeed before we can get Nick Nack and Hytem in the 3rd and 4th place playoff. Now that's a very confusing scenario. That's a head scratcher for a judge and a track manager, and I'm sure the guys are flicking through the rule book, going through every scenario there. So yeah, just to confirm, Ali McSeed will get the win as long as he can leave the line within 10 minutes. What's your thoughts on that?
Well, I suppose when you mean not within 10 minutes, but after the 10-minute call. So that is quite interesting. I don't think we have had that before, have we? Yeah, it's been interesting. I mean, throw another span on the works. What if Maxi doesn't actually fix his car within 10 minutes? I'm speculating it's just a tie rod, so that should be super simple fix. But you know, it's one of those scenarios. What if both of them don't? Obviously, Nick Nack is out. You know, he's technically retired. He didn't finish his 5-minute rule from what we've been told here. And then we have Maxeed, who has a competition timeout to fix his car. So does that mean that if, let's say, Maxeed doesn't make it, does that mean we automatically have determined who wins the final and wins the 3rd, 4th playoff? Technically?
So when you raise that question, I said I just have to ask the judges, because yet again, this is like new things. This is scenarios. These are hypothetical scenarios that we've never happened before. So yeah, technically, if he doesn't initiate after the 10 minutes, he wins this battle, but he cannot proceed to the final. So there's a lot on the balance for that team, who I know have a TV in the pits and are listening to us, to have that car back there within the allocated time of the 10 minutes. That's a head scratcher, Alan. I just may just take a minute here.
You take that minute, Mike. I'll figure out what to talk for a minute, or maybe I'll just become silent for a second. Yeah, so that's a head scratcher. I think we have all the confidence in the world that Maxide's team, the NMK performance guys, will figure that out and they'll have it sorted in less than 10 minutes. So hopefully we'll see him on the start line very, very shortly. But that's a bit of a head scratcher moment right there, and obviously a bit disappointing end for all the spectators here and all everyone for watching on the stream right now. So hopefully Maxi gets the car sorted. We'll see him on the line. He initiates, and then we can figure out who wins third for playoff, which by right now could be. Wait, that does technically mean that Nick Nack could make the third for playoff, right? So maybe it doesn't necessarily mean that the battles are. Okay, I'm overthinking this too much. I think, you know what? Let's let the track management figure out that side. Let's let the judges figure out their side, and we just talk what we see. I think that's probably the best solution here, Mike.
Yeah, it's just one of them beautiful, confusing scenarios that drifting always brings. You know, you think you've seen everything in this crazy sport, and then it just throws something up. But yeah, the judges, I was just listening back in and asking a few more questions there, and they were saying that, like, hypothetically, if Ali doesn't make it back out by the end of that, like, we could have a result for first and second already, and then we would be able to get Nick Nack versus Hyden. But I do hear someone warming tyres in the background, Alan. So, oh yeah, my boy Ali McSeed, he is not going out without a fight. He is back on the line, and he is going to initiate to settle the most confusing scenario in drifting history ever. Kieran Hines has seen it all, and this is new to him, so it's definitely going to be new to me and you.
You've no idea, Mike, and the fact that what we've just waffled on about for the last 5 minutes has now been axed and been removed from forever being, you know, the fact we even mentioned it in the first place, it shouldn't have, it shouldn't even happened. So I'm happy to see Maxide on the line. All he's got to do is leave the start line, pull that handbrake, and slide through that first corner, and we will see him into the finals. A repeat from round 3, Nasser Al Harbi and Ali Maxide, and that's it. Ali Maxide moves to the finals. He will be facing up against Nasser Al Harbi, a repeat of round number 3. And for third for playoff, that means Haidam Al Hadidi will be up against Nick Nack. And because of Nick Nack, that might mean that our third for place battle has already been decided. But Nick Nack has obviously crashed into the side of Ali Maxide's car, and obviously Ali Maxide is doing a buy run here, make sure his car is is obviously all good. And it's looking pretty sweet to us right now here in the commentary booth. Mike, who's going to be, you know, who's your go-to for the finals? Who's your go-to for the third for playoff?
Well, we're just hoping that Nick Nack gets that car fixed first. So we don't have eyes on them there yet. But if it comes down to it, Nick Nack or Hyden, I like both of them. I think they're both, you know, really good guys. They're such aggressive drivers. I think they're going to be future stars in this sport. But man, Nick Nack just blew me away for the last 2 weeks. Anytime I've seen him drive, he has just blew me away. So I don't know. I'm going to let them guys figure it out on the track. I don't know Nick Nack's car is ready, but I know they're not going to give up without a fight. They had an engine in within like a day and had it mapped. So, you know, they're not going to give up on something like this.
No, of course not. And we have to, obviously, I think we have a little bit of a break now while we wait for the drivers to prepare their cars for this third for playoff, and obviously for the finals as well a little bit after that. So I think we have a 5-minute break, and we will probably catch you guys there very, very shortly.
وراح يكون عندنا تنافس المركز الثالث والرابع ما بين هيثم الحديدي ونيك ماك. هيثم ونيك ماك راح يتنافس على المركز الثالث والرابع، وعندنا النهائي اللي راح نشوفه المره الثانيه ومكرر من النسخه الماضيه ما بين الاثنين اللي يعني الاثنين اللي يعتبرهم ما شاء الله الاقوياء الى الان، وهذا دليل وصول النهائي طبعا علي مقصود وناصر الحربي. راح ننتظر شوي ونشوف ونبتدي. بشكل كبير خلال الفتره لحد ما نبدا اول شيء راح يكون عندنا المركز الثالث والرابع صح وبعدها راح يكون النهائي اللي هو ما بين الاثنين ناصر الحربلي وعلي القصيد. شكرا كبير للرعاه وزاره الثقافه والرياضه والشباب، شكرا كبير لوزاره كرامه السياحه، شكرا لريد بول الموبايل، وايضا شكرا كبير لشركه جلفار لرعايتهم هذه البطوله، بطوله عمان الدوليه للانجراب بنسختها الخامسه هنا في الجمعيه العمانيه للسيارات. شكرا للجمعيه العمانيه للسيارات لاستضافتهم هذه البطوله بشكل دائم مستمر. شكرا للمسالم شكرا موجه لعمان مارشل وملك اليتيم والدفاع المدني بالاضافه الى منظمي المواقف. الحين نترككم باستراحه قصيره وبعدها نرجع للرامبور والمواجهات المرتقبه اللي تحدد المركز الثالث ونشوف من يحصد المركز الاول ومن راح يكون بالمركز الثاني.
كل نهار جديد يبعث معه املا جديدا لنرسم الرؤيا ونصنع الانجاز. كل نهار جديد يبعث امجاد الامس وطموح امه تسابق الزمن بكل عزم واصرار لاجل عمان. اليوم غايه وهدف منذ أكثر من 50 عاما، من جيل إلى جيل، لأجل عمان الغد. كل نهار جديد يبعث معه أملا جديدا لنرسم الرؤيا ونصنع الإنجاز. كل نهار جديد يبعث أمجاد الأمس وطموح أمة تسابق الزمن بكل عزم وإصرار لأجل عمان اليوم غاية وهدف. منذ أكثر من 50 عاما من جيل إلى جيل لأجل عمان الغد.
ولبداية الأدوار النهائية وتحدي المركز الثالث والرابع. بعدها راح نروح للنهائي. ننتظر التحدي القوي والتحدي المصيري للمركز الأول والثاني ما بين الاثنين الأقوياء في مشاهدينا الكرام عبر الفيسبوك واليوتيوب في القناة التابعة للجمعية العمانية للسيارات. النهاية راح يكون ما بين ناصر الحربلي وعلي نصيب، لكن قبل هذه المواجهة بنتعرف على صاحب المركز الثالث في مواجهة تجمع الناس مع هيثم الحديدي من اللي يحصد المركز الثالث في ختام الجولات في الموسم الحالي، هذا الموسم الخامس. طبعا ذكرنا بان البطوله توقفت في موسم او سنه 21 و22. الحين نرجع من جديد في الموسم الخامس المثير، والاسماء العالميه سالم اللي شاركت وتواجدت واللي نافست وصلت الى الجوله الرابعه. الحين منو عندنا في ساحه الاحماء؟ موجود. Here we see Nick on the warning area and he's ready to go to compete for the third and fourth with Haytham al-Hadidi. Getting ready for that. He's getting ready for that. And we see, and he can't wait. Everyone is going to see the battle between round final here in Oman Automobile Association. خسر المواجهة الماضية بسبب عطل فني في سيارته واخذ 5 دقائق وبعدها ما استطاع من اصلاح العطل الفني. نوجه تحية كبيرة لنجم التحكيم اللي موجودين معانا الحين في الشاشة، يستاهل تحية كيرن فرنان وضاح، وعندنا سعود الرواحي وخالد المكي، وايضا الطاقم الشباب اللي موجودين معاه هناك في منصة التحكيم وخبرة التحكيم نسميها مراقبين للوضع بشكل كبير وبشكل مستمر ودائم. طبعا اللي كان موجود معاهم فهمي البوسعيد اللي تشوفه في كل مكان وكل زمان يطلع لك هنا في الساحة مدير السباق. احنا بانتظار سيارة هيثم الحديدي اللي راح يواجه هناك في مواجهة الثالث والرابع. المسكين عبد الله العبي ذاك الدكتور اللي هو مدير او المسؤول عن عنوان مارشل والحلبه في اداره سباق الحلبه واداره الحلبه بالنفس.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. So, the event that keeps on giving, Haitham Al Hadidi just had to call a 5-minute rule, so we are just going to have to wait on him. We are about, I'm hearing from our marshals, we're about 2 minutes into the 5-minute rule. The guys are just getting that car ready to make it to the line. So when he was called to the line, he was not able to make it, so the 5-minute rule was started. So yeah, we're about 2 minutes into this 5-minute rule. We have Nick Nack sitting there, so fingers crossed. Oh, look at that, there's so many people. So obviously, we're getting more information now, Alan. Obviously something happened as he was on his way to the line, so fingers crossed he can get that car moved and into the burnout box.
And just to further explain it as well, Mike, you know, yes, we had a 10-minute break, but the 5-minute rule only starts when the 10-minute break ends. So in theory, Haitham could have had the last 25 minutes since the battle with Ali Maxid and obviously Nick Nack to repair his car. So yeah, he might have had a longer time to repair the car, but the 5-minute rule only starts when the break ends and when Nick Nack actually does his burnout. So that's why we're 2 minutes into it. To clarify it up, that it's not that the 5-minute rule was called 25 minutes ago. It's only called recently just because that Haitham was going to the line, and obviously Nick Nack had obviously finished up the break, and so now Nick Nack is sitting on the line waiting for Haitham Al Hadidi. As we have a look at all the spectators. This guy's taking a flag of the Irish flag. I think he's taking a photo of the Irish flag, was it? Looked like it. And we see the Omani fans in the grandstand. And as this drone, it's getting pretty close to them. It's getting very, very close. But we shoot back to Nick Nack, and I hope we see this battle. I would love to see this Monster versus Red Bull battle again. And it's something similar to what we've seen, obviously, with the Ham. But this doesn't look good. Is that a laptop plugged in? What are they doing? It looks like fuel. So they're working on the rear of the car where obviously the fuel tank is. They're in the passenger side of the car and the driver's side. So there's, it must be an electrical issue. I don't see the headlights of the car on. They're now taking off the hood. They can't get it off. They're struggling. Oh no, they have it off. So there must be something underneath here. Yeah, it looks to be something electrical. It looks like they're plugging out the VVTi of the 2J. Oh, no, the coil pack, should I say. They're checking spark, I suppose. Trying to figure why. It must be misfire or something. That's what I'm speculating right now, Mike.
Yeah, this is the joy of being a commentator. We're just sitting looking as we see coil packs coming from the Hams crew, doing absolutely anything they can to try and get Haitham back out. It's just one of these scenarios that after a long hard day, drift cars just, come on drift car, we need you to do 2 more laps. That's all it is, just 2 more laps. As we see the guys running frantically around trying to get it. Oh, I'm hearing countdowns coming, and this is looking like it's going to be tight.
او باكر قوي ما بين مركزين الثالث والرابع. الاجواء جميله ورائعه هذه وما زلنا مستمرين في استمرار هيثم الحديدي. سلامه المتسابقين، سلامه الجميع في الساحه امر مطلوب، وهذا اللي تعمل عليه.
Okay, so there you have it. Unfortunately, Haitham did not make the clock. That car just not playing ball at the end. So yeah, this will be a bye run for Nick Nack, which will give him 3rd step on the podium. I don't think either driver would have liked to see that, but look, at the end of the day, that is motorsport, and you need that drift car to play ball. So Nick Nack will do a pass to the circuit here for his bye run, and we see Nick Nack doing a seriously good lap here, Alan. This is a brilliant run.
And I'm paying attention to his inside wheel as well. It's just a little bit off the ground as he left with brakes. 3-wheeling is pretty sick, and as he does massive 360s across the finish line. That is Nick Nack confirms third place here, the final round of OIDC. Unfortunate for Haitham El Hadidi in the Red Bull Oman S13 or 0.9 S15 thing. But yeah, unfortunate times for Haitham El Hadidi getting knocked out like that. It's never a way that you want to lose. So that means Nick Nack gets third place overall in this round of OIDC.
Wait, Al-Karbali, if he gets he have
لهيثم الحديدي والحين احنا بانتظار الحدث الابرز والاسفل اليوم
So yeah, you know, these cars have had a hard season, and just unfortunate for Haitham and his team that just couldn't get that car fixed in the allocated time. So yeah, we will move on and get ready, Alan, for our final. And what a final it's shaped up to be. It's a repeat of last week, round 3's final between Ali Maxid and Nazar Halbari. And this is going to be a crazy, crazy final.
Now, Mike, I might have to get you to remind me what happened last week, because I was also driving, but I didn't pay attention to what happened in the finals. So what actually happened? Because I don't quite remember it. All I remember is that my car was braking, and that and of course when you're driving you only worry about yourself, right? But obviously Maxid got the win that time. Nasser finished second. What was the battles like?
It was a really good battle. I think it came down to just maybe Ali Maxid had that bit more proximity and a little bit more of a gap in the lead. So Nazar's going to know that going into this, so he's going to make sure that 350 is as fast as physically possible. And we have been saying that all night, that this 350 is ridiculously fast. So I'm really hoping for a good battle. But guys, you know, it's a credit to them. They've drove like absolute heroes this season. So I just want it to be a good, clean battle.
To the final or the closing ceremony of OIDC. We're going to know who will be the winner of overall the four rounds that we had here at Muscat Drift Arena. Mainly بيكون الفائز بشكل عام في جميع او في النسخه الخامسه من بطوله امان دوري الجراف، ومن اللي راح يفوز معانا في هالجوله.
Okay, so we can see Ali Maxid in the burnout box, and then we also have Nazar. It's just there ready to enter the warm-up box as well. So we're going to get our final. It will be Ali Maxid to lead in Nazar Harbali. It's GT86 versus 350Z, Toyota versus Nissan. This is going to be a good one. I'm really excited for this. At least, Alan, you know, this time last week you were pulling your engine apart at this stage, so that's why you probably missed the final. That all just came back to me there in the last 2 minutes. So yeah, well look, you get a great view this time and you're going to see it all firsthand.
Yeah, as Nasser is finishing off his burnout here to warm up his tyres. You know what? Yeah, Mike. You referenced that, right? And you're right. We were pulling apart the engine at that time. But to be honest, I'd be much rather be pulling apart the engine right now than to be commentating with you. That sounds like a negative thing, and I'm very, very sorry. But you know, I would like to be in the top 4 right now. Could you imagine that? You know, I have to pick my choice.
It's alright. I don't need you anymore. I can do this myself. If you want, you can head on out there, pull apart your little engine. I'm only messing with you. No, here we go. It's the final. It's Ali Maxine, the lead in Nasser Harbali. The strobe lights are flashing. The traffic light goes green. Here we go. This is it. It is the final. As we see both cars coming down, throwing it in nice and wide. We have Ali Maxi there, but Alan, look at Nasser Harbali. He is not letting that GTA 6 get away from him this week, as he nearly makes contact as they come up towards the zone. Ali Maxi does a tyre off the rim. He's going to hit the wall. He doesn't hit the wall. That's an unbelievable. How does his tyre even come off the rim where it's just running pressure so low? Nasser's right there with him now. It's on. Nasser makes contact and puts 2, possibly 3 wheels off on the inside there. No, this is just the vent that keeps on giving, but both guys will not let up. McSeed is doing anything he can to try and keep on the ideal qualified line. Oh, Alan, looks like we're going to have to take another break again.
Wow, wow. Oh, it actually happens right there in initiation. I didn't even spot that the first time around. Nassar doing a great job in the chase run, but this is when I spotted it. This is when I saw Maxi running wide and I was quizzing why he ran wide, and that's when I spotted the D-bead. But the D-bead actually happened on initiation. Nassar does a sick transition. How there was not any contact there. Nassar really pushed him around. Now, at this point, I think this is Maxi's fault. This is the reason why Nassar ended up dropping 2 to 3 wheels, in my opinion. So I don't think we should blame Nassar on that. That should be Ali Maxi. He had the hesitation. He's on 3 wheels. So how do you expect Nassar to be able to chase a run like that? So now, what happens? Usually in other championships around the world, a DB means that's it, you're out. I'm not sure if that's the case in the YDC. Can we get confirmation from the team management or even the judges? Because we would not, you know, we're here to watch drifting. We're not here to watch just byruns and stuff like that. So we see Nassar heading, well, he's doing donuts around the camera guy here, but he's heading back to the start line to sit on the line. And I assume the ruling here is that Ali Maxi will get 5 minutes to put a new tyre on that back left wheel, or back right wheel, should I say, as we want to see this battle commence. But we'll get confirmation from the team management and obviously the judges about that.
Okay, so he is on a 5-minute rule, Ali McSee, to change the wheel. So as we previously said, you cannot start a battle with missing a tyre. In the top 4, you were awarded a second 5-minute rule. So what has happened here is the last time, as you remember, with the crash with Ali and Nick Nack, he was rewarded a competition time out. So that's the difference between a 5-minute rule and a competition time out. So now he is calling his second 5-minute rule, which he has unlocked in the final 4. So as we can see, right in the middle of this, the clock has started. We have the team down there, the Ham and Ali McSee's team, changing the wheel. They should have this wheel done very shortly. I'd say Alan, he probably just was running low pressures there. He knew he had to be fast for this final. Seems very easy how that tyre just came off the rim on initiation. There was no contact, there was no anything really. He just initiated and unfortunately he beat the tyre.
Yeah, you know what, Mike, sometimes in scenarios like this, it might not be even the fact that you run lower pressures. This is the pressure they might have ran all day, and due to the temperature drop, it really changes how the tyres sit on the bead of the wheel. Sometimes it's possible that maybe that tyre never really seated on the wheel in the first place properly. You never know. So I suspect, let's assume that he ran lower pressures. He was already fast enough as it is. He didn't need to grip the carpet anymore. So maybe it's the fact that he knew how fast Nassar was and he decided, look, let's go full kill mode here, which he should be already, and hope that, hopefully he pull a gap from Nassar. But that might have bit him in this scenario, and we might be seeing kind of an edging towards Nassar, as obviously the D-beat from Maxid obviously really affecting his lead line. Maybe, arguably, almost unchaseable from Nassar point, because, you know, he was super slow, he was making many mistakes and obviously over-rotating in places. But obviously there's a new fresh tyre on that back right. He can change the back left tyre, to my understanding. So he's a worn left tyre. He's now a brand new tyre on the right. As you can see, we're trying to see what tyre pressure they're running. we're looking in here and we're trying to see what pressure they're running, but they obviously don't want the DBD again. So they have a fresh wheel, a fresh tyre, and let's hope to see that we'll have a good chase run here from Maxi. He's got to push really hard, so this could be one of the best chase runs of the night, Mike.
Yeah, it's an actual credit to the team getting that car back out. We're expecting something special here as we see Ali go into the burnout box. We're going to get the second half of this final as soon as that GT86 is warmed in tyres. And a bit of work to do to try. Well, it's not 10-0. It's not a disadvantage. There's, we're not judges. We're just speculating. But all I know is we've got two cars on the line, Alan. We see our drone going into the air. We're going to give Nasser just an opportunity to rewarm his tyres. Obviously, Ali's just rewarmed his. Nasser's been sitting there. They will cool down. So once he rewarms his tyres, we will be getting the cars underway. So we have the two cars on the line. It is Nasser Al-Harbali, Ali McSeed in the chase. Here we go. As we see both cars leave the line, Nasser is tearing down as we see Ali throwing it in very hard right there, stuck beside him. Has to back out ever so slightly. Look at the pace of Nasser Al-Harbali. He is like a rocket ship coming through into CM4 as he comes into the first decel on a perfect wide line as we see him hugging that outer line, working his way around, flicking back for 5. Ali McSeed is right there with him. Ali possibly dropping one wheel, maybe two, as we see them coming through the centre section now, flicking back for clip 7 as they get ready to transition for the last time along the wall. Lovely transition from both guys as he puts foot to floor, smoking that zone out of it and over the line. There we go. What do you think of that, Al?
Nasser, what a god. What a lead run from Nasser. And Ali McSeed unfortunately could not hang. Wow, look at this. Absolutely fulfilling everything. This is possibly the best lead run. Obviously, we'll drop there from Nasser. But I mean, there was obviously a proximity gap already to that point. And Nasser doing a fantastic job. Man, this lead run is fantastic. Look at the momentum, the speed he carries through all the clipping points. And look at the line he goes through the S's here. Fantastic job by Nasser. And McSeed is struggling to stay with him. Now this might make sense as to why McSeed had dropped those tyres super slow. Now it makes sense why he DB'd on this sheet. Because he had to. Nasser is flying it.
Okay, Alan. Well, the judges came in my ear, and guess what? We have a decision. We are going to the podium. So, for now, me and Alan are going to sign off. I'm going to head over to the podium, get the all-important piece of paper, and we'll be doing the podium ceremony very, very shortly. But first, I want to thank my good buddy Alan Hines. Thank you very much for giving me a handout this weekend. Everybody, go follow all Alan's social medias, YouTube, everything. He's the king of the simulators. It's all about that Hinesy. And from me, Mike Gleeson, we will talk to you very, very soon. Thanks, guys.
دعوة للجمهور الكريم الشاكر في أثناء حفل التكريم انهم يكونوا متواجدين داخل الحلبة. كل الموجودين مسموح لهم انهم يدخلوا للحلبة في أثناء التكريم ويتواجدوا لمنصة التكريم أمام الشاشة الرئيسية. بإمكانكم انكم تشرفونا وتشاركونا متعة التكريم بما أن التكريم الأخير والختامي للنسخة الخامسة من هذه البطولة، بطولة عمان الدولية للانجراف، وختام الجولة الرابعة من هذه البطولة هنا في الجمعية العمانية.
كل نهار جديد يبعث معه أملا جديدا لنرسم الرؤية ونصنع الإنجاز. كل نهار جديد يبعث أمجاد الأمس وطموح أمة تسابق الزمن بكل عزم وإصرار. لأجل عمان اليوم غاية وهدف منذ أكثر من 50 عاما، من جيل إلى جيل، لأجل عمان الغد. كل نهار جديد يبعث معه أملا جديدا لنرسم الرؤية ونصنع الإنجاز. كل نهار جديد يبعث أمجاد الأمس وطموح أمة تسابق الزمن بكل عزم وإصرار لأجل عمان اليوم غاية وهدف. منذ أكثر من 50 عاما من جيل إلى جيل لأجل عمان الغد.
طبعا بانتظار لجنة التحكيم انها توصل هنا وتجيب معاها النتائج. Waiting for the judges to come to arrive here with the results and the winners لهالفئة وايضا الاوفرول للفئة وللنسخة الخامسة من بطولة عمان الدولية. The full overall OIDC results and also the fourth round الجولة الرابعة.
انت بانتظار لجنة تحكيم والجميع بانتظار معرفة الفائز، اما ناصر واما علي. احنا ما زلنا منتظرين معرفة بطل الموسم الخامس.
camera be away, come on. عندنا درجات يعني واعي تخلونا. ترى اشوف ان الكاميرا هنا في الورقة ما شاء الله. The results that we having here, everyone is seeing it. So yeah. اوكي يا جماعه كيف النتائج وصلت؟ طبعا النتائج وصلت سواء كان للراوند 4 او الاوفرول، وصلت هنا معانا للمينا لللوكل وايضا للانترناشنال. النتائج كلها موجوده. We are all ready and set. You got the results, right?
Yeah, I got the results. You got them?
Yeah. Shall we announce before anything else?
Yeah, I think so.
Start just and finish it off.
They've just waited for so long, we'll get them going, so.
طبعا نرحب اول شيء برئيس الجمعيه العمانيه للسيارات العميد سالم المسكري، يستاهل التحيه. وايضا بصحبته المقدم متقاعد فلاح الفلاحي، يستاهل التحيه ايضا. شكرا. So we given a big round of applause for العميد سالم المسكري, the chairman of Oman Automobile Association, and also المقدم فلاح الفلاحي here on the podium and on the stage. جاهزين؟ كيف تمام نبدأ؟ بسم الله. Let's go and start announcing the winners. خلينا نبدأ ونشوف. بنبدأ إن شاء الله أول شيء بنتائج الراوند 4 المرحلة الرابعة اللي هي كانت اليوم وأمس من التصفيات. بتكون النتائج كذا، يعني بنروح للنتائج المحلية أولاً، بعدين مينا الشرق الأوسط، وبعدها راح يكون انترناشونالي، ومن نخلص راح نروح للنتائج اوفر اول. So I told them how it's gonna go. Okay. Shall we start?
Let's do it.
All right. المركز الثالث في تحدي اليوم للبطولة المحلية, the third place on Oman Champions on the round 4, the final round is...
In third place it is Ahmed Al-Amri.
أحمد العامري. عشت يا أحمد. أحمد العامري يعني مجهود كان واضح اليوم، طاح في كذا باتل صعب جدا، أدى اللي عليه، لكن معلش وحش بطل. يعطيك العافية إن شاء الله، موفق وألف مبروك. سمعونا تحية لأحمد، يستاهل تحية. حيوا أحمد. أحمد العامري ألف مبروك. المركز الثاني second place في التصنيف او في الفئة المحلية للراوند 4 is
طارق الشهاني.
طارق الشهاني. وين طارق؟ هذا طارق جاي. الف مبروك يا طارق، يعطيك العافية. ألف مبروك، مبروك لطارق الشيهاني المركز الثاني. سمعوا له تحية طارق الشيهاني، استاذ تحية. المركز الأول لتحدي اليوم الفئة المحلية عماني تشامبيون on the 4th round is هيثم الحديدي. ألف مبروك هيثم، ألف مبروك طارق، ألف مبروك أحمد العامري. سمعونا تحية للثلاثة في المنصة، يستاهلوا تحية. Give them a big round of applause. مبارك لكم. بعد صور صورة أخيرة. Nasser, I want to say something. Nasser, you are blocking the photographers. I'm sorry for that. I know you're sitting next to your car showing off this, that, but it's fine. Good job, man. Sorry, just saying. Okay. الحين مينا نتوجه فئة الشرق الأوسط. مينا champions on round 4. On the 3rd place, we have
أحمد دحام.
أحمد دحام. ألف مبروك يا أحمد، المركز الثالث في راوند 4. سمعونا تحية لأحمد دحام، استاذ تحية. المركز الثاني في فئة المينا. Second place on Mina goes to
هيثم الحديدي.
هيثم الحديدي. عش جنب روح. يعطيك العافية يا أبوي. المركز الأول first place goes to
علي مقصيد.
علي مقصيد. علاوي 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 عشت. المبروك. سمعونا تحية لعلي مقصيد، استاذ تحية. حيوا علي. ألف مبروك يا علي، مبارك لك. ألف مبروك شباب، ألف مبروك، تستاهلوا، يعطيكم العافية. خليكم أراوند، خليكم أراوند، يعطيكم العافية شباب. Okay, now heading to internationally. نروح للتصنيف العالمي أو الدولي. عندنا بالمركز الثالث on the 3rd place we have
Nicholas Bertans. Knick-knack.
Knick-knack. Congrats to Knick-knack for the 3rd place. Okay, so now, the last battle. The last fight, I'm calling it. And the winner of the last heat that we had in the final. I'm going to go to the first, then we're going to go to the second. So starting with the first. الأول ما بين الاثنين. وين علي؟ علي وينك يا علي؟ علي مشغول يشوف الهدية. أنت وناصر. المركز الأول من؟ المركز الأول, the first place for the international of the round 4. The first place goes to
Nasser Harbali!
ناصر الحربلي بطل راوند 4 من بطولة عمان الدولية للانجراف هنا وبطولة اليوم. بطل ناصر الحربلي is the champ of today's round, or the final round. Congrats, Nasser. And the second place, ladies and gentlemen, you all know. Give it up. Give a big round of applause for Ali Maqsid. I'm calling also on stage all the winners on round 4. Please join them. رفعت أحمد العامري, طارق الشهاني, أحمد دحام, بعد وين؟ هيثم الحديدي. تعالوا كلكم هنا. معانا صورة جماعية للفائزين معانا في الراوند 4. انتظر الكل الفائزين يجيوا معانا. طبعا بعدها يا جماعة ما خلصنا, بعدها عندنا تتويج أو إعلان الفائزين البطولة الدولية بشكل تام. بشكل عام عندنا إعلان النتائج. will be announcing the winners, overall winners of OIDC, the 5th edition. So don't leave. I'm seeing people are leaving. بعد رايحين. عندنا إعلان نتائج. It's fine. يلا. Let's start the real ones. Good job, all the best, all the best, all the best, Ali, all the best. All right, ladies and gentlemen. لا لا. اوكي, الحين عندنا اعلان نتائج والفائزين معانا اوفرول في تحدي او في النسخة الخامسة من بطولة عمان الدولية. So the overall results for Oman International Drift Championship, starting from Oman champions, on the 3rd place overall, we would like to call on the podium. Please give a big round of applause for
Tarouk Al-Shahani.
Tariq Al-Shahani. طارق الشهاني الفائز معانا بالمركز الثالث اوفرول في بطولة OIDC. فتحناه خلاص عندنا الموضوع عندنا الموضوع. اوكي المركز الثاني second place for Oman champions overall of OIDC. Please give a big round of applause and a big welcome. تحية كبيرة لي. يلا عاد هذا لين الموسم الجاي هو نفسه. تحية كبيرة لي أحمد العامري. All right. المركز الأول first place overall of Oman champions بطل المحلي لبطولة OIDC. تحية كبيرة و let's give a big round of applause for هيثم الحديدي. ألف مبروك ألف مبروك هيثم أحمد وطارق. سمعونا تحية للثلاثة أبطال OIDC عمان تشامبيونز في بطولة OIDC. ألف مبروك يا شباب. All the best. Congrats. مبروكين شباب مبروكين. تستاهلون. Okay, moving to Mina. Mina champions for OIDC, the 5th edition. On 3rd place, we are calling to the podium. 3rd place goes to
Ahmed Al-Amri.
Ahmed Al-Amri.
You've too many. Well done, bro. Well done.
عشت يا أحمد. ألف مبروك. المركز الثاني second place goes to who's ready to come to the podium from the drivers. من اللي جاهز. Second place overall. Second place goes to ladies and gentlemen. تحية كبيرة سمعونا صفقة كبيرة خليهم يخلصوا الصورة. لا خلصتوا خلاص.
Ahmed Aham. You knew you were getting that one.
حلوين. ألف مبروك دحام. ألف مبروك المركز الثاني. الحين المركز الأول. الفيرست بليس and the champion of Mina. First place goes to the one and only. Ladies and gentlemen, تحية قوية لي. Go, you do it.
Ali Maxine.
علي مقصيد. 3 more, yeah. 3 to go. 3 more to go. We got this.
We're nearly there. We're nearly there. We're nearly there. It's a lot.
ألف مبروك يا علي. ألف مبروك تحام. ألف مبروك أحمد العامري. سمعوا لهم تحية، يستاهلوا التحية. Give them a big round of applause. مبروك يا أبطال. ألف مبروك يا شباب، مبارك لكم، مبروكين، تستاهلون. بعد خلي. اوكي الحين خلينا نتكلم عن البطولة بشكل عام. أبطال بطولة عمان الدولية للانجراف. So now international champions of OIDC the 5th edition. Third place المركز الثالث من نصيب من third place المركز الثالث goes to who?
ناصر الحربلي.
ناصر الحربلي. مبروك يا ناصر. Congrats man.
In second place in the international is Benedictus Sherba.
المركز الثاني شربا.
Congratulations, bro. Well done. Thank you.
Okay. And then finish, then we're gonna go for the one and only. الحين عندنا الفائز بالبطولة وبطولة عمان الدولية الخامسة للانجراف عام 2023. بطل هالنسخة، البطل اللي ما شاء الله حطم الأرقام، البطل اللي ما شاء الله اعتلى المنصة اليوم كاتوب. سمعوا لنا تحية كبيرة قوية للفائز معانا بالمركز الأول البطل علي مقصيد. يستاهل علي، يستاهل 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 علي. سمعونا تحية للثلاثة الفائزين، يستاهلوا التحية. Give them a big round of applause. ناصر الحربلي، شربا and the champion علي مقصيد. المتسابقين الفائزين, the winners on Mina and Oman for the international. Please, all the winners of the OIDC, وينكم يا شباب? Come on guys. أحمد دحام, أحمد العامري, هيثم الحديدي, طارق شياني, وينكم؟ تعالوا هنا على المنصة, صورة جماعية, take group photo. Everyone here. عاش العامري, عاش. طارق وين؟ دحام وين؟